Hello and welcome. Today is day 2 of 4 of pre-trial hearings for former President Rodrigo Duterte's crimes against humanity cases at the International Criminal Court. I am Jairo Bolledo and this is the Rappler's special coverage. We'll be hearing from Rappler reporter Lian Buan and Rappler correspondent Michelle Abad live from The Hague. You can join this conversation by posting your questions or insights at the Justice and Crime chat room of the Rappler app. You can scan the QR codes below. Later on, we'll go through the chat room, comments, and read out some of them. The hearing has already started at the ICC, but the broadcast is delayed for 30 minutes. Lian Buan is already inside the court, but she filed this report earlier.
Good morning. This is day 2 of the pre-trial proceedings or the confirmation of charges hearings against former Philippine President Rodrigo Duterte. I am Lian Buan reporting live from the International Criminal Court. In a few minutes from now, mag-open na ulit ang court session and we would see the full-blown submission of the prosecution. Day 2 is dedicated to the prosecution. Day 3 is dedicated to the defense. At yung day 4 sa Friday is part of it is dedicated to the yearly review of former President Duterte's detention. I will give you a highlight, a recap of what happened yesterday. Yung prosecution, nagbigay na sila ng kanilang mga substantial evidence. Some of the details have not been read before in the document containing charges. Then they named unidentified witnesses and said itong mga witness na to ay eyewitness sa pagbuo ng Davao Death Squad ni former President Duterte. There were graphic details there. Pinagpasapasahan daw ang basket at pwedeng pumulot ng kanya-kanyang barel. Meron daw pagpapaulan ng champagne. It was a celebratory moment to mark the beginning of the death squad in Davao City. Sinabi yon ng prosecution to demonstrate their point na may nangyari talagang death squad, and then they proceeded to present news clips and also clips of congressional testimonies of President Duterte saying that he has a death squad or he is the death squad. That was the prosecution's way of saying na kung ano man yung sinabi ni President Duterte ay siyang totoo. The trial lawyer Julian Nichols was saying this was not hyperbole. He was saying the truth when he knew he was safe and that he was saved from the culture of impunity. The prosecution needed to say that because a part of the defense or the part of the strategy of the defense of Nicholas Kaufman is saying that all of these speeches are just metaphorical. Kaya sinabi rin ni trial lawyer Julian Nichols that you take away all of the speeches and they would still have ample evidence of Duterte being, as Deputy Prosecutor said, at the very heart of a common plan to commit murders against what he calls criminals or what the prosecution calls as the civilian population. Pagpunta dun sa defense, dun sa opening statement ni Nick Kaufman, it was a very politically charged statement. Lahat ng pwedeng tatamaan from President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. down to the law faculty who comment on this case. It was a sweeping criticism of everyone who has been involved, whether you're a human rights activist, whether you're a journalist, or whether you're just a lawyer. It's reminiscent of what we heard in the 6 years that Duterte was in Malacanang. Some would say that they're surprised na walang binanggit na jurisdiction si Nick Kaufman, considering that jurisdiction is actually their biggest case. They've said that on record, they've said that to me. Jurisdiction is their biggest case because if there's no jurisdiction, there's really no case against President Duterte. What they have going against the defense is that natalo na sila on this point, not once but twice. The latest being the pre-trial chamber upholding last year yung jurisdiction nila dito sa sitwasyon sa Pilipinas, but the defense has filed an appeal. So pending pa rin yung appeal na yon, and Nick Kaufman has enlisted the help of his associate counsel, Dov Jacobs. He calls him Dr. Dov Jacobs because his scholarly work on jurisdiction is actually the source of some of the judges on the ICC on jurisdiction. Just a brief recap kung ano yung pinag-uusapan nila dito. The Philippines was a member of the ICC from 2011 to 2019. Naputol dahil nung 2018, winidraw tayo ni President Duterte because the ICC has already started looking into the situation. The defense theory is there should be no jurisdiction on a non-member state of the ICC, but in the last decision, sabi ng pre-trial chamber, just as long as the alleged crimes happened within the years that we were members of the ICC, there is jurisdiction. There's a whole lot of debate kung tama yon. It's a debate that is valid because ever-changing, evolving pa rin, napakabata ng jurisprudence ng ICC. So we have yet to see kung ano ba talaga yung magiging case law ng ICC kapag dinesisyonan na ng appeals chamber. When the appeals chamber do rule on our jurisdiction, the Philippines would be setting a precedent. Tayo na naman ang magsiset ng jurisprudence kung saan o hanggang kailan ba aabot ang jurisdiction ng korte. Salvador Panelo was telling me yesterday that he wishes that Nick Kaufman touched on jurisdiction a bit, but yesterday was really just for opening statements, and we expect Nick Kaufman to really pound on jurisdiction on Friday. Just back to the prosecution, Deputy Prosecutor Manjay Nyang was really hammering on the point that Duterte was aware that crimes was going to occur based on his rhetoric. That's a very crucial element because dun sa mode of criminal liability ni President Duterte, he's charged as an indirect co-perpetrator. Meaning hindi siya yung bumunot at nagpuputok ng barel, but he is mastermind, says the prosecutorial theory. And a very critical element to that is mapakita yung mental element na alam ni President Duterte na may krimeng magaganap once he does his conduct. And the prosecutorial theory is that he does know. He knows what's going to happen. He knows murders were going to be committed. The defense answer to that, it was purely rhetorical. His intent was to instill fear in the hearts of criminals. That was his intent, and that's not a criminal intent. So today we watch out for more substantial evidence from the prosecution. And on day 3, we will see just how far Nick Kaufman would go to assert non-jurisdiction of the ICC. According to the victims' lawyers, masaya sila kahapon. Kasi kung ang defense lang daw ni Kaufman ay nagbibiro lang or metaphorical lang naman si President Duterte, they said that's really not a strong defense. But we have yet to see the meat of the defense theory on day 3. This is Lian Buan recapping what happened from day 1, and we will go back to you once more when we know more about the hearings today.
That is Lian Buan from The Hague. So today, this is the second day of the 4-day hearings for the confirmation of charges hearing ng International Criminal Court dito sa crimes against humanity cases ni former President Rodrigo Duterte. We are talking about 3 counts of murder and attempted murder in relation to the crimes against humanity cases. 3 counts po ito, ibig sabihin 3 separate po na instances, 3 separate set of facts that we're talking about. The first count covers the killings in Davao City when the former president was still the mayor then. This covers the killings from 2013 to 2016. So this refers to the alleged killings perpetrated by the Davao death squad. If we're gonna base with the evidence, the evidence probably came from 2 whistleblowers or witnesses which are Arturo Las Cañas and Edgard Matobato, both self-confessed members of the Davao death squad. The second count, meanwhile, refers to the 14 victims of killings, high-profile value targets na pinatay noong Pangulo si Duterte from July 2016 to 2017 in the documents available from the International Criminal Court. Isa sa mga na-mention dito yung high-profile cases ng killings ng mga mayors, katulad ni Ozamis Mayor Parehunog at yung pagpatay kay Albuera Leyte Mayor Espinosa sa panahon yan ni Pangulong Duterte. And the third count, meanwhile, refers to over 40 and 79 killings in the barangay level. So ito yung tokhang na tinatawag. So para po sa mga manonood, ito pong investigation, ito pong trial or pre-trial ng International Criminal Court, hindi lang po ito tumutukoy sa war on drugs ni Duterte from 2016 to 2022, but the allegations, even nung mayor pa lang siya. And nako-cover po nun nung 3 counts. Nasaan na po ba tayo ngayon dito sa ICC? Ano po bang ginagawa ng International Criminal Court? For everyone, for the benefit of everyone, the International Criminal Court is an independent court na nag-iimbestiga po at nagtatrial ng mga malalaking kaso katulad ng crimes against humanity. Kaya po dinadala doon ang mga kaso katulad nito dahil po sa wide scale at systemic po ang mga krimen na to. Katulad po ng allegations dito kay Pangulong Duterte. So dito po sa stage natin ngayon, pre-trial stage pa lang po ito, third step pa lang ito dito sa kaso ni Duterte. Nagsimula ang first two steps po ay yung preliminary examinations at yung investigation na ginawa po yan ng prosecutors dahil nakita po ng prosecutors po na may sapat na ebidensya para maniwala na merong kaso at may ebidensya laban dito kay Duterte. Kaya po naglabas ng warrant at inaresto itong si Duterte. At nandito na po tayo ngayon sa pre-trial stage. Wala po itong pagkakapareha sa criminal proceedings dito sa Pilipinas. Kasi dito po sa Pilipinas, yung local proceedings natin, kapag naaresto ka po sa pamamagitan ng warrant ng isang korte, ay dadalhin ka na sa korte at magsisimula ng arraignment, ang pre-trial at ang trial mo hanggang magkaroon ng conviction, appeal at umakyat sa Supreme Court. Iba ang process, iba ang proceedings sa International Criminal Court. As Attorney Ted described it, parang sui generis ang criminal proceedings ng ICC or ang proceedings ng ICC. It is a class of its own. Kaya itong pre-trial stage, unique siya na stage kung saan titingnan ng korte or ng pre-trial court or ng chamber kung meron bang substantial reasons to believe na dapat umakyat sa trial stage itong si Duterte. At kapag nakita na merong reasonable or substantial grounds to believe na merong ebidensya laban kay Duterte, saka pa lang magkakaroon po ng trial. Again, hindi pa tayo trial, but on the pre-trial stage. At iyan ang mga mangyayari dito sa mga susunod na araw. Itong pre-trial ay 4 na araw po ito. Dinedicate ng ICC Pre-Trial Chamber 1, yung may hawak ng kaso ni Duterte, ang 4 na araw para magkaroon ng mga verbal at oral arguments para dito sa mga ebidensya kay Duterte. Kahapon napakinggan po natin ang opening statement at kahapon nagsimula na rin pong detalye ng prosecution ang kanilang mga ebidensya. For today, February 24, Tuesday, ay patuloy pa rin po sa pagpapakita o pagpapresent na ebidensya yung prosecution. Today meron pong 60 minutes in total ang prosecution para ipagpatuloy po ang kanilang pagpapresenta at pagbibigay po ng detalye ng kanilang mga ebidensya laban kay Duterte. Pagkatapos po nun, bibigyan naman ng pagkakataon ang lawyers ng mga biktima na magkaroon po ng pagkakataon para ipakita at ilabas yung kanilang mga ebidensya laban kay Duterte. On Thursday, yun naman po ang araw, ito po yung binabanggit kanina ni Lian, pagkatapos nating marinig ang ebidensya ng prosecution at patapos natin marinig ang ebidensya ng mga victims, marinig naman po natin ang ebidensya or ang arguments po ng defense bago matapos ang pre-trial hearing sa Friday. Isa rin po sa mga unique characteristics ng ICC proceedings ay yung direct participation ng victims. Kung titingnan po natin mabuti sa local proceedings natin, kapag may isang biktima na ginawa na masama ng isa pang partido, yung biktima po na nagsasampa ng kaso sa korte ay nire-representa ng prosecution at ang prosecution po ang mag-argue on behalf of that victim sa court. Isa sa mga unique na characteristics po ng ICC ay meron pong direct participation ng mga victims. Pwede po silang mag-argue at nire-represent po sila ng mga lawyers nila. In this case, in the Duterte case, ang mga Filipino lawyers po na sina Gilbert Andres at Joel Butuyan ang nagre-represent dito po sa mga biktima. So iyan po ang konteksto ng mga pinag-uusapan natin ngayong araw. Iyan po ang konteksto ng mga nagaganap kahapon, magaganap ngayong araw at magaganap sa mga susunod na araw. For the meantime, kahapon, si Lian at si Michelle po ay kumausap ng mga biktima o pamilya ng mga biktima ng drug war sa Hague. Panoorin po natin ang ilang dispatches from The Hague, Netherlands.
Tapos parang naging emotional ako. Kasi sinasabi niya yung mga naranasan ng mga biktima, bumalik yung bigat sa pakiramdam. Kaya yun, naluha talaga ako. Tumulo na lang yung pinipilit ko. Kaso wala, di na makontrol. Kasi, siyempre bilang biktima, Iba yung pakiramdam, yung feedback sa amin.
Anong ibig mong sabihin feedback?
Yung katulad niyan yung kinukwento po niya na kung paano pinatay.
Akala ko kasi simpleng makikinig lang pero mabigat siya eh. Parang lahat-lahat bumalik. Sinabi kasi ni Attorney Putuyan na yung lahat ng pinagdaanan ng bawat biktima. So, tsaka doon ko napatunayan na good choice na ang abogadong tumayo sa amin sa ICC ay isang Pilipino. Kasi hindi lang namin siya naintindihan kung paano siya magsalita, kundi naintindihan din namin siya sa yung pakiramdam namin. Naramdaman ko talaga siya. So, siguro kaya ako naiyak kasi hindi mo maiwasan talaga. Nagto-throwback lahat nung naging mabigat yung pagsasalaysay kanina, isa-isa. Ayun, kaya kung bakit. Basta naging mabigat.
Na sumakit yung dibdib ko ng sobra kasi lahat ng sinabi sa korte nung sa side natin is pinapatunayan lang talaga na totoo, hindi kwento yung mga nangyayari. Tsaka feel na feel ko talaga yung pagkakasabi ni attorney. Buti nga po is Filipino rin yung naging abogado. Hindi niya lang pinaliwanag sa mga tao yung nangyari, kundi isang patotoo talaga, hindi kasinungalingan. Hindi mo masasabing kwento lang siya or gawa-gawa. Kasi ito po yung katotohanan is isa po kami talaga sa totoong kwento na nangyari. Hindi lang siya basta-basta isa siyang katotohanan. Yun lang po yung sa akin. Kaya po sobrang proud ako na may Pilipinong abogado.
I'm telling the Filipino people, wag ako, it's gonna be bloody. I, Rodrigo Duterte, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully, conscientiously fulfill my duties as President of the Philippines.
May operation, plontokan.
May trabaho ako. Pwede mo lumapit. Bakit hindi mo hindi?
Pagka bumunot, patayin mo. Pag hindi bumunot, patayin mo rin. Tangin. Para matapos na.
Investigation shows that this wave of extrajudicial killings has been widespread, deliberate, and systematic, and therefore may amount to crimes against humanity.
Mga drug lords, drug pushers, they are not the humanity.
Yung isa pong polis po naka po sa ulo ni Kian. Tapos yung isa po nakahawak sa ganito niya. Tinulak po si Kian sa gilid ng baboyan po. Tapos naririnig ko po si Kian na, "Sir, wag po, sir."
Pero shit happens. During operation, shit happens.
Local policemen of Manila are cleared of any criminal and administrative liability for detaining people in an inhuman secret cell discovered in April 2017.
Ayon sa CHR, 27,000 ang tinatansyang bilang ng pinatay sa ilalim ng war on drugs. Ayon sa pulisya, 7,884 ang napatay sa lehitimong operasyon. Ilan ang umabot sa Step 3 o yung mga nasa korte? 20 lamang. Wala pa sa 100 ang umabot sa Step 2 o yung hawak na ng mga prosecutor. Halos lahat ay nasa Step 1 pa lang. At pati ito ay kakarampot lang. Ilan ang kasong hindi na proseso ng justice system? Libo-libo.
Unfortunately, until now, the Supreme Court has not decided the case. There's no decision yet. But it has been like more than 5-6 years, no decision yet.
Ang sinabi ko ganito, prangkahan tayo, encourage the criminals to fight. Encourage them to draw their guns. Pagka lumaban, patayin ninyo para matapos na ang problema ko. I'm asking the ICC through you na magpunta na sila dito bukas. Problem. Impossible dream. Okay na mga apurado.
On 7 March 2025, pre-trial Chamber 1 concluded that there were reasonable grounds to believe that Mr. Duterte is criminally responsible as an alleged indirect co-perpetrator for the crime against humanity of murder.
I am Rodrigo Duterte.
5 taon na nakalipas. Kaya mo pang hintayin ang hustisya?
Kung mayroon pong hustisya, siguro po, ilalaban ko po.
Napanood niyo po ang documentary ng Rappler summarizing our coverage in the last years ng Duterte's drug war. Kahapon po nagkaroon ng pagkakataon na magsalita si Attorney Joel Butuyan, ang common legal representative ng mga biktima, para sa kanyang opening statement. In his opening statement, hinighlight niya kung bakit dapat ICC ang mag-hearing at mag-try ng kaso ni Duterte. He highlighted na walang local justice system na working, hindi suitable ito para i-try itong crimes against humanity cases ni Duterte. You've watched in the documentary, out of 30,000 people killed, only a few, less than 100 ang umabot sa korte. Up until today, 2026, 5 lang po ang conviction natin out of 30,000 people killed in the name of Duterte's drug war. Panoorin po natin ang opening statement ni Attorney Butuyan from yesterday's hearing.
Mr. Duterte has created clones of himself. He converted millions of peace-loving citizens into bloodthirsty disciples who have become converts to the belief that violence and killings are valid solutions to societal problems. Your Honors, there is only one solution to stop the impunity propagated by Mr. Duterte from continuing to bring harm and suffering to the victims. And that is for this honorable chamber to confirm the charges so that witnesses can testify and evidence can be presented on the horrible crimes committed by Mr. Duterte. The testimonies and evidence presented will inoculate these mini Dutertes from the virus of impunity that has infected them. When they will see and hear the utter cruelty, the sheer brutality, in other words, the brazen inhumanity of the crimes committed by Mr. Duterte, and the humanity of those whose lives were violently taken, it will rekindle the embers of humanity that still remain in their hearts. Many of these mini Dutertes or Duterte clones are actually victims of massive doses of fake news widely circulated online. They need to be vaccinated with the truth, and the truth vaccine can only come from the testimonies of victims and evidence presented in a trial before this court. Truth is the antidote to the virus of impunity, Your Honors. The victims dread a future where charges are not confirmed in this case. It will mean that the virus of impunity will continue to spread and infect many more. Victims fear that Duterte clones will become an even bigger group that can elect another apostle of impunity as the Philippines' next leader. If that happens, an even more serious condition of impunity can take place in the Philippines. The virus of impunity that has spread all over the Philippines is very grave and serious, Your Honors. Imagine a leader like Mr. Duterte, who proudly and publicly proclaimed his aspirations of following the footsteps of Adolf Hitler when he said, quote, "Hitler massacred 3 million Jews. Now there are 3 million drug addicts. I'd be happy to slaughter them," unquote. And yet, he is worshipped by a huge number of Filipinos. In so many countries, you will need to hide your adoration of Hitler. Mr. Duterte flaunted it, and his fanatics are unaffected by it. Mr. Duterte has pronounced so many other horrible declarations meant to promote and encourage impunity, as it will be detailed tomorrow by my colleagues. And yet, he is idolized by a multitude of Filipinos. The defense will claim that he was merely bombastic and acerbic when he made these statements. But if he were merely being pompous and flippant, the people who were killed should be alive and laughing today at his supposed pranks and stunts.
Napanood niyo po ang opening statement kahapon ni Attorney Joel Butuyan sa unang araw ng pre-trial hearing ng International Criminal Court dito po sa Crimes Against Humanity cases ni former President Rodrigo Duterte. At this point, inaantabayanan po natin ang pagsisimula ng second day ng pre-trial hearing. Again, this day is dedicated for the prosecution and the victims para po ilahad, papayawan ang kanilang mga ebidensya. They will be given hours, tas may mga breaks po in between para ipahapayawan po at ipakita sa korte, sa pre-trial chamber, yung kanilang mga ebidensyang hawak-hawak laban kay Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Kahapon, nagsimula po ang prosecution dito sa kanilang pagpepresenta ng kanilang mga ebidensya. Isa po sa napahapayawan na nila ay yung sa count 1 o yung mga murders o yung mga sinasabing pagpatay ng mayor si former President Rodrigo Duterte. Isa ang pinaka-interesting na parts doon sa mga pinapayawang ebidensya nitong prosecution ay yung compilation mismo ng mga public admission ni former President Rodrigo Duterte. Isa rin sa mga pinakabagong ebidensya na nakita natin kahapon, yung video ni former President Rodrigo Duterte na pinapanood, yung CCTV doon sa Davao City kung saan brazenly may 3 lalaki na pinatay ang isang lalaki doon sa market sa Davao City. Ayon sa prosecution, isa yon sa mga indikasyon na talaga in-encourage ni Duterte ang patayan. We're cutting our panel for the meantime to give way for the live streaming of the pre-trial hearing second day.
Please be seated. Veuillez vous asseoir.
Bonjour à tous.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to once again welcome everyone here in the courtroom. And Madam Court Officer, if you could please call the case.
Good morning, Madam President, Your Honors. Situation in the Republic of the Philippines in the case of the prosecutor versus Rodrigo Roa Duterte, case reference ICC 0121-0125, and for the record, we are in open session.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I would now like to call upon parties and participants to confirm that the people here in the courtroom are the same as the ones present yesterday. Mr. Prosecutor?
Madame la Présidente.
Good morning, Madam President, Your Honors, there are a few changes in the composition of the OTP team today. I'm here representing the office, as was the case yesterday. Beside me is Julian Nichols, senior trial lawyer. He was here yesterday. I also have Edward Jeremy with me, trial lawyer. Robin Croft, trial lawyer. Ai Do Young, associate trial lawyer. Sylvie Wakam, associate trial lawyer. Loria. And finally, James Miriti, our case manager. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Prosecutor. Legal representatives of victims. Good morning, Madam President. Only one change on our team. We have one change, a defection actually. One of our team members could not be with us actually.
Composition today, and we are once again ably assisted and supported by our Filipino colleagues in the gallery.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Prosecutor, you may now address the court regarding submissions on the merits. It is Mr. Jeremy who will be giving this presentation.
Thank you, Madam President. Your Honours, dear colleagues, my name is Edward Jeremy, and over the next 45 minutes or so, I will focus on some of the evidence that demonstrates Mr. Duterte's responsibility for the crimes charged in counts 2 and 3. My presentation will comprise two parts. Part 1 will focus on the crimes charged in count 2, and as you know, this count relates to the murders of 14 so-called high-value targets. And part 2 will focus on examples of crimes charged in count 3, and this count relates to murders and attempted murders of 45 victims in the course of barangay or neighbourhood clearance operations. First, Your Honours, a brief introduction. As Mr. Nichols made clear yesterday, Mr. Duterte campaigned for the presidency that, on the basis that, if elected, he would implement his Davao model of killing on a national scale. And once sworn in as president of the Philippines on the 30th of June 2016, this is exactly what he did. One insider witness explained what applying the Davao model nationwide meant in practice, and this is tab 49. As we see on our screens, Evidence Channel 2, this witness stated, quote, "It means that he wants to apply how Davao addresses the drug problem in a national scope, the whole country. It means that zero tolerance on drugs. And what I understood is that we have to eliminate, neutralize drug pushers, just as in Davao." And as we've heard, this Davao model also included the payments of rewards for such killings. And as president, Mr. Duterte expanded and replicated this Davao model across the Philippines, working together with many of the same people, his co-perpetrators, following the same plan and using the same methods. On becoming president, Mr. Duterte appointed his co-perpetrators from Davao, a number of whom Mr. Nichols introduced yesterday, to senior positions in the police and the government. And in these high-level positions, Mr. Duterte and his co-perpetrators had authority over thousands of state personnel, including those that formed a national network that the co-perpetrators used to carry out the charged crimes, as Ms. Croft will shortly describe in more detail. And, Your Honours, central to this plan to carry out the charged crimes was the formal national anti-illegal drugs campaign in the Philippines. And this campaign was launched through a document titled Command Memorandum Circular number 16, 2016. This was issued by newly appointed PMP Chief Ronald De La Rosa on the 1st of July 2016, the first full day of Mr. Duterte's presidency. On our screens, we see the first and last page of this document, and this is tab 112 of our binder. We see that the subject is, quote, PMP Anti-Illegal Drugs Campaign Plan, Project Double Barrel. And we see it is dated the 1st of July 2016. On the first page, there are a series of supporting references for this memorandum. And the first foundational reference is the, quote, pronouncement of President Rodrigo Duterte to get rid of illegal drugs during the first 6 months of his term. And yesterday we heard multiple examples of the violent nature of those pronouncements and speeches. If we focus on the last page of this document, page 18, we see that the distribution list comprised the highest levels of law enforcement in the Philippines. And on the right side, we see it signed by Ronald M. De La Rosa, Philippine National Police, the PNP. And Your Honours, we'll look now at some parts of this document which essentially sets out general guidelines for the implementation of this project, Double Barrel. Focusing first on the execution of this project, Double Barrel, we see on in paragraph 5, now on our screens, as follows. The PNP intends to equally address illegal drug problems in the barangays and at the same time pursue the neutralization of illegal drug personalities, as well as the backbone of illegal drugs network operating in the country. And Your Honours will note the use of this word neutralization. While on its face, this word may be open to interpretation, insider witnesses provide evidence that within law enforcement within the Netherlands, within the Philippines, forgive me, to neutralize meant to kill. And notably, one insider witness explained the significance of the use of this word neutralize in this command memorandum, and that's tab 54. And the witness stated as follows, quote, they used the word neutralize to emphasize the kill order of President Duterte, because that is the promise of President Duterte even before the campaign. And Your Honours, the sprinkling of references to human rights in this document should be viewed in this context. Moving on to the concept of operations, this is set out on page 3 of this memorandum as follows, quote, the PNP Anti-Illegal Drugs Campaign Plan, Project Double Barrel, will be conducted in a two-pronged approach, namely Project Tokang and Project HVT. The first prong or barrel, Project Tokang, focused on the clearance of the drug-affected barangays. And this relates to count 3, which I'll discuss shortly in the second part of my presentation. The second barrel, which relates to count 2, was Project HVT, or High Value Target, which I will focus on now. Turning to page 6 of this document, we read as follows. Project HVT is a massive and reinvigorated conduct of anti-illegal drugs operations, targeting illegal drugs personalities and drug syndicates. And as your honours are aware, it was in the course of this project, HVT, that the prosecution alleges the 14 victims of Count 2 were murdered. And many of the high-value target victims of Count 2 incidents were included in charts and lists that Mr. Duterte showed during public, often televised appearances and speeches. And just as he did in Davao, as president, Mr. Duterte publicly named persons he alleged were involved in drugs, and many of those would end up as victims in his so-called war on drugs. For example, on the 7th of August 2016, Mr. Duterte held a televised press conference in Davao City, during which he named 150 public officials who he claimed were involved in the drug trade. These included Albrera Mayor Rolando Espinosa and Osamis Mayor Reynaldo Parahinog, as well as various members of the Parahinog family. This speech is at tab 31, and we'll play 2 clips of that now.
Reynaldo Parahinog, alias Andong, the mayor of Osamis City. Nova Princess Parahinog Chavez used to be the wife of, I think, Colanco. Yung poster boy doon sa blandi-blandi pambuhok. Hindi naman, tisoy. Alam mo, baskin sa'yo magpataabangan ko kayo. Kasi wala na ako sa presidency, habang may baril ako.
Wherever you go, I will be waiting for you, even if I'm no longer president, as long as I have a gun. And indeed, as your honours are aware, Mr. Duterte did not need to wait long. On the 5th of November 2016, Mayor Espinosa was murdered. That's charged incident 13. Then, on the 30th of July 2017, Mayor Parahinog, together with a number of others, was also murdered. That's charged incident 14. And during the same speech that we just saw, Mr. Duterte emphasized his direct involvement in the preparation of this list as follows.
The validation. I'm the one reading it, and I am the sole person responsible for this all.
And this list was subsequently published by the media, who referred to it as the narco list, or as we see from the article on our screens, simply the Duterte list. And your honours, Mr. Duterte continued to flaunt his list of so-called high-value targets. Perhaps the most significant of these lists was the President Rodrigo Roa Duterte list, or the PRRD list for short, and that's at tab 48 of our list of materials. Your honours, this was basically an Excel-style spreadsheet that listed persons alleged to be high-value targets. The slide now on our screen shows the first page of the PRRD list, which includes photos of various persons designated alleged to be high-value targets. And at the bottom of this list are a series of different tabs, some of which have been enlarged on our screens. And as we see, they include different regions of the Philippines, and within these tabs are lists of names and identifying information of persons alleged to be high-value targets. And the persons included in this PRRD list were also assigned different levels, as set out in our PCB, in our brief, paragraph 99. As we see from the slide now on our screens, these levels range from 1 to 5. At the lowest level 1, this included lower-level government and police, as well as street-level pushers. And at the highest level 5, this represented the highest value targets: drug wholesalers, financiers, and high-ranking police officers. And consistent with the Davao model of killing, rewards were also paid when a high-value target was neutralized, meaning killed. And this evidence is set out at paragraphs 52 and 99 of our brief. And these rewards were not part of the regular PNP budget, but were provided by Mr. Duterte, who also publicly offered perpetrators rewards for killing. Your Honours, to sum up the significance of the PRRD list, I turn to the words of another insider witness, and this is tab 54. Quote, "This list was used by the police in their operations. And if you are in the list, you will be the subject for police operations. And most of the time, the people on the list are killed. So basically, the PRRD list is a dead list." And Mr. Duterte publicly paraded this PRRD list on multiple occasions. For example, during another televised speech on the 2nd of February 2017, tab 111, he stated the following.
This is the drug industry of the Philippines.
And in this same speech, we'll shortly see Mr. Duterte holding another page of this PRRD list, reacting to criticisms based on human rights in relation to his so-called war on drugs.
Tapos sabihin mo lang ako, takot-takutin mo ako ng human rights. Pakain ko ito, bunganga nila. Oh.
And Your Honours, on this issue of human rights, as Mr. Nichols explained yesterday, during his speeches in Davao, Mr. Duterte, well versed in the law, would occasionally seek to legitimize his encouragement of state violence by references to human rights and self-defense. And he continued to do so as president. For example, as we will see in the next clip, during a speech on the 20th of September 2016, which is at tab 130, he stated the following.
Pagka bumunot, patayin mo. Pag hindi bumunot, patayin mo rin. Oh, tangin, para matapos na. Eh, kaysa mawala pa bro. Ako na ang bahala sa inyo. Itaga ninyo ito sa puso ninyo. For as long as I am the president, nobody but nobody, no military man or policeman will go to prison because they perform their duties well. Ako ang mapakulong sila. Sabihin mo lang, utos ni Mayor yun.
So that was Mr. Duterte's message to the military and to the police. Kill, whether or not your target pulls a gun, and I will protect you. And Your Honours, as we will now hear, during the same speech, in case there was any doubt, Mr. Duterte made it very clear that this promise of protection related not only to lawful killings.
For as long as there is that power to pardon sa Constitution, yan ang weapon ko against crime. Magmasakir kayo ng 100, di ba, 100 din kayo, hindi pardon lahat eh. Restored to full political and civil rights plus a promotion to both.
And Your Honours, as was so often the case, Mr. Duterte's message was repeated and amplified in the media, as we see in the next slide, which is tab 88, which reads as follows, quote, Duterte to troops, massacre criminals, I'll promote you. With the byline, in the same speech, Duterte tells soldiers he will never order them to do anything illegal. And this was the pattern, Your Honours. Out of one side of his mouth, quietly, occasionally, he would speak about self-defence. This was Mr. Duterte, the lawyer, keenly aware of his own legal jeopardy, especially once he was no longer president. And out of the other side of his mouth, loudly, frequently, he would say, kill, and I will protect you, I will pardon you, and I will promote you. And this was Mr. Duterte, the strongman president who orders the murders of drug lords and alleged criminals. And as the charged incidents demonstrate, Mr. Duterte's co-perpetrators, as well as the police on the streets, understood his message to kill loud and clear. As an example, Your Honours, I'll focus briefly now on incident number 13. You'll recall that on assuming his presidency, Mr. Duterte publicly expressed his frustration with mayors who he alleged were involved in the drug trade, including Mayor Espinosa. On the 1st of August 2016, he gave Mayor Espinosa, then Mayor of Albuera, 24 hours to surrender to the police. And the following day, Mayor Espinosa did surrender to PMP Chief Ronald Bato de la Rosa. In a public speech on the 5th of August 2016, Mr. Duterte stated the following in reference to Mayor Espinosa's surrender, and this can be found at tab 129.
Problema niya ay yung mayor ng Albuera. Mabuti nakaabot siya doon kay Bato na pinahanap ko, shot on sight, parang aso. Eh, ang tingin ko talaga sa inyo, kayo parang aso.
And on around the 5th of November 2016, a few months after Mr. Duterte had him tracked down like a dog, Rolando Espinosa was murdered while in detention in Leyte Provincial Jail, together with another man, Raul Yap. According to the PMP's official narrative of this incident, there was a shootout between Espinosa and Yap and officers who attempted to serve search warrants on them while in prison. By contrast, the evidence demonstrates, as set out in paragraphs 107 to 110 of our brief, that these men were murdered in their prison cells in a coordinated operation involving various state agents. CCTV was disabled, guns were planted in their cells, rewards were paid. And as we see on the slide now on our screens, tab 48 of our list of materials, both Mr. Espinosa and Mr. Yap were included in the PRRD list, amongst other individuals whose names have been blurred by the prosecution. Rolando Espinosa in the upper row is recorded as a mayor and alleged to be a drug lord, indicated as level 4. And Raul Yap in the lower row is also alleged to be a drug lord, listed as level 3. The arrest of both men is noted, and this is shown on the right side. Then separately, it is noted that they were neutralized. And in a further indication that to neutralize meant to kill, as we see here, it is only on the date of their death, the 5th of November 2016, that they were noted as neutralized. Additionally, in the tab of the PRRD spreadsheet labeled high-value targets, now visible on our screens, there is a photo of Mayor Espinosa. He's the person in the yellow T-shirt in the second row on the far right side. As you can see from the enlarged photo, he's been crossed out in red, which, as a witness confirmed, indicates that he had been killed. And if your honours look closely at this list, you'll see it appears to be the same list that Mr. Duterte held during a speech on the 2nd of February 2017. And for reference, these are tabs 48 and 111. And your honours, following these murders, Mr. Duterte continued his public threats. For example, on the 9th of February 2017, he stated publicly that mayors involved in illegal drugs should resign or face death. We'll play an extract of this speech, which is at tab 132 now.
Tatawagin ko yung mga mayors, ilak ko, no, kami-kami lang. Sabihin ko talaga sa kanila. Ayun, ganun kakapal yung pinakita ko sa inyo. Hanapin mo yung pangalan mo dyan, mayor. Tangina, pag nandyan yung pangalan mo, may problema. Talagang papatayin kita.
Mr. Duterte's message to the mayors could not be clearer. If your name is in my list, then I'll kill you. And in case anyone watching this speech has any doubt about his intentions, Mr. Duterte goes on to comment on extrajudicial killings. And as he does so, your honours will note the nonchalant, casual manner in which he draws his finger across his throat. Let's play the video.
Wala akong ako talaga ang wala akong maipagyabang. Kaya ginadaan ko na lang sa extrajudicial killing.
And in this opulent, gilded presentation room, the officials laugh along with their president while he boasts about his skills in extrajudicial killing. And outside, on the streets of the Philippines, the bodies pile up. The evidence from one data set shows that as at the date of this speech, 9th of January 2017, almost 1,500 people had been killed in Mr. Duterte's so-called war on drugs. And that's paragraph 73 of our brief. A few months later, in an April 2017 speech, which I won't play, but is a tab 134.2, Mr. Duterte called the deceased Espinosa a, quote, son of a bitch, and after citing multiple allegations of murders by the police, he said he would pardon and reinstate any convicted police officer with a, quote, promotion to ranks higher, end quote. Your Honours, I move now to the second part of my presentation, the murders and attempted murders committed during the Barangai clearance operations. And these operations were covered by the first barrel of Project Tokang, which we looked at earlier. We'll briefly return to this document, CMC 16/2016, and the overview of the two barrels. As the slide on our screen shows, the stated aim of Project Tokang, just focusing on the first sentence, was, quote, accelerating the drive against illegal drugs in affected barangays, end quote. And in practice, Your Honours, this meant murdering some of the most vulnerable members of Filipino society. As witnesses stated, the poor were often targeted because they were the ones least likely to file complaints against the police. To quote one witness on our next slide, he stated, "It was said that the ones that we had to do the Tokang operation on had to be poor. Those who do not have the means to file a complaint or to complain." And similarly, another witness stated the following: "Based on what we've seen here in the Philippines, the people that were killed or could be killed were the poor, people with no means, simple people who were not able to file charges against them. Your Honours, Project Tokang operations were implemented across the Philippines in a number of ways, as set out in paragraph 75 of our brief. And these operations frequently followed the same modus operandi as we also set out in paragraphs 33 and 114 of our brief, which was as follows. A target was identified, often through the use of lists, such as barangay lists or police station watch lists. The target was then murdered in a police operation. Weapons, drugs, and money, or a combination thereof, were then planted at the crime scene. And then the police reports were repeatedly falsified to legitimate the operations as acts of self-defense. And in this context, as witnesses explain, the police often used the term nanlaban, which translates to fighting back, to describe incidents in which they supposedly shot a victim in self-defense. And these reports were often almost identical. In essence, copy-paste reports in which victims were frequently blamed for their own deaths. And finally, unofficial rewards were paid. Your Honours, I'll briefly focus on a few of the Count 3 incidents to illustrate this pattern. On the day of his inauguration, the 30th of June 2016, then President Duterte held a speech in Tondo, Manila, and he directly addressed the public present, including, as we will see, women and children. For reference, this is tab 127. Let's please play the clip.
Ako po'y galit. Pati yung mga pulis dito sa Maynila nakasabit sa droga. Ako po'y nakikiusap, wag ho kayong pumasok dyan kasi papatayin ko talaga kayo.
As we see, Mr. Duterte's message was clear. Stay away from drugs, or I will kill you. And the killing in Tondo began almost immediately following this speech, as we set out in our brief, paragraphs 100 to 101. I'll focus now on, and Tondo is visible on our screens. I'll focus now on incident 23, which also took place in Tondo, on or about the night of the 4th to the 5th of October 2016. As your Honours are aware, the alleged victim of this incident 23 was Benjamin Vizda. And we'll shortly see a video which shows Mr. Vizda just before midnight in a vest, in handcuffs, forced onto a motorbike between two police officers and driven away. And this is tab 76, and we'll play the video now. And we see now Mr. Vizda being forced onto the motorbike between the two police officers. And as he's being driven away, we see women and children chasing after him, no doubt terrified about what would happen next. And around 20 minutes later, Your Honours, Mr. Vizda was dead, shot multiple times in the head by police officers. A witness described the scene, and Your Honours, the next slide will be a graphic image. And for reference, this is tab 77. The witness stated, quote, "The victim was lying on the street in handcuffs and was dead. He'd been shot in the head 7 or 8 times," end quote. The official account of this incident was recorded in a police report known as a Spot Report, dated the 5th of October 2016. This is tab 65. And this report, an extract of which is on the screen, stated that Mr. Vizda was killed by the police in self-defense after he snatched the firearm of a police officer while he was on a motorbike, while wearing handcuffs, and he shot at the police but missed. Your Honours, as demonstrated by the evidence in paragraph 126 of our brief, this narrative is false. Benjamin Vizda did not fight back. He was murdered. Your Honours, Project Tokang was also carried out through one-time, big-time, or OTBT operations. And these were large-scale, high-intensity police operations that often resulted in multiple murders. And one such operation took place in Bulacan, shown on our screens, between the 15th and the 16th of August 2017. In August 2017, the police made a press release regarding their recent operations, which noted that 32 people were killed by the police in simultaneous one-time, big-time operations from the 15th to the 16th of August 2017. This press release, which can be found at tab 108, is visible on our screens. In the headline, we read, quote, 32 killed, 107 arrested, as firearms, grenades, and numerous illegal drugs were seized in Bulacan, PMP, simultaneous big-time operations. I'm focusing, Your Honours, on the paragraph at the bottom of the screen. We see that the deaths of these 32 people were recorded as, quote, significant results, end quote, of the, quote, intensified campaign against illegal drugs, otherwise known as Project Double Barrel Reloaded, end quote. And this was essentially a reinvigorated version of Project Double Barrel, as set out in our brief footnote 37. And the press release goes on to name the 32 victims of this operation, which included 3 victims who are victims of charged incidents 28 and 29 in this case, who were murdered, consistent with the pattern of the other incidents in count 3, as set out in paragraphs 131 to 132 of our brief. Your Honours, 32 individuals killed by the police in Bulacan in a 24-hour period. You would imagine this would be a major national incident. So how did Mr. Duterte react to this shocking news? Let's hear what he said, and for reference, this is tab 147.
Yung namatay daw kanina sa Bulacan, 32, in a massive raid. Ganda yun. Makapatay lang tayo ng another 32 every day, then maybe we could reduce what ails this country.
So that was the President's message in response to the death of 32 Filipinos in a single day. He essentially said to the police, well done, keep going, let's kill another 32 every day. And, Your Honours, in this context, as you would expect, the killings went on and on. This phase of one-time, big-time operations continued until around the 18th of August 2017, resulting in many more deaths. As one witness stated, quote, it was hunting season, a killing spree, end quote. And that's at tab 77. And on the evening of the 16th of August, in the midst of this killing spree, perhaps at the same time as Mr. Duterte's speech in Bulacan, a 17-year-old child named Kian de los Santos was murdered in Caloocan, the location of which is marked on our screens. And this is charged incident 30. As usual, the police claimed that Kian de los Santos shot at them and they were forced to shoot him dead in self-defense. Another victim blamed for his death. As set out in our brief, paragraph 133, this account is contradicted by CCTV footage showing police dragging the child across the ground, and other evidence shows that after pleading for his life, he was shot twice in the head. And the next slide is a graphic image, Your Honours, and that's tab 151. On our screens, we see the tragic image of the body of the 17-year-old child, Kian de los Santos. And as noted in our brief, paragraph 56, this brutal murder led to a massive public outcry across the Philippines. And in these circumstances, exceptionally, the direct perpetrators of these murders were prosecuted and they were imprisoned. And in the face of this public outcry, Mr. Duterte was forced to temporarily withdraw police from drug operations from the 10th of October to the 4th of December 2017. And this led to a reduction in the frequency of killings. In announcing this temporary withdrawal, Mr. Duterte sarcastically stated that he hoped that this would satisfy, quote, bleeding hearts and the media, end quote. And in this way, he publicly communicated that this was not a genuine effort to prevent crime, but rather a temporary attempt to placate public criticism. And less than 2 months later, Mr. Duterte decided to once again scale up operations. He ordered the PNP back into the campaign, and the killings once again intensified. And, Your Honours, regrettably, children continued to be the victims of these killings. Your Honours will recall that at the very start of his presidency, Mr. Duterte gave a speech in Tondo, and we saw a part of it earlier. This is tab 127 on our list of materials, and we'll watch another portion of that speech now.
Yung mga adik ho dyan, kayo na lang ho ang pumatay. Kung anak niya, ikaw ang pumatay. Kung anak niyang adik, kayo ang pumatay para hindi masyado masakit.
If it's someone's child, be the killer yourself. If someone's child is the addict, then you be the one to kill. Your Honours, it's worth pausing here, taking a step back and reflecting on what we are seeing and what we are hearing. This is the President of the Philippines, the Commander-in-Chief, the most powerful man in the Philippines. He's pointing directly at the crowd, and he is telling them to kill someone else's child. Kill them, not because they are an alleged drug lord, not even an alleged criminal, but simply because they may have an addiction to drugs. And this is an example, perhaps, of what the defence described yesterday as Mr. Duterte speaking, quote, openly from the heart, sincerely and truthfully, end quote. And that's transcript 4, page 37, lines 15 to 16. And during an earlier part of the same speech, Mr. Duterte also boasted that during his presidency, funeral homes would make a lot of money. Let's play that clip.
Sabihin ko sa inyo, itong mga panahon nitong mga araw na dadating, kung may punerarya ho kayo, kikita kayo ng husto. Tayo ko yung mga small time na punerarya dito, doon. At sigurado hindi kayo malugi. At pag humihina na ang negosyo ninyo, sabihin ko lang sa mga pulis, bilis-bilisan ninyo ng konti para kumita yung tao sa negosyo nila. Ayan, sinasabi ko na sa inyo. Hindi ako nagbibiro.
So again, here's the President assuring funeral homes that if their business declines, he will, quote, tell the police, hurry up a little so people can make money from their business, end quote. And he stressed very clearly he was, quote, not joking. And as my friend said yesterday, transcript 4, page 30, lines 18 to 19, quote, for President Roddy, his word was his word, and the people knew it, end quote. In this context, to conclude, I'll focus briefly on incidents 38 and 45. As your honours know, in the course of these incidents, which occurred during 2018, on 2 separate occasions, the police detained a child aged around 14 or 15 years old. On each occasion, the police wrapped the child's head in packing tape so no one could hear them scream, and then strangled the child to death with wire. It's difficult to imagine a more terrifying end to two lives that had barely even begun. And these murdered children were then sold to funeral homes, who profited from their bodies, as explained in paragraphs 142 and 150 of our brief. Your Honours, dead children, police ensuring that funeral homes made money. Mr. Duterte indeed was not joking. Thank you, Your Honours. This concludes my presentation. I now hand over to Ms. Croft.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Judge Motosh, thank you very much, Mr. Prosecutor, for your presentation. I think we are going to observe a break of 40 minutes up to 11:30 a.m. Thank you very much.
You just witnessed the detailing of the submissions of evidence of the prosecution led by Edward Jeremy. Siya po ay galing sa Office of the Prosecutor. Ngayon po ay dinetalye ni Jeremy doon sa kanyang presentation yung kanilang mga specific allegations, yung kanilang mga ebidensya na hawak nila para dito sa second count. Dito sa kaso ni former President Rodrigo Duterte. The first count, as mentioned yesterday, refers to the killings when Duterte was mayor of Davao City, whereas the second count refers to the killings of high-value targets nung presidente na si Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Alam niyo, to describe yung presentation ni Jeremy, it was methodical because nilay down niya muna ano ba ang konteksto nitong drug war, ano ba ang konteksto nito doon sa memorandum, ano ba ang konteksto nito as far as yung high-value targets are concerned, and paano ba in-implement ito. Nagsimula siya sa pamamagitan ng pagdidescribe ng Davao model. Ito pong Davao model ang yung sinasabi po ni Royina Garma na drug war model na ginamit ni Duterte nung mayor pa siya ng Davao City, kung saan ginamit niya yung kanyang Davao Death Squad para kung may mga targets po sila na mga alleged and suspected drug personalities ay papatayin po nila yon sa pamamagitan nitong Davao Death Squad members, at ito po mga members na to ay nakakakuha ng pabuya at ng pera in exchange for that. Sa testimony at sa affidavit po ng DDS member na self-confess na si Arturo Lascanya, si Superman daw si Duterte, at itong si Superman ay binibigyan po sila ng 10,000, 20,000 and even up to 100,000 depending on the yung sa bigat or sa dami po nitong operation nila. Yun po yung Davao model na sinasabi at pinag-uusapan po dito ng prosecution. Itong Davao model po, ang ginawa ni Duterte daw dito, according to testimonies ng different witnesses, yung Davao model, ginawa niya, inadopt niya sa buong Pilipinas, at yun po yung naging Oplan double barrel na tinatawag din natin later on na Oplan Tokhang or War on Drugs. At isa po sa mga bukod po kay Lascanyas, si Lascanyas kasi at si Matobato, limited yung kanilang testimony, yung kanilang affidavit on the Davao Death Squad and the killings itself. But the implementation, ang pinaka-importanting findings na yon o yung allegation na yon ay nanggaling po kay Royina Garma sa kanyang series of affidavits na ipinasa niya sa Quad Committee hearing ng House of Representatives. In 2024, Garma, who was known for being close to Duterte, confirmed na tinawagan siya ni Duterte 5 a.m. one day para pagkapanalo ni Duterte para tanungin siya, may kakilala ka bang polis na pwedeng mag-implement nitong Davao model na to, at itinuro niya doon ang dating National Police Commissioner na si Edelberto Leonardo. Specifically, ang mention pa doon ni Garma sa kanyang affidavit ay may kakilala ka ba na colonel or high-ranking police officer na member ng Iglesia ni Cristo na kayang mag-implement ng Davao model. At mula noon, nagkaroon ng meetings itong mga grupo, mga kaklase ni Garma mula sa PNPA at pagkatapos noon ay inimplement na itong Davao model. Yun po yung konteksto ng Davao model as far as the prosecution is concerned. That is the model patterned after itong war on drugs natin. Yung pangalawang minention naman ay yung Memorandum Circular Number 16, Series of 2016 na pinirmahan po ni Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, former PNP chief, ang kauna-unahang PNP chief ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Ito pong MC number 16, 2016 ay ang nag-operationalize po rather ng drug war on the national scale. Yung Davao model, local. Ito pong national level, ito pong nag-operationalize nun. Yung MC number 16, 2016 at doon po yung may mga mentions ng word na neutral, neutralization, arrest, etc., etc. At hinimay po methodically ng prosecution yung dalawang aspeto po ng MC number 16 ay yung tinatawag natin na Project HVT or High Value Targets at yung Oplan Tokhang or Project Tokhang. Kaya siya tinawag kasi na double barrel kasi two-pronged approach siya. Isang aspeto nun ay tututukan daw ang mga high-value targets, samantalang isang aspeto naman ay tututukan po yung mga mas maliliit na alleged drug personalities, yung sa barangay levels. Kaya yung sa barangay levels, Tokhang, yung HVT naman po, ito yung sa high-profile value targets. To refer at para po magkaroon ng specific allegations sila, dinescribe ng prosecution yung mga kaso po ng mga high-profile victims na sina Reynaldo Paruhinog, dating mayor po ng Ozamis City, na pinatay or napatay sa isang police raid noong 2017. Ganun din po ang pagkamatay ni Kerwin Espinosa, ng tatay po ni Kerwin Espinosa na si Rolando Espinosa sa Albuera, Leyte noong 2017 din po. Isa po ito sa mga pinakamalaking kaso na gumulantang sa atin dahil isa ito sa mga doon nga po sa Project HVT. Ngayon, ang problema kasi dito na minamention din ng prosecution, although not yet in detail, ay kung paano ka-faulty yung Project HVT ng Duterte administration. Yung HVT kasi, para ma-implement yun, nagkaroon silang tinatawag na PRRD list. Ito yung drug list, drug watch list ng Pangulo kung saan nakalista po ang pangalan ng mga malalaking mga personalities na involved daw dito sa droga. Citing a witness testimony, sabi ng prosecution, essentially kapag nakasama ka sa PRRD list ay dead list na yon. And that's what happened dito sa kaso ng pagpatay dito kay Mayor Espinosa at Mayor Paruhinog. Bukod po doon, isa rin problema dito sa watch list ay ginamit din siyang political tool according to many witnesses against dito sa mga critics ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. In fact, in 2024, nagkaroon tayo ng solid proof kung gaano ka-faulty ito sa pamamagitan po ng testimony ni dating Iloilo Mayor Jed Mabilog. At ito pong si Mabilog, sinabi niya na ginipit siya ni Duterte, personal vendetta daw sa kanya, yung pagkakasama sa kanya doon sa drug watch list. At kaya siya umalis ng Pilipinas, kakabalik niya lang po a few years ago, kaya siya umalis ng Pilipinas dahil ginigipit siya para isama din yung iba pang mga government critics doon sa drug watch list, sa PRRD list, kahit wala namang ebidensya. Kasama po doon sa mga nais daw, allegedly, ni Pangulong Duterte na isama doon sa PRRD list ay si dating Senador Frank Trilon na at that time ay isa sa mga opposition senators under the term of President Rodrigo Duterte. Aside from doon sa Project HVT po, minention din siyempre yung technique po ng police kung saan si Duterte po ay in-induce sila na pumatay at sinabi ni Duterte na siya ang bahala kung sakali man na makakasuhan itong mga police. Maraming beses po, maraming admission si Duterte, hindi lang isa, pero isa sa mga highlight ng prosecution din kahapon, yung hearing ng Senate Blue Ribbon Committee noong 2024 kung saan sinasabi mismo ni Duterte na talagang siya ang bahala mag-exonerate dito sa mga pulis niya kung sakali man. Alam nyo, isang insight lang din dyan sa mga officials ngayon ng DILG, ng specific police organizations, sinasabi nila na sa findings nila doon sa mga kasong nahawakan nila in relation to war on drugs, ang naging problema talaga ay itong mga pulis ay sinunod lang yung utos nila. Isang insight din dyan, sinabi ni dating PNP Chief Nicolas Torre III noong 2025 na marami talagang polis ang napilitang sundin itong utos ni Duterte at nikonroborate yan later on ni Ombudsman Boying Rimulya kung saan itong mga polis naman daw ay tinethreaten daw talaga yung mga piskal at yung mga prosecution. Ngayon, bukod po doon sa HVT list, na-mention din po yung isang approach o yung isang aspeto po ng Memorandum Circular Number 16, 2016, yung Oplan Tokhang. Na-mention po doon na may mga evidence daw po yung prosecution na nagtuturo at nagsasabi na yung Oplan Tokhang ay anti-poor at tinarget po talaga yung mga mahihirap na community. May isang research po noong 2018 na nagpapakita po at nagsasabi na talagang na-target po or 1 in 5 victims po ng war on drugs in Metro Manila ay beneficiaries po ng 4Ps. And just to sum up lang din, na-mention lang din ang kaso po ni Kian de los Santos na pinatay ng 3 polis noong August 2017. Isa po ito sa mga pinakamalaking kaso o pinakamalaki kaso arguably na gumulantang po dito sa war on drugs ni Duterte, and that killing of Kian de los Santos ay nagkaroon po nag-cause po ng suspension temporarily dito sa war on drugs ni Duterte. Yan po ang summary ng mga sinabi at ang konteksto ng mga sinabing mga submissions na binigay ni Edward Jeremy para sa count 2 ng kaso ni former President Rodrigo Duterte. Now we have Lian Buan who filed this report as she just got out of the court earlier. And then after her, Michelle Abad, who have been covering the victim side, will also air her report.
It's raining here in The Hague and a little bit colder than yesterday, but what we saw from the first segment of the prosecution presentation was chilling. Yung usapan nga ng mga reporters kanina, mabigat, even though we're not victims, ramdam namin yung bigat na pinakita ng prosecution. What we can surmise from that presentation is we're not just talking about witnesses inside the Davao death squad. We're talking about a witness and possibly several witnesses from inside the Philippine National Police. Hindi natin alam kung police sila or meron lang silang insider view of how Oplan Tokhang worked. But we can see that bukod dun sa publicized ng witness ng Davao death squad na si Edgar Matubato and Arturo Las Cañas, the prosecution referred to witnesses. Again, we don't know if they're talking about just one witness or they're talking about several witnesses. Pero may mga witness sila kung ano yung nangyari sa Oplan Tokhang ng PNP. For example, kung naaalala niyo yung one-time big-time operations in Bulacan in 2017 where the police killed 32 in one night, the prosecution has an insider witness that says that was hunting season. It was a killing spree. Meron ding insider witness na nagsabi that yung listahan, yung PRRD list, yung narco list na pinapakita ni Pangulong Duterte lagi sa media ay it was a kill list. The trial lawyer, Edward Jeremy, again pounded on Duterte's speeches saying, if you kill, I will promote you. Ganun yung naging flow ng prosecution kanina. They start with a speech, they start with a public remark, and then they end with the evidence that kung sino man yung strineten ni President Duterte ay namamatay ng talaga. To quote one insider witness, the PRRD list is a kill list. The presentation of trial lawyer Edward Jeremy today concerned count 2 and count 3. Count 2 yung mga high-value target. At count 3 yung Oplan Tokhang, the murder and attempted murders of 45 victims. Dito talaga na spotlight yung role ni Senator Bato de la Rosa, who was then the chief of the PNP. Pinakita talaga yung PNP CMC 2016. This is the police memorandum na naging source din ng maraming local cases na na-file sa Pilipinas to seek to declare the drug war unconstitutional, but unfortunately, walang nangyari sa mga kasong yon, even though they have the same document that the ICC now have. Sabi ng insider witness, kapag nakita mo daw ang salitang neutralize dun sa police memo ni Bato, ang ibig sabihin daw nun ay pumatay. To quote the insider witness, they used the word neutralize to emphasize the kill order of President Duterte. Tapos sabi niya, yung PRRD list, this list is used by the police, and if you're on the list, you will be dead. Kaya the Office of the Prosecution really pounded on the element of intent. Dito kasi sa mode of criminal liability, if they can prove that Duterte as an alleged indirect co-perpetrator had an intent to have murders carried out, then they could charge him with that crime. At yun nga, sabi nga ni Edward Jeremy, there was clear intent on the part of President Duterte, showing clips that to be honest, we've already seen these clips before. But iba kasi yung sinasabi na sa buong mundo at sa pretrial chamber. Edward Jeremy said after a speech of the president, this is the president, the commander-in-chief, the most powerful man in the Philippines. And he's pointing at the crowd and telling them to kill someone's child. He's referring to a speech in Tondo na sinabi ni President Duterte na kapag meron kayong anak na addict, ikaw na yung pumatay. Parang ganon. Kaya yun yung Edward Jeremy also wanted to pause para sa lahat ng tao in the pretrial chamber to reflect on what that means if the commander-in-chief tells someone to kill someone's child. That's what's the first segment. We're now on a break, and we're on a 40-minute break. And once we return, we will hear more from the prosecution side. A trial lawyer, Robin Croft, will speak later. And again, just to recap that very briefly, we now know for certain that the prosecution has insider witnesses from inside the Philippine National Police on how Oplan Tokhang was carried out as a kill order, allegedly from President Duterte.
The first session of day 2 of the confirmation of charges hearing of former President Rodrigo Duterte did not only emphasize the high-value targets, which were mayors, people in high places that were on the kill list of Rodrigo Duterte, but also in count 3 in the attempted murder of 45 victims, the murder and attempted murder of 45 victims in barangay clearing operations. Here, this was the highlight of count 3, which highlighted mostly children and vulnerable members of the population, the poor particularly, because they were least likely to complain to the cops. The prosecution did present that children were indeed victims of Duterte's drug war as well, particularly in barangay clearing operations. And some of the cases that took the spotlight were Benjamin Vista and Kian de los Santos, which a lot of people might know as possibly even the face of Duterte's drug war. Both of these children, minors, had image evidence that were presented in court of their murders, that they were alive minutes before being targeted by police and uncivilized clothes policemen in their operations. They were helpless victims that were also in cases called nanlaban, where they were alleged to be fighting back against the cops, which led to their eventual killing. After these incidents, especially the one from Kian de los Santos, who was 17 years old when he was killed in 2017, the prosecution also noted a public outcry that led to the former president temporarily stopping police operations in certain cases, which led to the lessening of the killings during that time. But still, it also the prosecution also mentioned the Duterte's non-remorse following this case about how funeral homes would be losing their business, and that the police should hurry up again and resume their operations. So these were I did feel inside the public gallery that there were emotions that were high. The victims and their supporters were right in front of me. The pro-Duterte lawyers were also on my right side. And although immediately some of these things we have already heard from before, but as we were exiting the public gallery, we did spot some of the victims that start to shed tears, although we weren't able to reach them anymore by the time that they reached outside, probably because they needed to take a little bit of a break, which would be understandably so. Also, outside here, the pro-Duterte contingent is also in their same spot as yesterday, having some snacks, and I did ask them if they were able to follow the hearing so far, and they said that they weren't able to, although they weren't necessarily able to provide an answer as to why they weren't following, but they said that they couldn't also give a definitive answer whether they would follow the proceedings for today. Although notes, today the spotlight of the hearing is going to be the voices of the prosecution and the common legal representatives of the victims. And so we have yet to see if they will also send some reactions, but as of now, we did see some emotion, especially from the victims of the drug war, as after we come out of this first session. So these are updates for now.
Napanood niyo po ang mga reports ng aming Rappler reporters and correspondents na si Lian Buan at Michelle Abad from The Hague, live from The Hague. Sinamarize po nila ang mga insights ng mga victims, sinamarize nila ano bang mga konteksto nung sinabi dito sa first part ng presentation ng prosecution or ng trial lawyers. Today, February 24 po, ay nagpapatuloy po ang presentation or submissions po ng merits or pagpapakita po, pagpapahapyaw ng mga ebidensya ng prosecution at mamaya po yung mga biktima naman o pamilya ng biktima. Natapos na po ang unang oras or unang first 1 hour of today's hearing. Magkaroon po ng 60 minutes at nagkaroon po ng pagkakataon na for 60 minutes magpresenta po itong prosecution. Ngayon currently we're on a break, 30-minute break. Nasa 30-minute break ang ICC. Then after that, magkakaroon po after the break, may 30 minutes po ulit na presentation ang prosecution. And then after the prosecution, magkakaroon doon na po magsisimula ang presentation naman ng mga biktima. Kanina nag-statement po ang National Union of People's Lawyers at sinabi nila na ready na ang victims' lawyers para sa kanilang presentation at sa pagpapakita nila ng mga ebidensyang hawak nila. Kahapon nagkaroon tayo ng peek kung ano o paano ang sentro ng magiging discussion dito sa mga victims, families of the victims sa pamamagitan po ng statement ni Attorney Joel Butuyan. So mamaya, again, pagbabalik po natin, mapapanood po natin, matututukan natin ang presentation ng prosecution, last 30 minutes na presentation ng prosecution, then magsisimula na po ang sa victims. For the meantime, let's look back at the Rapplers or at Rappler's coverage of the drug war during the administration. Please watch this documentary produced by former Rappler investigative reporter Patricia Evangelista, who authored the Some People Need Killing book.
I would stop drugs and criminality in 3 to 6 months. But just give me a little extension, maybe of another 6 months.
Kaninang maghating gabi ay nagkaroon ng investigation sa Santa Maria, Barangai 17.
So you're sending in undercover operatives?
Yes, we have
How many?
we have a three.
Three. And it's so hard.
When people experience these things, there's this culture na nabubuo, it's a culture of fear. Anytime the police can or might get them or apprehend them at may operate, of course, yung kakaroon sila ng tao.
Bakit pinusasan ka? Ano bang meron? Ano bang ginagawa ng mga pulis? Anong operation? Ano pangalan mo?
Abogado, huwag ako nang salita.
I think it's also the same sa mga tao na who surrendered because when they surrendered, they were expecting siguro na they'll be safe.
I-approach pa lang. Hindi nanisip, nakaramdam naman. Legit, bumunot ng balik ko. Balik-balik lang, tumitira. Bumubuno lang ng panahon sa kulungan. Manguhold up. Sila pa rin yung tumitira dito. Sir, may trabaho ako. Hindi ako ganun, sir.
Operation, pronto ka.
Uy, kaya! Ay, ito kayo! Mga magkakaroon yung tamagan dito, may mga nag-surrender po tayong numbering 57. Umamin po sila nung nakita nilang may mga pulis na maaligid sa kanilang area, nasusunod silang voluntaryo.
Nasa loob kami ng bahay ng kaibigan ko, tapos pinalabas kami para verification daw. Sino lang makikita na isasama nila.
Pangit naman mo yun, sabi kasi verification. Tapos yung i-build up ang form, may nakasat na sumunod. After naman po sa amin yun, hindi naman po kami magamit.
Sabi ko nung sir, sabi ko, ano ko po na lang daw po kami ng picture. Tapos verification lang daw po, wala naman po nakuha sa akin. Hindi naman po amin.
They're not really users, pero they declared nag-surrender. And of course, the stigma attached to a person na surrender yan. So hindi naman siya drug-addict nag-surrender, di ba? Yung now, meron ka nang nakalagay na nasa watch list na or surrender release. Eh, hindi naman ito na nag-use. And for people in the community who were able to see these events like in operations, it's possible that they can also experience trauma, especially if may mga nanlaban or imagine in front of you may namatay. It's really traumatic.
Titingnan daw nila kikilalanin. Yun.
Violence begets violence. My fear is that baka one day people will do revenge against the police.
Ang sinasabi ng asawa ko, yung libing ng apo ko, sa video ko na lang daw po titignan, kaya sa Facebook, gano'n. Natatakot po sila. Pero kung sa akin, gusto ko sana pumunta doon. Pinag-isipan ko yun, tama na hindi ako pumunta doon dahil binigyan ko ng respeto ang kuwan ng apo ko dahil baka mamaya makita nila ako, wala nang lalapit doon na makipaglamay dahil ang iniisip nila baka balikan ako, ganun. So, kahit na masakit sa loob ko na hindi ko makita, hindi ko man lang maano yung apo ko, basta binigyan ko siya ng katahimikan na at sinabi ko po naman sa kanyang magulang na ibulong mo sa kanya na ako po ay hindi ko kagustuhan ang nangyari sa kanya. Ang hiniling ko lagi sa kanya, magpakita siya, makita ko lang, maligaya na ako.
Ano po ang plano nyo ngayon?
Papasa Diyos ko na lang po. Mas maganda na yun. Dahil Diyos nang bahala sa kanila. Kung gusto nila akong patayin, patayin nila ako. Kung kaya nila akong patayin, yun na. Diyos na lang ang kalaban nila mamaya. Sana po, mabigyan ng katarungan ang pagkamatay ng aking apo. Kasi, mahal na mahal kong bata na yan.
Natutulog ako sa bahay. Ginising lang po nila ako na patay doon na yung anak ko. Binaril daw. Paano nakita ko pero hindi na ako lumapit. Kasi naninikip na rin dibdib. Hindi ko na rin kaya mag-ano. Inano ko na lang yung sarili ko kasi baka ako una mamatay.
Living niyo yan! Ayan na!
Talaga po yung babae.
Hindi ka mahal sa dibdib ko. Siyempre, sa akin lumabas yan. Anak ko yan eh. Hindi ko makalimutan sa isipan ko ba't nila nagawa to. Minsan yung time ako na parang nabablanko ko, hinahanap ko siya. Nahanap ko. Natawag ko siya, Jay. Talagang mamas boy, talagang mamas boy talaga. Kaya yung mga kapatid niya, si Selos yan. Ngunit ko ihiw ko raw siya.
Marami na pong mga ganitong insidente. At may mga nagsasabi na basta nagtutulak o basta gumagamit, okay lang puro patayin.
Mali. Meron tayong batas. Kasi nasa kanya yung batas. Pero mali. Mali. Mali ang patay ng isang tao. May buhay tayo eh. May pangarap pa tayo sa buhay eh. Baga, alam naman natin kung saan tayo dapat lumagay eh. Kung may pagbabago, magbabago. Tao. Kung dapat ikulong, ikulong na lang. Bahala ng Panginoon. Kung ano man ang ginawa nila, bahala ng Panginoon. Papasa Diyos na lang namin.
Pumunta yung dinirahan niya dito, si Akila. Pumunta sa akin doon. Nga nanay, pumunta ka doon ka may emergency. Ko bakit? Binaril ata si Biron.
Wala pa nakakita sa gumawa?
Mayroon, pero mahirap magturo. Aminado ako nga mahirap magturo.
Bakit po mahirap magturo?
Ay, natatakot. Baka sila na po ng patayan. Ganyan talaga dito.
May narinig na po ba kayong ganitong nangyari dati?
Oo. Siyempre, tondo ko ni tondo. Nagdagdags talaga yan. Hindi ko itatanggi yan. Kaya siyempre, pahinanti siya. Di maiwasan yung gano'n. Pero palagay ko, wala na siyang kuwan kasi ang kita niya, tamang-tama, kulang pa gani sa kain niya, tag 2 piso. Then, nakita ko rin sa mukha niya nga parang nagbago. Hindi kami taga rito, uuwi kami sa Cebu, nagplano kami, January, uuwi kami. Nag-iipon-ipon kami ng pera. Kunti lang, kay minsan nagagastos-gastos din. Tatawagan ko pa yung nanay kung anong desisyon niya, mupunta ba siya dito o kuan, kay kung ano gani, kung di siya makapunta dito, bala ko na lang, ipalibing ko na lang siya dito, kay gastos naman, wala naman akong panggastos pag-uwi.
Nay, nung nalaman po nila na mga ganitong nangyayari, hindi ba kayo natakot para kay Jerome? Dahil alam niyo dating gumamit siguro.
Walang problema. Kung sila man ang gumawa sa apo ko, okay lang. Kay di man natin mapigilan, di ba? Pero isasabi ko lang nga, yung apo ko hindi na yun nag-ano ng buwan siguro mga droga-droga. Pumunta sa akin doon. Na nanay, pumunta ka doon ka may emergency. Ko bakit? Binaril ata si Jerome.
Kapag akyat mamaya-maya, naliligo ako. Sabi ng kapitbahay namin, Celia, yung anak mo patay na ano?
Malayo pa lang ako. Paa pa lang ng asawa ko nakikita ko. Alam ko na.
Sa anak po, mabigyan ng katarungan ang pagkamatay ng aking apo.
Bahala ng Panginoon. Kung ano man ang ginawa nila, bahala ng Panginoon, papasa Diyos na lang namin.
What you just watched were features produced by the Rappler team at the height of the Duterte administration's drug war in 2016 up to 2022. Some of those features were produced by Patricia Evangelista and Alex Ongcal. Up until this point, we're still waiting for the resumption of the ICC pre-trial hearing. We're looking forward to hearing the continuation of the submissions of the evidence of the prosecution. For the meantime, we will have a short break.
Give the floor to the prosecutor. Please proceed please continue with your presentation.
President, Your Honours. My name is Robin Croft and I will address two topics today. First, I will present on the contextual elements of crimes against humanity. And second, I will set out some of the prosecution's evidence on Mr. Duterte's individual criminal responsibility for the crimes alleged in this case. Turning first then to the contextual elements. Your Honours, the contextual elements of crimes against humanity are established in this case because, first, there was an attack against the civilian population in the Philippines. The attack targeted civilians alleged to be involved in drug-related crimes and other forms of criminality. The Rome Statute crimes alleged in this case formed part of that attack. Second, the attack was widespread and systematic. And third, the attack was carried out pursuant to, or in furtherance of, a state or organisational policy. This policy was to neutralise alleged criminals in the Philippines through violent crimes, including murder. The evidence establishing the contextual elements are set out in paragraphs 71 to 86 of our pre-confirmation brief. In relation to the requirement of an attack, our case is that from at least the 1st of November 2011 to the 16th of March 2019, the Davao Death Squad, or DDS, and/or the National Network carried out an attack which targeted civilians alleged to be criminals. Your Honours have heard from my colleagues how from 2011 until 2016, the attack was concentrated in Davao City. Then, in 2016, when Mr. Duterte became president, he and his co-perpetrators expanded the attack nationwide. They used the national network to do this, which, as Mr. Jeremy has explained, was comprised of state actors, such as law enforcement personnel, as well as non-police assets and hitmen. Your Honours, the locations of the murders contained in counts 1 to 3 of our document containing the charges are indicated on the map on your screens. They include 76 murders, which themselves satisfy the threshold of multiple acts making up a course of conduct. However, as Mr. Nichols has noted, the crimes in count 1 to 3 are representative and emblematic of a larger killing campaign. And the prosecution relies on a range of evidence to establish that the attack was made up of thousands of killings and other violent crimes under Article 7.1. This evidence includes datasets and the statements of documentation actors, the evidence of insider witnesses, expert analysis, and the admissions of Philippine state agencies in their public reporting. I will take Your Honours through some of this evidence now. During Mr. Duterte's mayoral period, hundreds of civilians alleged to be criminals were killed in Davao City. On your screens is a chart with data on extrajudicial killings in Davao based on public reporting. The data is recorded at tab 116. It shows that between 2012 and 2015, there are at least 274 extrajudicial killings in Davao City. This data is corroborated by DDS insider witnesses. Several DDS witnesses say that they each killed hundreds of alleged criminals while with the DDS. Your Honours can see on this slide quotes from one DDS witness. They estimate that, I quote, between 1,500 and 2,000 people, end quote, are buried at Laud Quarry. The quarry was only one of several places that the DDS dumped bodies in and around Davao. That's at tab 37. This witness said that they personally killed hundreds of people. They described their job as the DDS as being, quote, just to kill small criminals, petty criminals. Out of the almost 300 people that I have killed, I never actually got to kill a drug lord, end quote. That's at tab 34. This witness's words make it clear that the target of the attack was people alleged to be criminals in Davao. Your Honours, another DDS witness who also killed hundreds of people said that the DDS targeted, I quote, suspected criminals in Davao City, including shabu users and pushers, end quote. That's at tab 58. Your Honours, as you have heard previously, Mr Duterte has himself publicly admitted that he killed around 1,700 people while he was mayor of Davao City. I quote, they say I killed 700, they undercounted, around 1,700, end quote. That's at tabs 10, 10.1, 10.2. This evidence, the data collected by independent organisations, the statements of insiders on the hundreds of people that they have each killed, and Mr Duterte's own admission of having killed 1,700 people while mayor of Davao, all show that the attack was widespread in the mayoral period. And the attack continued to be widespread after Mr Duterte became president, when it expanded across the country. The victimisation expanded, with the hundreds killed during the mayoral period becoming thousands in the presidential period. Your Honours can see a map of the Philippines on the slide. The colours which will emerge show the locations and density of the killings in the anti-illegal drug campaign. Purple dots indicate an area with 1 to 10 killings, while yellow indicates 500 killings. This is how the killings progressed throughout the presidential period. Your Honours, this map is based on data collected by an independent organisation which recorded at least 5,823 anti-drug killings during the presidential period. This data is recorded at tab 104. The data shows that the attack during the presidential period was widespread. As Your Honours can see from the map, it occurred across the country. It occurred over multiple years, and thousands of civilians were killed. Mr Duterte's administration effectively admitted to the large volume of the attack. They admitted that thousands of individuals were killed in anti-drug operations while Mr Duterte was president. For example, in the Duterte administration's 2017 year-end report, which you can see on your screens, the administration admitted that 3,967 drug personalities died in anti-drug operations in the first year and a half of Mr Duterte's presidency. That's at tab 106. Similarly, the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, or PDEA, admitted that 5,281 drug personalities died in anti-drug operations in the first 2.5 years of Mr Duterte's presidency. This is at tab 98. These admissions corroborate the widespread nature of the attack. They show that thousands of individuals were killed. Your Honours, in addition to being widespread, the attack was also systematic from its origins and throughout the charge period. The features of DDS operations demonstrate this systematicity during the mayoral period. And these features can be found in our brief at paragraphs 35 to 36 and 88 to 98. Insider witnesses described how time and time again killing operations followed the system set out on the screen. The same hierarchical structure was followed. As Mr Nichols explained, the orders flowed from Mr Duterte at the top, through a combination of other co-perpetrators, to the handler of the relevant DDS team, and finally to the physical perpetrators at the bottom. the DDS teams composed of police and non-police assets and hitmen who carried out the killings. The features of the killings were also often markedly similar. The identity or whereabouts of the victim was provided to the DDS by an informant. The perpetrators would frequently arrive to or flee the crime scene by motorcycle. They shot or stabbed their victims at close range. The victims were targeted on the basis that they were alleged to be drug users, pushers, or other criminals. And the DDS received a sum of reward money for each kill. When the attack expanded during the presidential period, it continued to be systematic because it remained highly organised, planned, and coordinated. Similar systems to the one I've just described in Davao were deployed during Mr. Duterte's presidency to implement the killings. Your Honours can see some of those features listed on your screens. As in Davao, victims were targeted on the basis that they were alleged to be drug users, pushers, or other criminals. The process for killing the targets was often markedly similar. First, the victims were identified by state actors as targets and listed. As Mr. Jeremy has outlined, high-value targets were often listed on the PRRD list. The targets of barangay clearance operations were often listed on local drug lists, such as local police station lists. Second, targets were killed in the context of so-called law enforcement operations. Police often tried to legitimise the operations, so they would stage a nan-laban or fight-back scenario to make them to appear to have been in self-defence. They would also plant evidence, such as drugs and guns, on the victims' bodies. And third, as in Davao, police and those working with them were often paid reward money per kill. Your Honours, these killings were not random or coincidental. Quite the opposite. Targets were pre-identified, listed, and then subject to operations based on that list. This clearly demonstrates the systematicity of the attack. Your Honours, the last point I would like to make about the attack relates to the evidence of an expert witness who specialises in political violence in the Philippines. This expert analysed data relating to armed encounters between the PNP and supposedly armed suspects. He compared data from before Mr. Duterte's presidency to during. And based on this comparison, he found that in the first 25 months of Mr. Duterte's presidency, the number of suspects killed by police increased by 590% across the Philippines. And that finding is at tab 68. Your Honours have heard Mr. Jeremy speak about Bulacan, a province immediately north of Metro Manila, where Mr. Duterte praised the killing of 32 civilians in police operations in 24 hours. The expert witness found that in Bulacan, police killings rose by 1,600% when Mr. Duterte became president, and that's at tab 121. The expert also compared data on Bulacan Police's use of deadly force to other countries and cities across the world. He used the metric of police killings per 100,000 population. The chart on your screens shows this comparison, which is at tab 121 again. The data on Bulacan is orange, while other countries and cities are blue. The orange bar on the left shows police use of deadly force in Bulacan before Mr. Duterte became president. You can see that with a fatality rate of over 1, it was already comparatively high. The orange bar on the right shows the dramatic increase in killings in Bulacan by police after Mr. Duterte became president. The expert concluded that, quote, The only plausible explanation for such an extreme ratio is a widespread policy of extrajudicial executions. End quote. That's also tab 121. Your Honours, this leads us to the policy requirement for crimes against humanity in Article 7. Your Honours, the attack in this case was carried out pursuant to a policy to neutralise alleged criminals through violent crimes, including murder. The policy was also known as the Davao Formula or Model. Your Honours have heard about the origins of the policy in Davao City and how it was implemented by the local executive government. Mr Nichols explained how Mr Duterte, when Mayor of Davao City, established the Davao Death Squad to carry out the policy and kill criminals. The evidence establishing the state or organisational policy in this case is set out at paragraphs 77 to 84 of our brief. As the policy and the common plan were both to neutralise alleged criminals via violent crimes, there is some overlap between the evidence on each. I will set out some of that evidence now while discussing the policy, and then some later while discussing the common plan. The evidence includes Mr Duterte's many public statements and speeches outlining the policy. It also includes the Command Memorandum Circular, which Mr Jeremy mentioned earlier, witness accounts, speeches and statements by other co-perpetrators, the high level of coordination between state actors. Sorry, Your Honours. I will start with Mr Duterte's own speeches. Your Honours, Mr Duterte made no secret of the policy, as is shown by the references in our brief to his many speeches outlining the policy. He made these speeches as Mayor of Davao, as a presidential candidate, and then as President of the Philippines. One example of a speech that Mr Duterte made as Mayor was at a meeting on peace and order in Davao in October 2015. That is tab 13.
Hours yung mga nagdi-distribute ng droga sa Boulevard. Giving you 48 hours. Pag nakita ako kayo, papatayin ko kayo dito.
These are Mr Duterte's own words. I quote, "I will kill you. That's the only formula that worked in my city." End quote. That is tab 133.
Prangka-prangkahan talaga. I will kill you. Kayong na mayor ako ngayon, presidente, yun din ang, that's the only formula that worked in my city.
Your Honours will recall that yesterday, Mr Nichols played a series of Mr Duterte's presidential campaign speeches. I want to take a moment to reflect on some of the key features of those speeches, which are at tabs 8, 12 and 14. First, Mr Duterte frequently said that if elected as president, he would stop drugs and crime in the Philippines in 3 to 6 months. He frequently referenced his experience in Davao, where he admitted that he had killed criminals. He said that if elected, he would order the military and police to do the same nationwide. And he expressly stated that this would entail killing. Your Honours, Mr Duterte's speeches make it clear that there was a policy to neutralise alleged criminals by violent means, including murder. And Mr Duterte was not the only member of the Common Plan who disseminated the policy through public speeches and statements. In this video at tab 9, co-perpetrator Mr De La Rosa addresses a crowd of self-confessed drug addicts in Bacolod City and urges them to kill drug lords and burn their houses.
But on Thursday, National Police Chief Ronald De La Rosa's rhetorics were far from toned down, as he told hundreds of self-confessed drug users and pushers in Bacolod City to kill drug lords.
Buhusan niyo ng gasolina. Yung bahay, sindihan niyo.
Mr De La Rosa made this speech on the 25th of August 2016. At the time, he was the chief of the Philippine National Police. Your Honours, the existence of the policy is also shown by the police directive which Mr Jeremy spoke about earlier, Command Memorandum Circular number 16 of 2016. This is at tab 112. As Your Honours have heard, the day after Mr Duterte became president, he appointed his longtime friend and colleague from Davao, his co-perpetrator, Mr Ronald De La Rosa, as chief of the Philippine National Police. On the same day, Mr De La Rosa formalised the anti-drugs component of the policy by issuing this directive to the 180,000 police officers under his command. The circular directed police to pursue the neutralisation of illegal drug personalities. As Mr Jeremy has outlined, the evidence shows that within law enforcement, neutralise meant and was understood as meaning to kill. Your Honours, the Command Memorandum Circular shows there was a policy to neutralise through violent crimes such as murder. I will now turn to part 2 of my presentation on Mr Duterte's individual criminal responsibility. The prosecution's evidence on this is set out at paragraphs 5 to 70 of our brief. The prosecution alleges that Mr Duterte indirectly co-perpetrated the crimes, ordered and/or induced the crimes, and/or aided and abetted the crimes. Today, in the interest of time, I will focus on indirect co-perpetration, and we rely on our brief for the other modes of liability. Your Honours, Mr Duterte is an indirect co-perpetrator of the alleged crimes because, first, he agreed to a common plan to neutralise alleged criminals. Second, he and his fellow co-perpetrators jointly controlled a structure of power, namely the Davao Death Squad and the National Network, which they used to pursue the common plan. Third, Mr Duterte made an essential contribution to the crimes within the framework of the common plan. And fourth, he did this with the requisite intent. Your Honours can see on your screens an excerpt from paragraph 4 of our document containing the charges. This sets out the scope of the common plan. The plan was to neutralise alleged criminals in the Philippines, including those perceived or alleged to be associated with drug use, sale or production through violent crimes, including murder. As Mr Nichols has explained, Mr Duterte and his co-perpetrators agreed to this plan in Davao City. Photos of the co-perpetrators in Davao City are displayed on your screens. They're a combination of trusted police officers, an individual from Mr Duterte's mayoral office, an officer from the National Bureau of Investigation in Davao Region, and a lawyer who acted on behalf of certain members of the Davao Death Squad. In 2016, when Mr. Duterte became president, the members of the Common Plan remained largely the same. They were joined by a further two individuals, a senior police officer and a long-time colleague of the group from Davao City, who had worked with the DDS before the jurisdictional period. I will take your honours through some of the evidence which shows both the scope of the Common Plan and the co-perpetrators' agreement to it. In the interest of time, I will address some co-perpetrators and we rely on our brief for the rest. That's at paragraphs 9 to 23 of our brief. On your screens is a photograph of Mr. Ronald De La Rosa. When Mr. De La Rosa was Davao City Police Chief, he developed Tokhang operations. As your honours have heard from Mr. Jeremy, Tokhang was a blueprint for police to implement killings later in the presidential period. When he was announced as Mr. Duterte's chosen PMP chief in May 2016, Mr. De La Rosa gave this interview, which is at tab 101. It shows that he wholeheartedly agreed to the Common Plan.
Na patayan sa drugs. Patayan talaga ito sa drugs. Kaya kayong mga drug lord dyan, humanda na kayo at talagang sasagasaan ko kayo.
On this slide is a photo of Isidro Lapena. Like Mr. De La Rosa, Mr. Lapena was well known to Mr. Duterte because he too had worked as Davao City Police Chief. In his case, from 1996 until 1998. In 2016, Mr. Duterte appointed Mr. Lapena as Director General of the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, or PDEA. PDEA is the lead anti-drug enforcement agency in the Philippines. 2 days after Mr. Lapena took his oath, he gave a speech to his PDEA subordinates. There is an excerpt from that speech on the slide. Quote, "Under then Mayor, we implemented strict law enforcement against illegal drug activities in Davao City. The President wants to replicate and expand what is being done in Davao. And that is precisely what I intend to do." End quote. That's tab 101. Also like Mr. De La Rosa, Vicente Danao was Davao City Police Chief during the mayoral period, in his case from 2013 to 2016. In November 2018, he was appointed Police Chief of Manila Police District, and he told reporters, quote, "If I discover anyone involved in drugs, especially those who distribute or just throw them around, son of a bitch, I will go after you, goddamn. I will kill you. Blatantly, I am saying that. Sons of bitches." End quote. That's tab 96. When Mr. Duterte became president, he appointed Vitaliano Aguirre II as Secretary of Justice. Mr. Aguirre has also publicly acknowledged the Common Plan and his agreement to it as a member of Mr. Duterte's administration.
Well, which do you want? We build first. We build the prison facilities first, or do we go against these people? Choose. If you're in the Philippines, we will choose to kill these drug lords.
Quote, "In the Philippines, we will choose to kill these drug lords." End quote. That's tab 125. Your Honours, these speeches of co-perpetrators show both the scope of the Common Plan and those co-perpetrators' agreement to it. Your Honours, the next element of indirect co-perpetration is control of a structure of power. In the mayoral period, Mr. Duterte and his co-perpetrators controlled the DDS, which they used to pursue the Common Plan. There is a diagram of the DDS hierarchy on your screens. As the Mayor of Davao City, Mr. Duterte sat at the apex of the formal and city structures. The law gave him formal operational, supervision and control over the police in Davao City. In addition to this de jure power, insider witnesses spoke about his de facto power over police and the DDS structure. Under Mr. Duterte were a combination of co-perpetrators from the Davao City Police Office and the Mayor's Office. Together with Mr. Duterte, they controlled the DDS teams beneath them. They controlled the will of the DDS perpetrators through a range of mechanisms. And these are set out in paragraph 38 of our brief and include threats to kill and actual killing. To illustrate this control, there are quotes from one witness on your screen. This witness said that when he was first told to kill, he did not want to. But, I quote, "I felt like I didn't have any other choice but to follow their orders. Duterte is the most powerful person in Davao City, and you had to do what he wanted. It wasn't possible not to not obey his command." End quote. This is tab 51. When Mr. Duterte became president, the co-perpetrators continued to control a structure of power. One of the first things that Mr. Duterte did with his new presidential powers was to appoint his co-perpetrators from Davao to national positions in government and law enforcement, which were key to the common plan. And after he appointed Mr. De La Rosa as chief of the PMP, Mr. De La Rosa used his new powers to move other police co-perpetrators into key policing roles. These new appointments expanded the geographic powers of the co-perpetrators and allowed them to create a larger network of individuals they controlled. Your Honours can see that structure of power on the chart on your screens. The co-perpetrators controlled the executive, they controlled the police, they controlled the Drug Enforcement Agency, the National Bureau of Investigation, and the Department of Justice. And they used this control to ensure that their subordinates carried out the plan to neutralise alleged criminals through violent crimes. For example, as PMP chief, Mr. De La Rosa now controlled some 180,000 police officers, who, as you have heard, he directed to neutralise drug personalities. Mr. La Peña now controlled 1,800 Philippine drug enforcement personnel. They used these subordinates as physical perpetrators to commit the crimes. Mr. Aguirre, as Secretary of Justice, now had control of the National Prosecution Service. He used this control to ensure that, except for a handful of low-level perpetrators in notorious cases, the crimes were not prosecuted, and a climate of impunity prevailed. And the co-perpetrators controlled the will of the physical perpetrators. As in Davao City, low-level members of the national network risked losing their jobs or being killed if they did not comply. For example, Your Honours can see the evidence of a police insider on your screens. He said that if his boss did not kill enough people during police operations, he would lose his post and be replaced. I quote, "We were told that there should be 5 to 10 deaths per month. The regional director called him and told him that if there were no deaths or no recorded killings, then he would be relieved of his duty." End quote. That's tab 124. Now on your screens is the evidence of an individual who police suspected of involvement in drugs. He surrendered to police to avoid being killed. The police held his status as an alleged drug pusher against him and recruited him as an asset. They made him kill other civilians who are alleged to be involved with drugs. He said, quote, "I surrendered myself to them. I knew that they wanted to kill me, so I became an asset of theirs," end quote. That's at tab 22. Your Honours, I will now turn to the requirement of an essential contribution. Mr Duterte made an essential contribution to the crimes within the framework of the Common Plan. And the prosecution has set out 10 of Mr Duterte's contributions in our brief at paragraphs 44 to 58. Many of these have been discussed in the prosecution's presentations. For example, Mr Nichols spoke about how Mr Duterte designed and disseminated the policy in this case, which is point A on the slide. He also spoke about point B, how Mr Duterte established and oversaw the DDS. I have just addressed point E, on the appointment of key personnel to positions which were crucial to the execution of the crimes. Mr Jeremy has spoken about point J, how Mr Duterte publicly named so-called high-value targets who were then killed. And all members of the prosecution have touched upon point H, Mr Duterte's public statements authorising, condoning and encouraging killing. Your Honours, without Mr Duterte's essential contribution, the crimes in this case would not have been committed, or they would have been committed in a significantly different way. We can see this in the evidence of low-level members of the Davao Death Squad and the National Network, who said that Mr Duterte's conduct had a causal effect on their perpetration of the crimes. You can see on the screens, one low-level perpetrator during the mayoral period said, I quote, "I was confident to continue killing people because anyway, we wouldn't be arrested for that," end quote. That's tab 38. A low-level police perpetrator during the presidential period was asked about the impact Mr Duterte's public speeches had on his team, including when deciding to kill someone. He responded, quote, "It did have an effect on me because it's like I was saying to myself, well, even the president, he himself is ready to do something like this, and who am I?" End quote. That's tab 142. A senior police officer during the presidential period was asked why his police unit started killing in July 2016. He responded, I quote, "Because of the directive of the president," end quote. That's tab 120. Your Honours, from everything you have heard over the past 2 days, there can be no doubt about Mr Duterte's knowledge and intent. Mr Duterte meant to engage in the conduct that has been charged in this case. He intended that the crimes would be committed, and he was aware that they would be committed as a result of implementing the Common Plan. Mr Duterte knew about the fundamental features of the Davao Death Squad and the National Network that enabled the co-perpetrators to control the physical perpetrators. And he was aware of the factual circumstances that enabled the co-perpetrators to control the crimes. Mr Duterte knew because he himself established the DDS to kill people. He repeatedly broadcast his intention to implement the Common Plan nationally if elected president. He made it clear that this would involve killing. Once he was president, he moved his trusted co-perpetrators from Davao into key national positions. And as the number of killings rose, Mr Duterte persisted with the Common Plan. He praised the 32 killings in a one-time big-time operation in Bulacan. He publicly named so-called high-value targets. He promised to protect police. And as Your Honours have heard, Mr Duterte has admitted to many of these things. Your Honours, I will conclude my presentation by recalling two items. The first is Mr Duterte's presidential campaign promise that he would stop drugs and crime in the Philippines within 3 to 6 months. And the second is the spread of killings during the first 6 months of Mr Duterte's presidency.
I promise you, hindi naman believe yung ibang tao. Sabi ko, I would stop drugs and crime, criminality in 3 to 6 months.
That concludes the prosecution's submissions on the merits. Thank you, Your Honours.
Josh Motach. Thank you very much. Am I to understand that you have finished with the presentations on the merits?
Good afternoon, Madam President, Your Honors. Yes, that is correct.
You know that you still have some time, right?
Yes, but we've hopefully been efficient, and we have finished now. Thank you.
Now, I'll give the floor to the legal representatives of the victims for their submissions on the merits. You have the floor. Thank you, Madam President. Our presentation shall be in 2 parts. I will start with my presentation, and my colleague Andres will conclude later on. And just to be sure, I have 30 minutes. Is that correct? Answer correct. Thank you.
Madam President, Your Honours, we speak today on behalf of thousands of victims and surviving families who suffer immeasurable harm under the so-called anti-drug campaign conducted during the administration of a suspect, former President Rodrigo Duterte. We speak for families who cannot be here, mothers who buried their sons, children who lost their parents, the spouses who now raise families alone, and communities that have lived for years under fear and silence, and that continue to bear the consequences of violence that swept through their neighborhoods like a storm. These victims appear today before you not as mere statistics or distant figures or images in report as pictured yesterday by the defense, but as human beings whose rights under the Rome Statute have been violated in the most profound ways. These proceedings relate to what has been labeled the Duterte's war on drugs and Duterte's bloody war on drugs. However, the campaign, as I will refer to it during my presentation, was less about combating the drug trade itself and more about policing poverty and social inequality. As the evidence on the record unequivocally shows, individuals targeted by Mr. Duterte anti-drug operations overwhelmingly came from impoverished communities where social mobility is limited and opportunities are scarce. Drug use, particularly methamphetamine, locally known as shabu, is often more prevalent in such low-income settings where people may turn to substances as a coping mechanism for their harsh living conditions. In these communities, structural conditions, including the absence of adequate mental health services, limited access to quality education, scarce employment opportunities, and the chronic stress associated with poverty, create an environment in which substance use is more likely to emerge. Therefore, patterns of drug use do not arise in a vacuum. They reflect deeper systemic inequalities and long-standing patterns of socio-economic marginalization. The campaign disproportionately affected the poor and marginalized, especially in urban informal settlements marked by high levels of poverty. While the rhetoric of war focused on eradicating drug dealers and users, it was the most vulnerable members of society, those with the least power and resources, were caught in the crossfire. A significant number of the ones killed had little or no criminal history and were often accused of minor drug-related conduct or perceived drug use by the authorities. These were people living in poverty, were treated as expendable by a system that failed to prioritize their protection and to address the structural conditions underlying their struggles. Rather than addressing the root causes of drug addiction, such as poverty, lack of education, unemployment, and inequality, the Duterte administration framed the issue as a criminal one, focusing on punitive enforcement over social responses. Mr. Duterte's response was a selective, violent crackdown of the most vulnerable, recasting conditions of marginalizations as grounds for criminal targeting, rather as manifestations of social injustice. Framed on its face as a campaign against illegal drugs, it in reality reflected broader social political dynamics, including the targeting of marginalized communities, the use of state violence, and the deflection of attention from deeper structural problems. Mr. Duterte is charged under Article 7(1)(a) of the Rome Statute with the crimes against humanity of murder and attempted murder allegedly committed between 1st November 2011 and 16 March 2019 in or around Davao City during the period in which he was mayor of the town, and across the Republic of the Philippines during his term as president of the country. The prosecution presented ample evidence showing that each of the contextual elements of crimes against humanity is satisfied at the required threshold for confirming the charges. During the period covered by the charges, the Davao Death Squad and the national network created by Mr. Duterte to commit the crimes carried out an attack against the civilian population within the meaning of Article 7(2)(a) of the statute, as reflected in a course of conduct involving the commission of multiple murders and attempted murders. The victims' accounts of events corroborate the prosecution evidence and show that the crimes they suffered were not spontaneous or isolated acts of violence, but rather a planned, directed, and organized attack against them. The attack was massive, carried out collectively with considerable seriousness, and directed against a multiplicity of civilians. The victims were all civilians. The repeated lethal operations were conducted in residential and other civilian settings. As already indicated, the victims largely came from marginalized communities, were suspected by the authorities' involvement in criminal, often drug-related activities, and together with their families, they were targeted in their homes and neighborhoods. The attack was widespread and systematic, and we refer, Your Honor, to Annex D and E of the prosecution pre-trial brief. The attack was widespread because of its large-scale nature and the number of victims. In this regard, the number of victims affected by the events within the charges is one of the most relevant factors to be taken into consideration for the purpose of determining under the chapeau of Article 7.1 of the statute whether the attack was widespread or systematic. The broad geographical spread of the victimization combined with a significant number of victims confirm the wide scope of the attack. As the prosecution has made clear yesterday and today, the instances of murders and attempted murders in the document containing the charges and in the pre-trial brief are simply illustrative of a much broader pattern of victimization. In fact, the actual scale of victimization extends well beyond the 49 incidents affecting 78 victims presented by the prosecution. The prosecution itself referred to thousands of civilians murdered. And we recall here the content of paragraph 73 of the prosecution pre-trial brief, as well as the remarks by Ms. Croft just 15-20 minutes ago. As reported by Human Rights Watch in a report published in 2022, since 2016, the Philippine police have admitted its involvement in the death of more than 6,200 people in drug raids across the country. In a 2020 report, the United Nations Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights reported 8,663 deaths occurred in the drug war. The Human Rights Commission of the Philippines and domestic human rights group report death tolls that are 2 to 3 times higher than the UN figure. The attack was also systematic, well-planned and well executed, following a standard modus operandi. In many cases, it began with an individual receiving a visit or a phone call from an official from the local barangay, informing them that they were on a drug watch list drawn up by barangay officials and the police. In practice, these visits function less as warnings than as a means of confirming the identity and whereabouts of the intended target. As one victim reported, I quote, "A barangay official told my husband to surrender to the police because he was on the watch list as a drug user. He had given up drug use months earlier, so did not go. 2 weeks later, 3 armed masked men wearing bulletproof vests arrived at our home in Manila and handcuffed him. I could hear my husband begging for his life from outside the room. We were crying, and the other armed men threatened to kill us as well. Moments later, my husband was shot dead." End of quote. Survivors, relatives, and neighbors consistently recount that armed men typically work in groups of 2, 4, or a dozen. They wore either police uniform or civilian clothes, often all black, with their face concealed by balaclava-style headgear, masks, baseball caps, or helmets. They carried handguns. As one victim explained, and I quote, "On 6 June 2017, at about 9:45 in the evening, I was at home with my husband, and our children were sleeping upstairs. 4 unidentified men wearing helmets and bonnets arrived at home looking for my husband. They broke down the front door. I started begging them to spare the life of my husband. The men pushed me away. My husband was shot in the chest and fell face down. While lying face down, He was shot 5 more times in the nape and head. The children woke up terrified because of the gunshots. End of quote. Attackers frequently travel by motorcycle, typically with 2 individuals on a single bike. Often a van, invariably white or black, and at times bearing markings associated with police vehicles was also present. They banged on doors and barged into rooms. The attackers did not identify themselves or provide warrants. Family members report hearing beatings and their loved ones begging for their lives. And I quote again from the recollection of one of the victims. 5 masked armed men broke into our house in Bulacan province where my father was playing cards. We could see him kneeling in a surrendering position. The men grabbed him and slammed him into a concrete wall several times. And then, just they throw him outside. We saw the shooting. We were just there. My father's face was bleeding from being hit, and he was begging them for mercy when he was shot. End of quote. Another victim explained, quote, my father collapsed to the floor but still tried to move, begging for his life. Yet the man continued shooting him. I couldn't count how many times I was so afraid. We also heard successive gunshots from outside. Later we found that also 2 of our neighbors were killed. End of quote. The shooting could happen immediately, behind closed doors or in the street, or the victims would be taken away by the gunman only for shots to be heard minutes later and the body to be discovered by local residents. At times, bodies were dumped elsewhere, sometimes with hands tied or heads wrapped in plastic. Relatives typically found them after being alerted by policemen or by the neighbors. A victim recalled, quote, 6 masked armed men broke into the house where a small group, including several teenagers, were watching television. The men arrested and beat 2 young boys they believed were drug suspects and then took them away on motorcycles. A half hour later, after hearing from a uniformed policeman, we, referring to the relatives, rushed to a nearby bridge to find their bodies, both with gunshot wounds to the head, their hands tied with cloth. The gunmen were still at the scene, while uniformed police cordoned off the area. Another victim recounted, quote, a week after his brother was killed, 10 police officers, some in civilian clothes, arrested my other son and took him to the local Barangai office. That evening, masked armed men abducted him from the Barangai office. Shortly afterwards, his body was found under a bridge a block away. When we found him, we saw that his entire head had been wrapped in packing tape and his hands had been tied behind his back. He had been shot execution style through the mouth. End of quote. And another one, quote, the body seemed like it was just thrown out. The nails were removed, one eyeball was missing, stuffed by cotton. End of quote. Relatives and witnesses often saw uniformed police in the immediate surroundings of the incident securing the perimeter. special crime scene investigators typically arrived within minutes. In numerous cases, an unregistered 38 or 45 caliber gun and a packet of shabu were found placed beside the body. And instead of fleeing from the police, the gunman would mingle with them. As one of the victims described, I quote, "On 7 June 2018 in the morning, I was at home when I saw my son coming back from his work on the opposite side of the street. Suddenly, I saw 8 policemen, 3 in uniform and 3 in civilian clothes. 2 of them crossed the street. They took my son and banged his head against the wall. They accused him of selling shabu. He denied. He was then taken to the door of the house. He was shouting, 'Mama, help me!' I took a piece of wood and hit one policeman. Suddenly, one policeman pointed the gun against my son. He shot twice, at the head and at the chest. While in shock, I saw one police officer placing 4 packets of shabu and a gun around the body of my son." End of quote. The same account of another victim who simply recalled, "After the shooting of my son, who was only 19, uniformed police showed me his body in the house and a 45 caliber handgun next to his body. I told them that my son could not afford and did not possess a gun, and therefore could not possibly have attempted to shoot at the police. I said he cannot even pay the rent. His sister paid the rent for him." End of quote. On occasions, victims were still alive when found by the relatives and taken to the hospital, where they later succumbed to their injuries. Survivors recount the terror and enduring feeling of still being hunted as follows, and I quote, "In September 2016, a police officer pretending to be a commuter boarded my tricycle. He asked me to pass by the police station. There, I was stopped by a group of men who turned to be police officers. I was taken to the precinct, beaten, and forced to reveal the identity of drug pushers. I didn't know. Later that evening, I was taken to a dark place and shot multiple times. Despite the injuries, I managed to escape and save my life. I still have the consequence of the injuries, and I feel deep sadness, anger, and fear of being caught again." End of quote. Another survivor explained, quote, "They killed my 4 friends kneeling and defenseless. I heard a barrage of gunshots, voices, and one officer saying, 'Let it be. Let's say they fought back and let's leave the evidence.' I lay next to one of my friends pretending to be dead. When the armed officer left, I crawled out of the room and headed towards the edge of a ravine. Holding my chest with one hand to stop the bleeding, I slid downwards and fell to the creek bed. I crossed it, climbed the hill on the other side, and walked toward the highway. There, I encountered someone I knew and desperately begged for help." End of quote. Although the charges concern only the crimes of murder and attempted murder, victims' accounts also reveal widespread acts of torture, ill treatment, and rape. Young people were particularly exposed to torture and cruel and inhuman treatments, including unlawful arrest. A number of victims participating in these proceedings were minor when they were attempted to be killed, and a number of victims participating in the proceedings recount the killing of their nephew, son, cousin, who was under 18 at the age of killing. And this morning, Mr. Jeremy provided the example of Kian de los Santos, who was 17 at the time of his killing. Reported forms of torture include beating, kicking, slapping, blows to the head, electrocution, and death threats. On several occasions, law enforcement officials used arrests, inclusion in the drug watch list, and drug-related accusations as a tool of coercion to perpetrate rape and other forms of sexual violence. In September 2018, a young boy was taken by the police and brought to the precinct. His mother recounted, I quote, "At the precinct, he was repeatedly coerced into confessing a crime he was accused of. If you don't admit, your life will be the price," they threatened him. When he refused to confess, he was beaten with a gun and electrocuted. On the night of 16 September 2018, between 9 and 10, I received a phone call from my cousin urging me to go in a certain location in Manila. What I saw was a nightmare. My son had been discarded like an animal, his lifeless body lying on the boulevard, abandoned like a fish by the roadside. I rushed to the scene, but I was blocked by the police. I was not even allowed to touch or embrace my son's body. Even in death, my son was not treated with dignity. It was like they just threw my son out like a pig. I finally found him at the funeral home where I had to pay to recover the body. I had nothing. I was bargaining as if I were buying fish. In the end, I paid approximately 45,000 pesos to take my son's body for burial. Now I wonder, will justice ever be served?
Excuse me, counsel, you have 5 minutes left.
Official police reports of these incidents invariably invoked self-defense to justify the killings, despite eyewitness accounts that portray the killings as cold-blooded murders of unarmed individuals. To bolster their claims, the police routinely planted guns, spent ammunition, and drug packets beside the bodies. While these official accounts contrasted markedly with the ones provided by the relatives, they were notably consistent among themselves, typically characterized the incidents as by-bust anti-drug operation, differing little besides the names, places, and dates. The victim was invariably described as a dealer who attempted to sell to undercover officers conducting a buy-bust operation. Specialized local anti-drug units called Station Anti-Illegal Drug Special Operation Task Units were usually involved. According to the reports, the victim, after being put under arrest, often uncuffed, allegedly pulled out a weapon and sought to shoot the police. In every case, the victim was killed, and none of the arresting officers were armed. In most cases, the police reporting having found shabu on or near the victim's corpse, and sometimes a gun. Often, after the killing, the bodies of the victims were brought directly to the funeral parlors. Families then had to start their calvary to find the body of their loved ones, and they had to pay high fees to retrieve the bodies. R/50082/25 had to sell the house to be able to pay for her brother's funeral and burial. Sometimes the bodies were instead left on the street or thrown into the water in a plastic bag. I believe it's a good time to stop for the flow of the speech. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Merci beaucoup, Maître.
Thank you very much, Ms. Masida. The hearing is now suspended, and we shall resume at 2 p.m. Thank you very much.
Those are the presentations of the prosecution team and the common legal representative of the victims. I am Jairo Bolledo, and this is Rappler's special coverage of Duterte's pretrial hearings at the International Criminal Court. Before the second hour of today's hearing started earlier, the videos we featured in this special coverage were the following. Earlier, nagpakita po kami ng mga videos. Day 100, Duterte's War on Drugs, produced by Rappler Team. Philippine Drug War, A Culture of Fear, produced by Alex Ongkal. Danica, May Danica. Execution at Cessna. Parola, Tondo, and In the Name of the Father. All of these videos, the last few, were produced by Patricia Evangelista. And again, those videos are real, captured and documented by real journalists, and they are stories of real people and victims. Now we have on the line Randy De Los Santos, uncle of drug war victim Kian De Los Santos. Kian was the 7-year-old teen who was killed by the Caloocan City Police in 2017, and his case became one of the most talked about and most controversial cases in the context of Philippine drug war perpetrated by Rodrigo Duterte. Hello, Randy.
Yes po, magandang gabi.
Good evening to you, Kuya Randy. Kamusta po? Nasaan po kayo ngayon? Ano pong ginagawa nyo sa mga oras na to habang pinapakinggan nyo po yung hearing po, yung pagpapatuloy ng hearing?
Kakauwi lang at kanina ako ay nasa Senado dahil birthday ng ating butihing senador na si Senator Risa at nagkita kami ni Senator Kiko Pangilinan.
Kanina
kasama ko yung ibang mga pamilya ng EJK dahil meron yatang nilulutong resolusyon sa Senado.
Opo. Kanina, Kuya, na-mention po dito sa 2 beses dito sa pagpapatuloy po ng hearing yung kaso po ni Kian De Los Santos, yung pamangkin nyo po, para po maipaliwanag ng mabuti dito sa hukuman kung paano in-implement ni Duterte yung drug war. Ano pong reaksyon nyo doon?
Ang kwento ni Kian ay nalalaman ng lahat, alam ng lahat. Nalaman ng lahat ng publiko ang katotohanan sa likod ng kasinungalingan na inilabas na report ng mga kapulisan. At noong napatay si Kian, itong gumising sa ating kamalayan para ikundina ang nangyayaring patayan na kung saan unti-unting naging malawakan ang patayan. Lahat tayo ay nagalit, kinundina. Bago mangyari ang pagpatay kay Kian, ay pinagkikibit-balikat lang natin. Alam natin na mali ang pagpatay. Pero tila nabibigyan ng katwiran ng mga alagad ng batas dahil sa kasinungalingan na inire-report nila. Sinasabi kasi nila na kaya yan napatay dahil lumaban sa kapulisan. Nakita ninyo naman sa aming report na may baril at may droga. At iyan ang paulit-ulit na mga report hanggang sa naging dumadami na yung bilang. Pero noong napatay si Kian, sinikap namin na itama ang kasinungalingan ito. Sinikap namin na maglabas ng mga ebidensya, maglabas ng mga visual na patunay at maging ng mga totoong tao na magpapatunay ng kasinungalingan na binigay ng mga pulis.
Sa inyo pong palagay, Kuya Randy, gaano ka-importante na itong ICC, particularly itong prosecution, ito pong umuusig kay Duterte, ay nagme-mention po o nag-highlight ng mga specific cases, katulad po kay Kian de los Santos, para po ilahad sa mundo, sa madla, kung ano talaga nangyari. Gaano ka-importante po na nagzi-zero in sila, dinidescribe talaga nila, pinapangalanan nila yung mga biktima.
Dahil ito ang nagtuturo, tinutukoy na merong ganitong klaseng pangyayari at hindi ito kwento lamang. Hindi ito katang-isip, sinusuhayan ito ng mga patunay ebidensya, mga tao nagsasabi. At napakahalaga nito dahil ang katarungan ay hindi nakamit ng mga pamilya sa nagdaang administrasyon. Oo, may mga kasong naisampa. Pero ang tanong, nagpatuloy ba? May napanagot ba? Kaya ang mga pamilya ay nagsama-sama at naghanap ng maaari nilang puntahan para dinggin ang mga hinaing sa pag-asam ng katotohanan at ng katarungan. At ito nga, dumako na tayo dito ngayon sa pagpapatuloy at pagbigay pansin ng hukuman sa ICC.
Kuya, kahapon, dun sa speech ni Attorney Joel Butuyan, si Attorney Butuyan yung victim, yung lawyer ng victims na nagrepresenta dito sa ICC, na-mention niya kahapon na yung truth daw ay antidote dun sa virus of disinformation at impunity na kumakalat dito sa bansa natin. At this point in time, 8 years, 7 years, 6 years after pinatay si Kian, naniniwala ba kayo na kaya pa nating baguhin yung public perception o yung pananaw ng publiko sa realidad dito sa mga napapatay na mga tao? Kasi nakita natin, nung pinatay pa lang si Kian, talagang siniraan siya. Hanggang ngayon, may mga tao pa rin na sinusubukang sirain yung mga pangalan ng mga biktima na ganito. In other words, parang ginagaslight pa yung mga pamilya ng mga biktima katulad nyo po. Naniniwala ba kayo dun sa sinabi ni Attorney Butuyan na kaya pang gamitin na antidote yung katotohanan para makumbinsi yung mga kababayan natin na maniwalang totoo itong drug war, masama itong drug war at nagkasala si Duterte dito sa mga pamilyang pinatay?
May pag-asa, no, Jai. Kami talagang grabe na yung sakit no? Kumbaga sa sugat ay kinukutkot pa at napakahapdi na. Maraming mga online na gumagawa ng mga memes nila. Sabi nga nila, gagawin daw Santos si Kian, Saint Kian, may hawak na foil, drug lord sa aming lugar yan. Pero yung nagko-comment, hindi ko nga kilala. Di sana kapitbahay ko yun. Diba? Pinatunayan na namin sa korte. Napatunayan na namin sa hukuman sa Pilipinas na inosente ang bata. Tumakbo pa ito sa Senado. Tumistigo ang principal ng kanilang school na pinapasukan. At maging ang aming barangay chairman, nagsabi na hindi kami sangkot, ang pamilya namin ay hindi sangkot sa anumang gulo sa aming komunidad. O hindi kami nasangkot sa kung ano ba mga kaso o away. Wala. So malinis ang record. Nakakalungkot lang dahil napakahusay gumawa ng mga kasinungalingan laban sa pambabatikos at pandilibak sa mga pamilya. So sa amin ay sige lang, kami ay tumatanaw sa kahihinatnan ng prosesong ito ng korte sa ICC at umaasa kami na magkaroon ng patas na laban na ipagtanggol ng inaakusahan ng dating Pangulo ang kanyang sarili, may mahuhusay siyang mga abogado. Mailatag ang mga testigo, mailatag ang mga ebidensya ng prosecution at sagutin ng kabilang panig. Nang sa ganon ay magdire-diretso na at makapagbigay na ng kanilang hatol ang mga hukom sa nasabing hukuman.
Makamusta ko na rin yung nanay at tatay ni Kian kasi yung isa sa mga realidad po para sa mga manonood natin, yung isa sa realidad dito sa drug war para po sa mga nanonood, bukod sa may mga napapatay pong biktima, yung pamilya po naiiwan kung hindi po naghihirap dahil nawawala po yung kanilang breadwinners na namumuhay po sila sa takot at fear. At ganun po yung nangyari dito sa mga kaanak po ni Kian. Nagkaroon na po ba kayo, Kuya Randy, ng pagkakataon na makausap po yung kapatid nyo, yung mga kapatid po ni Kian, dito po sa habang ongoing itong ICC hearing?
Wala pa, no, formal na pag-uusap kami dahil kahapon pa lang nagsimula ang confirmation of charges at ngayong araw. Hindi pa kami nagkakaroon ng pag-uusap. Pero alam ko na sumusubaybay sila. Sa kasalukuyan kasi, ang aking kapatid o ang tatay ni Kian ay sumasailalim sa kanyang pagpapagaling. Kaya nga nang binanggit ko, ay na-stroke siya. Isa din yan sa mga pahirap pinansyal ng mag-asawa kung paano ipagpapatuloy ang gamutan. So habang nililibak, online, sasaktan ang pamilya, no? Sila yung pinansyal dahil nagkaroon na ng sakit. So, dagok ito sa pamilya. Nagkahiwa-hiwalay kami. Hindi na kami magkakasama na noon ay madalas kami magkita at magkaroon ng pagsasama-sama. Pero ngayon ay hindi na dahil sa pangyayari sa aming pamilya.
Ito kuya, nasa stage tayo ng pre-trial ng ICC at sa end nitong phase na ito ng ICC trial or pre-trial ay yung confirmation of charges. Essentially, ito yung iniintay ng mga biktima po katulad nyo na makumpirma yung mga kaso laban kay Duterte at pumunta na tayo sa trial or sa trial proper. Gaano po ka-importante po para sa mga pamilya ng biktima katulad nyo po at yung mga tinutulungan nyo po sa Project Paghilom ni Father Flavie na makumpirma itong mga kaso laban kay Duterte?
6 na taon hanggang 7 taon na nahimik ang mga pamilya, nabalot ng takot at kinailangang magtago, ikubli ang kanilang mga pagkakakilanlan. Ito na siguro ang panahon na mailabas, marinig ang mga kwento. Kadalasang narinig lang natin, kwento ni Kian de los Santos, Pilopi Guzman, Carlo Reais, Jemboy Baltasar. Mga pangalan ng mga biktima na natutukan ng media. Mga pangalan ng mga biktima na naging kontrobersyal. Pero kamusta? Ang mga pangalan na napatay din naman ng mga police operation na hindi nabigyan pansin. Marahil ito na yung panahon na marinig ang kanilang mga kwento. At mahalaga na maisiwalat ito at marinig ito ng mga hukom na ipinagkait sa kanila.
Maraming salamat po, Kuya Randy. Any last message po para sa ating mga manonood, fellow victims, yung mga kababayan po natin na nanonood ngayon ng ICC pre-trial hearing? Meron po ba kayong mensahe para sa kanila?
Kami ho ay nagpapasalamat doon sa mga patuloy na naniniwala sa mga pamilya ng biktima. Nagpapasalamat po kami sa patuloy ninyong suporta sa inyong mga panalangin at pakikisa sa amin. Isa po ito sa nagpapalakas sa bawat pamilya kung bakit patuloy kami nanarito. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat din po, Randy de los Santos, ang uncle ni Kian de los Santos, isa sa mga biktima ng drug war ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. I would have to agree on that point na importante itong ICC hearing because para naman doon sa mga unnamed, para doon sa mga hindi malalaking kaso sa drug war, paano nga naman sila mabibigyan ng hustisya. 5 drug war convictions pa lang tayo. I'm reminding everyone, out of 30,000 cases, we only have 5 drug war convictions and that includes Kian de los Santos. At this point, we will have our Rappler senior investigative reporter, Lian Buan, live from The Hague. Lian, can you give us updates from there?
Yes, Jairo, once again, it was an emotional time having to listen to the prosecution relive all the incidents of killings that happened in the Philippines. It's really still chilling to watch again and hear again the details. But just to remind you of kung anong sinabi ni trial lawyer Robin Croft kanina, Robin Croft basically was tasked to demonstrate to the judges na mapapatunayan nila yung common plan and that there is a policy of killing and that they can satisfy all the elements of crimes against humanity. They reiterate once again that they have 76 incidents covered under the charges, which are 3 counts. But they also say that even though the 76 satisfy already the standard to show a conduct or a policy of killing, sinasabi nila na it's just representative or emblematic of the more widespread killings that happened. At sabi nga ni Robin Croft kanina, they have evidence also to show the thousands other killings that are not necessarily included in the charges. Sabi nila meron silang mga ebidensya gaya ng dataset sa mga independent organizations who have documented these killings while they were happening from 2016 to 2019 kasi yun yung end ng coverage ng ICC. Meron silang mga insider witnesses who will tell the judges or who will show the judges how this was a policy of killing. And once again, admission of government agencies such as the admissions of co-perpetrators tulad ni Duterte, magagamit ang kanilang mga salita laban sa kanila. The prosecution has also already referred to an expert witness. An expert witness is something you present in court that's not a witness, insider witness, that's not a victim, pero merong sapat na pag-aaral. At sabi ng expert witness na to who has studied political violence in the Philippines, kung titignan mo daw ang datos niya from before President Duterte to during President Duterte, ang patayan sa police operation ay nag-increase by 598% nationwide. Doon nga lang daw sa Bulacan, ang patayan na merong kinalaman ng mga pulis during the time of Duterte has increased 1,600%. The expert witness, as said by the prosecution, the only plausible explanation for this ratio is their tendency traditional killings. By the end of the presentation of the prosecution, sinabi ni Robin Croft or nilatag ni Robin Croft kung paano nila papatunayan that Duterte has an individual criminal responsibility for the crimes charged. Number one, sabi ni Robin Croft, Duterte agreed to a common plan. Number two, Duterte and co-perpetrators jointly controlled a structure of power that's both the Davao Death Squad at yung national network. So whenever you hear the phrase national network, they are referring to Oplan Tokhang, PNP double barrel, or anything that has happened in the name of the war on drugs when he was president. At pangatlo, Duterte did all this with the requisite intent. Again, they are always reiterating that there's the element of intent. Kasi kailangan nilang patunayan that every time Duterte says something, every time Duterte says to kill and I will protect you, kill and I will promote you, that he intended a crime to happen. To quote the earlier trial lawyer, Edward Jeremy, he said, Mr. Duterte indeed was not joking whenever he said to kill. Sa lahat ng mga co-perpetrators kanina, nagkaroon talaga ng highlight kina Senator Bato de la Rosa, former PDEA Chief Isidro La Peña, former PNP Chief Vicente Danao, and former Justice Secretary Vitaliano Aguirre. These were all Davao men before they occupied national positions when Duterte was president. Their speeches were played or presented or showed kanina sa trial for the prosecution to say that the speeches of these co-perpetrators showed that they adhered or they agreed to the common plan. Robin Croft closed her presentation by saying that there can be no doubt of Duterte's knowledge and intent to commit allegedly crimes against humanity of murder in the Philippines from 2011 to 2019, Jairo.
Lian, for the viewers lang, napaka-methodical nung naging presentation ng trial lawyer na si Croft, di ba? Nilagay niya, in-establish niya yung crimes against humanity, the elements of it, and then toward the end, nabanggit mo na rin kanina yon, in-explain niya individual criminal responsibility nitong si Duterte for our viewers, for the benefit of the viewers. Bakit in cases like this, bakit importante na niya-narrate natin yung individual criminal responsibility o kung gaano yung extent ng involvement ng isang suspect sa isang krimen?
To simplify it as simple as possible, Duterte did not pull the trigger. Duterte did not point the gun and kill the people whose killings are included in these charges. Kaya nga siya tinatawag na indirect co-perpetrator kasi hindi siya mismo yung pumatay. At para ma-charge or malitis si Duterte for crimes against humanity, they need to establish that he has an individual criminal responsibility kahit pa hindi siya yung bumunot ng barel at pumatay. Kasi di ba in local criminal cases, you need to prove that this person, your suspect, really pulled the trigger and killed the victim. Meron pa nga tayong mga elements of murder like treachery. Dapat talagang merong practice, parang nag-exercise ka ng treachery over your victim. It's a whole different animal when it comes to the ICC trying an international crime such as crimes against humanity. They rarely prosecute small fish. Hindi sila magpo-prosecute ng pinakamaliliit na pulis. Ang ipoprosecute nila yung mastermind. And to be able to try or at least confirm the charges against the mastermind, they need to show that Duterte has an individual criminal responsibility, and they have been trying to show that by saying that he created the Davao Death Squad, he replicated the Davao model into the national network, he published a list, and they have insider witnesses who say that when they see this list, it is a kill list, a direct order from the president to kill.
Lian, let's talk about dun sa closing ni Croft. Kasi after detailing, kasi kahapon, yung prosecutor from the prosecution, in-explain nila yung count 1 kanina, si Jeremy, yung count 2 and 3, si Croft naman dun sa contextual elements of crimes against humanity and then yung individual responsibility. I have to commend Croft on that closing kasi na-summarize niya why Duterte was responsible. Number 1, sinabi ni Croft na nag-promise si Duterte na tatanggalin niya yung drug and criminality in 3 months, and then pinakita ni Croft napakasakto na nag-spike yung cases after that. Ano naging reaction dyan sa crowd? Ano naging reaction mo personally that Croft decided to end on that note?
Alam mo, kanina, if you observe everyone who's in that gallery, we really started on a heavy note. Having to watch the CCTV of Benjamin Vizda once again, having to hear the word of Kian once again. Talagang paglabas nga namin for the 30-minute break, we really said that that's heavy. At kung pwede sanang umuwi na kung wala ng Pilipinong magsasalita. But Attorney Gilbert address is due to speak later on. Kay Robin Croft, mas tahimik yung gallery. Maybe because there aren't many specific incidents of killings. What I've observed, Jairo, in this gallery is that may visceral reaction talaga sa gallery kapag detailed and graphic yung pag-narrate ng mga pagpatay. Doon talaga bumabalik sa mga Pilipino yung nangyari. It's as if it just happened. It just happened yesterday. Marami ring visceral reaction every time they play a speech of President Duterte, as if hindi pa natin naririnig yun lahat. We've probably heard these speeches 100 times, especially for our team who had to transcribe and fact-check all of these speeches across the years. Kabisado ko na yung sinasabi ni President Duterte. But yes, mas nagre-react talaga ang mga tao kapag merong specific incidents of killings na nababanggit ang prosecution.
Lian was referring to Rodrigo Duterte, not Ferdinand Marcos. Lian, just for my last question, Lian, we're not lawyers, we're not international lawyers, and we cannot gauge the evidence. We don't have that privilege and responsibility to do that. But in your assessment, as a journalist covering this drug war in the last years, early in your career, now you're at The Hague covering the pre-trial, important na ma-establish ang elements of crimes against humanity. And the threshold required to move to trial is substantial grounds to believe that ginawa itong allegations na to. Tingin mo ba itong prinesenta ng prosecution in the last kahapon at today ay enough para maniwala at ma-satisfy itong pre-trial chamber natin na may substantial grounds nga to believe?
Jairo, I will quote an expert. I interviewed before an expert on crimes against humanity. She was formerly Crimes Against Humanity advisor for Prosecutor Karim Khan. She teaches in Washington University. Her name is Professor Laila Sadat. And she told me that she's very confident that the prosecution ought to be able to confirm the charges against Duterte just on the speeches alone. Sabi nga ni Professor Sadat, the speeches of Duterte and the co-perpetrators are evidence that the prosecution dreams of having. At ito, on a silver platter, open-sourced, pinagmamayabang pa. And as you said, it's because ang threshold pa lang naman sa level na to ay substantial grounds to believe. We have moved from reasonable grounds to believe, and now if the judges think that there's substantial grounds to believe na ginawa ni Duterte yung binibintang sa kanya, they will move to trial. So I will quote an expert just on the basis of his words when he says, kill and I'll protect you, kill and I will promote you. Those, she says, are substantial grounds to believe, to move to trial. But I also got to add that as a journalist, what really is remarkable on me yung ito talaga yung mga merong circle sa notes ko, they have witnesses within who are privy to the Oplan Tokhang operation. We previously reported on death squad witnesses, widely reported on that. It really surprises me na ang dami nilang quotes, ang dami nilang observations of witnesses who knew that when Duterte said to kill this person, the cops would really kill. Chilling yung isang quote kanina ng insider witness, it was hunting season, it was killing spree, and 32 were dead that time.
Lian, last lang talaga. Really interesting point that you mentioned itong prosecution witnesses privy on the details about the Oplan Tokhang, because as you know, as reporters covering this, we're only familiar with witnesses testifying about the DDS killings. They are Matabato and Las Cañas. Do you have any idea? Meron bang mga umuugong dyan? Meron bang mga insider information dyan that you can share? Meron bang idea ang media na nandyan, ang foreign or local media, who might be these witnesses? Isa lang ba ito? Meron bang idea?
I'll keep my answer short. Some of us do have an idea of how many these insider witnesses are, and we have had a clue for a time now, but of course, that was not on the record until earlier when the prosecution presented at least anonymous quotes of these witnesses.
Just a last follow-up on that. Yung name ng witnesses ba to, are we expecting the victims' lawyers to mention these witnesses, the names of these witnesses also, or sa trial pa talaga natin marinig yung mas detalyadong detalye nito at yung pangalan ng mga witnesses?
At the stage of the pretrial proceedings, no witnesses will be identified. That's in spite of Nick Kaufman petitioning the pretrial chamber to at least name some of them. Sabi niya nga, it's not a secret to the Philippines who some of these people are. Pero dinanay siya ng pretrial chamber because they said even though transparency is a core feature of the court, they also want to preserve the integrity and they want to be able to ensure the safety of these witnesses. So wala ka tayong mapapangalanan na witnesses at this stage.
Thank you for that clarification. That's Lian Buan, our senior investigative reporter, reporting live from The Hague, Netherlands. Later on, we will try to get Lian again for her reactions and other reports as the ICC pre-trial Chamber 1 continues its hearing for Duterte's crimes against humanity cases. Now we have live with us Michelle Abad, our correspondent, who has also been covering the ICC pre-trial in The Hague, Netherlands. Michelle? Can you give us some updates from there?
Yes, Jairo. I was with Lian in the public gallery. We were both observing the submission on the merits of both the prosecution and the common legal representatives of the victims. And I will start now with a recap of what we heard from the common legal representatives of the victims, which was given by the lead counsel, Paulina Masida. So as described by Lian, if the prosecution focused on Duterte's alleged responsibility, his line of command, the victims now focused on the effects of this such command. It's a focus on the stories that we have heard before, but this time it strikes differently because we are hearing it now from the walls of the International Criminal Court, no less. From talks of governance, the way that Duterte was enforcing his policy, and from the top-down level, we are now looking at the targets and from who was responsible for these killings. We are also now looking at who was killed, who were the targets. And this case, and as has been reiterated again and again, this is a war on the poor, according to the common legal representatives of the victims. Again, there was an emphasis that the targets of this drug war were people who did not have power, who did not have resources to file complaints. And the sequence of the presentation makes sense as an observer who might not have any knowledge about this case prior. If you listen to the prosecution submission on merits before the victims, it makes sense on having the better context on how to complain? How would you be able to complain as a victim of the drug war if the whole system is controlled by the former president, who was at the very top and who was able to appoint all of his men from Davao and put into national positions to be able to enforce this so-called common plan on a nationwide level? From all the precincts, the police precincts to the courts and the national prosecution, the men were in control under the command of Duterte. So I'll just give a little bit of a rundown as well, as given by Masida. No, so. For the victims, she opened her speech by saying that she spoke, or the group spoke for the families who cannot be here, that they were violated in the most profound ways. And while the earlier presentations were on governance, this was going to be about on social inequalities and how the targets were overwhelmingly from impoverished backgrounds. There was more background on the social context of these killings, and that shabu was used as a coping mechanism and is commonly used as a coping mechanism in situations of poverty. We talked about a little bit more about these common targets of the killings that had limited access to quality education, livelihood, and stress and poverty in these impoverished situations, which often led to the use of drug use. The drug war showed that there was a long-standing pattern of social marginalization, and most of the vulnerable were the targets of this war. Many of them had no criminal records, and there was also a focus that Masida put on, instead of addressing the root causes of the illegal drug use problem in the Philippines, that this was framed as a punitive issue that needed to be dealt with violence instead of addressing the social problems which led to drug use. It was a violent crackdown of the most vulnerable, and how, again, pointing to the presentation of the prosecution, these were not spontaneous but organized killings that were ordered by no less than the president himself. The victims were often civilians, and the crimes were done in their homes and their neighborhoods. And Masida also zeroed in on not just the fact that these things were happening, but she also went into the narratives of the victims themselves, how they were shot in their homes, how children were awoken by the sound of gunshots, and how attackers did not identify themselves. And she also did quote from the victims themselves and the survivors of the drug war that bodies were discovered by relatives either in the house or sometimes later when they were dumped elsewhere. Some of the quotes were also meant to emphasize the impoverished situation of the targets of this, that how some couldn't even pay rent and they were still targeted by these killings. Survivors feared being hunted if there were survivors. There was a narrative as well of a tricycle driver who was targeted and set up. There was a person who tried to present himself as a passenger but was later on taken to a precinct. And this is also important to emphasize that there were not only killings that happened in these cases, but there were also other human rights violations such as torture, ill treatment, and rape. And that, again, there was an emphasis on minors like Kian de los Santos that were killed and attempted to be killed as targets in this war on drugs. So to conclude, really just this beginning of the victims' merits was really more on how the strongman Duterte allegedly targeted the poor in his war on drugs. And in the common plan detailed by the prosecution, the pattern was how victims from impoverished backgrounds were often killed in their homes and in their neighborhoods and blamed for their own deaths using the nanlaban narrative that was officially labeled that way. So these are updates for now. So we are in the middle of the submission on the merits of the common legal representatives from the victims, and we'll see how they will later on conclude these, Jairo.
Yeah. Hindi na kita masyadong papahabain, Michelle, just a few questions so that you can also focus on the ongoing hearings. Just a question. How did the room react when Paulina Masida mentioned the specifics of those cases? Kasi ito, the victims only have 1 hour and 30 minutes to narrate, to give their submissions before the pre-trial chamber. How did the room react? Anong naging atmosphere? Anong naging reaction nila nung napakadetalyado kasi nung ginawa ni Masida dito sa mga cases na to?
Detalyado nga, pero parang yung dating is hindi pa masyadong nadetalye ang lahat. Kasi yung basic details pa lang na naibigay, may visceral reaction na kagaya na ng na-report na ni Lian na every time na dinedetail yung ganitong narratives ng pagpatay ay talagang may buntong hininga. Pinapanood ko din yung victims na dumating na sa harap lang namin sa row. Ano? So talagang minsan napapatingin na lang sila sa baba o may talagang heavy talaga yung emotions habang dinidetalya, and it actually was not even, it was really just the surface level ng mga iba pang detalye sa mga pagpatay na ito.
Just last question for me, Michelle. In the Philippines, you've covered social issues. You've covered, the plights of our OFWs, the plights of our women, the plights of, those in the marginalized sectors. And one thing that struck me from the speech of Paulina Masida was Duterte, instead of addressing the social problems, instead launched a violent crackdown against the poor. Anong naging effect sa'yo nun? Anong naging impact sa'yo nun as someone who is now covering these proceedings and as someone who was, was deeply in touch with these issues for a long time?
Tama ka, Jairo, na medyo na-strike din ako dun sa part na yun. Hindi ko actually in-expect na mag-open si Paulina Masida dun sa mag-focus daw siya doon sa pagiging impoverished at pagiging social inequality na issue dito sa drug war na ito. No, na everything is interconnected. Na kapag sinabi natin na the drug war was targeting poor Filipinos, iniisip din natin na hindi lang naman homogeneous group yung mga mahihirap sa Pilipinas. May mga babaeng naapektuhan, may mga batang naapektuhan. At yung pag-focus din ng prosecution and ng common legal representatives of the victims dito sa mga batang pinatay, medyo mahirap i-dispute na mali yun, na ito yung na ang pag-target sa mga batang wala namang that are helpless for themselves. It's something to be paid attention to.
Thank you so much. That's Michelle Abad, Rappler correspondent, reporting live from The Hague, Netherlands, as she covers the continuation of Duterte's hearings for his pre-trial hearings for his crimes against humanity cases. Thank you so much, Michelle. Yeah, later we'll try to check again on Michelle. For now, in the last years, we talked and covered a lot of victims of this drug war perpetrated by the Duterte. Today, the hearing is focusing on the victims' plight, specifically on the submissions of the victims, yung kanilang mga ebidensya, yung kanilang mga narratives. Under the rules of the International Criminal Court, the victims are given 1.5 hours to give their submissions to show and convince the pre-trial chamber why the cases need confirmation. And as I've said earlier in this panel, that's one of the unique characteristics of the International Criminal Court. Unlike in other jurisdictions, like in the Philippines, that the victims are represented by the prosecution in cases, in the ICC or at the International Criminal Court, the victims have their own voices. They can hire and they can choose their own lawyers, and they can give submissions to the court for the case build-up and as additional evidence against the perpetrators in the crimes against those people charged before the ICC. And speaking of victims, now that this hearing is focusing on them, one of the cases that have reached Philippine courts and a conviction is the case of 17-year-old Kian de los Santos. August 2017, when Kian was killed by 3 cops in Caloocan City, naging isang malaking issue yon dahil isa to sa mga pinakadokumentado na kaso ng pagpatay ng mga polis. Nung una po, to jog your memory, the police tried to justify the killing of Kian de los Santos by claiming that Kian was allegedly involved in the illegal drug trade, pero yung pamilya niya po ay dinedeny ito. In fact, si Kian po ay isang senior high school student at sinasabi niya pa doon sa mga pulis na pumatay sa kanya na may exam pa siya bukas. And then afterwards, after a year, na-convict yung 3 pulis. Dito sa pagpatay kay Kian, they were convicted of murder. At ayon doon sa korte, sa Regional Trial Court, si Kian ay pinatay ng walang kalaban-laban. Ayon sa autopsy report, si Kian ay pinatay habang nakadapa sa lupa. Hindi lang po natapos dyan. After 5 years nang siya ay mamatay, hinukay muli yung katawan ni Kian para i-autopsy kasi ang nag-autopsy sa kanya ay yung Public Attorney's Office, and 5 years later, bilang bahagi ng programa ng Project Paghilom sa pangunguna ni Father Flavio Villanueva, ay pinahukay nila yung mga katawan ng mga drug war victims para tingnan, i-autopsy, imbestigahan muli yung kanilang pagkamatay. At dito nga, sa kaso ni Kian, 5 years later, nalaman ng pamilya niya another dagok sa kanila na may naiwan pang bala dito sa katawan ni Kian na hindi nasilip ng Public Attorney's Office. Isang patunay daw yan ayon sa pamilya niya at ayon doon sa forensic pathologist natin na si Dr. Raquel Fortun na hindi naging maayos ang autopsy dito kay Kian, another form daw of injustice. Dr. Raquel Fortun even referred to that as autopsy leap at nakita din natin yung pattern sa iba pang mga biktima ng drug war. For the meantime, here are some of our reports that we produced in the last years as we cover Kian de los Santos case. Please watch. Hindi na bago para kay Randy de los Santos ang pumunta sa mga pansyon at magbukas ng mga nicho ng mga yumao para kunin ang kanilang mga labi. Si Randy, isang volunteer ng Project Arise na nangangalaga sa mga labi ng mga napatay sa ilalim ng drug war ni Rodrigo Duterte. Ngunit may tanga na pagsubok kay Randy ang Agosto 15. Kailangan niya kasing hukayin ang sarili niyang kadugo, si Kian de los Santos. Isang araw bago sumapit ang 5 taon ng kamatayan ni Kian, hinukay ang kanyang mga labi sa La Loma Cemetery sa Caloocan. Hanggang 5 taon lang kasi ang renta ng kanyang pamilya para sa kanyang pansamantalang hantungan. Sa pangunguna ni Father Flavio Villanueva ng Project Arise at ni Randy, sinimulan na ang pagkuha sa labi ng binatilyo.
Sumainyo ang Panginoon sa sana labi ni Kian, Tangalan Ama, Espiritu Santo. Banal na tubig na tinanggap ni Kian.
Pagkaraan ng kaunting bendisyon, sinimulan ang pagtibag sa nicho ni Kian na nagsilbing hantungan sa loob ng ilang taon. Isinilid sa isang itim na body bag ang mga labi ni Kian. Bago muling ilibing, i-examine muna ulit ang kanyang kalansay.
We hope to uncover a deeper truth. We hope to uncover what took place, and as we have revealed in the past, paintulutan nating magsalita yung mga kalansay na nahimik ng ilang taon. Alam natin na na-autopsy, pero I think yung autopsy ay ginawa lang sa bahay. Ngayon ay mas masusi natin titignan kung ano at paano sa larangan ng siyensa makikita ang pagpaslang sa kanya.
Isang binatilyong ang pangarap ay maging pulis. Si Kian ay walang awang pinaslang ng mga pulis sa isang madilim na eskinita malapit sa kanilang tahanan sa Caloocan noong August 16, 2017. Sa kuha ng CCTV at base sa salaysay ng mga testigo, kinaladkad ang 17 anyos na binatilyo at saka dinala sa isang sulok kung saan siya pinagbabaril. Nakaluhod at nakabaluktot si Kian nang barilin siya ng 3 beses ng mga pulis Caloocan. 5 taon na ang lumipas, ngunit sariwa pa rin para kina Randy ang trahedyang sinapit ng kanyang pamangkin. Kahit pahinatulan ng korte na guilty sina Police Officer 3 Arnel Oares, Police Officer 1 Jeremias Pereda at Police Officer 1 Jerwin Cruz, ang 3 pulis na sangkot sa pagkamatay ni Kian, hindi raw ito sapat para matamo ang hustisya.
Bakit si Kian lang? 6 na taon na. Kung nagtatrabaho at talagang hinahanap ang hustisya, sana nadagdagan na.
Bilang pagtulong sa mga kapwa niyang biktima ng drug war, napiling sumama ni Randy sa Project Arise. Sa pangunguna ni Father Flavi, inaasikaso nila ang paghukay at pagsasaayos ng mga labi ng mga biktima ng drug war. mula sa pagkuha ng mga labi hanggang sa cremation ng mga ito. Sa pag-alalay niya sa mga kapwa niyang nawala ng mahal sa buhay, patuloy na inaalala ni Randy si Kian, na para sa kanya'y nagsilbing tagapamulat sa realidad ng extrajudicial killings.
Siguro siya yung naging mukha, no? Alam naman natin lahat na siya yung naging mukha at siya yung sumampal sa mukha natin lahat. At nagpatanggap na sobra na yung patayan eh. Libo-libo na yun ng mga napapatay eh. Siguro sa pamamagitan ng kanyang kwento, tinanggap ng lahat na mayroong extrajudicial killing, na may pang-aabuso ng kapangyarihan mula sa mga alagad ng batas.
5 taon man ang magdaan, ibaon man sa lupa ang katawan. Ang mga katotohanang nakatago sa mga labi ng drug war victims ay lalabas din pagdating ng panahon at patuloy na magpapatunay sa karahasan ng drug war. Jairo Bolledo, Rappler, Caloocan City.
Limang taon pagkatapos patayin si Kian de los Santos, nakitaan pa rin ng bala ang kanyang katawan. Paano ito nangyari at sino ang mananagot? Pag-usapan natin. Sa mga hindi nakakaalala, si Kian de los Santos ay isang high school student na pinatay ng mga pulis noong August 16, 2017. 17 years old lang siya. Noong gabing pinatay si Kian, nagsagawa ang pulis ng isang one-time big-time drug operation kung saan maliban kay Kian, may 32 pang pinatay ang mga pulis na drug suspect sa Bulacan. Noong linggong pinatay si Kian, nasa 80 mga drug suspect ang pinatay ng mga pulis. Sa lahat ng pinatay noon, yung kay Kian lang ang nakapukaw ng atensyon ng bansa. Bakit? May CCTV camera. Sa CCTV camera, nakitang kinakaladkad si Kian sa isang madilim na bahagi ng kanilang barangay sa Caloocan. Kinaumagahan, inireport ng pulis na pinatay nila si Kian kasi raw nanlaban ito. Pero ayun, lumabas ang CCTV kaya hindi pinaniwalaan ng pulis. Kaso, hindi ito sapat na pruweba na pinatay nga siya. Dito, papasok ang autopsy. May 3 ng eksaminasyong ginawa sa katawan ni Kian. Una, ang sa pulis. Sa autopsy ng pulis, kanilang idineklarang namatay si Kian dahil sa tama ng bala sa kanyang ulo. Hindi klaro sa pulis kung paano pinatay si Kian kasi ang naratibo nila noon, nanlaban siya. Binasag ng pangalawang autopsy ang naratibong ito. Pangalawa ang sa Public Attorney's Office o PAO. Sa autopsy ng PAO, nakitang hindi lamang sa ulo may tama si Kian, kundi pati sa likod. Dagdag pa ng PAO, nakaluhod si Kian at nakatungo nang pinagbabaril siya. Nang sila'y humarap sa Senado, sumang-ayon ng pulis dito sa finding ng PAO na nag-imbestiga sa kaso ni Kian. Gamit ang CCTV at ang mga testimonya ng mga forensic expert, pati na rin ng mga witness, pinatulang guilty ang mga pulis na pumatay kay Kian. Sabi ng huwes, hindi pwedeng baril lang ng baril ang pulis nang hindi nag-iisip. Kulong na ang mga pulis. Tapos na ba ang storya? Nako, malayo pa. Dito papasok ang pangatlong autopsy ng forensic expert na si Raquel Fortun. 5 taon pagkatapos ilibing si Kian, hinukay ang bangkay niya at pagkatapos ay inautopsy ni Fortun nang may pahintulot ng pamilya ni Kian. Ito ang kanyang nakita. Hindi maayos ang pagsusuring ginawa ng pulis at ng PAO sa katawan ni Kian. Una, ang hiwa sa katawan niya, mababaw at hanggang balat lamang. Wala sa lamang loob. Pangalawa, nang hiniwa na ni Fortun ang lamang loob ni Kian, nakakuha siya ng bala sa leeg ni Kian. Isipin niyo yun, 5 taon may bala sa leeg si Kian. Dahil dito, sabi ni Fortun, hindi totoong autopsy ang ginawa kay Kian, kundi autopsilip lamang. Walang eksaminasyon, sinilip lang at gumawa ng hilaw na pasya ang mga naturang eksperto. Nakababahala ang kaso ni Kian hindi lang dahil sa karumal-dumal na pagpatay at bunging pagsusuri sa kanyang katawan, kundi dahil sinasalamin nito ang sistema ng ating hustisya. Anong tinutukoy namin?
Hindi mo lumapit!
Sa tuwing may namamatay ng mga Pilipino at kailangan nila ng forensic examination, makakaasa ba ang kanilang mga pamilya na magkakaroon ng maayos na investigasyon? Malayo pa, ayon kay Fortun. Kay Fortun na ito galing isa sa 2 forensic pathologist sa ating bansa. Ito ang matagal nang sinasabi ni Fortun na walang sistema ang Pilipinas para suriin ang mga patayan. Kulang ang mahuhusay na forensic expert at kulang din ang kanilang mga kagamitan. Isipin nyo yon, ang pagpatay kay Kian de los Santos, isang kasong tinutukan ng buong bansa pati na rin ng Pangulo, hindi nagawa ng maayos na investigasyon. At nangyari na ito dati kahit sa kaso na labas sa giyera kontra droga. Tandaan nyo si Christine Dacera? Yung flight attendant na sinabi ng pulis na ni-rape at pinatay? Mali-mali rin ang investigasyon ng pulis doon. Paano pa ang ibang mga Pilipino? Paano yung 80 ibang pinatay noong linggong pinatay si Kian? Paano ang libu-libong pinatay sa giyera kontra droga? Paano ang iba pang pinatay na hindi natin mabigyan ng numero? Ito ang masasabi ni Randy de los Santos, ang tito ni Kian. Kung meron talagang justice system sa Pilipinas, bakit hindi ito gumagana?
Sa lahat ng buwabatikos kay Kian na addict daw, tas pusher, hindi po totoo yun kasi hindi naman kayo yung nakasama ni Kian ng matagal, tas hindi yun siya kilala sa pangalan lang. Nagkakilala kami nung grade 8. Umpisa pa lang talaga ng klase. Talaga siya maharot. Yung magulo, tas kalug lagi, parang ganon. Kalug nga siya, pero kahit ganon siya, hindi niya pinapabayaan yung pag-aaral niya.
Para sa akin po si Kian, siya po masayang kasama po. Kasi pag kasama po kasi siya, lagi niya po kaming napapatawa. Kung tawa po kami ng tawa, hindi po mawawala yung sa kanya na napapatawa siya sa amin.
Grade 10 ko siya naging estudyante. Mabait si Kian. Kasi pag pinapagalitan ko, ngingiti lang sa akin yan eh. Tahimik siya, wala siyang walang kalokohan na ginagawa sa school. Okay naman, gumagawa ng project, gumagawa ng mga gawain namin. Masayahin siya. Helpful din sa mga kasama. By groups yan kasi pag gumagawa ng project namin eh. Okay naman, gumagawa naman siya. Kaya nagulat nga ako nung napasama siya sa ganyan. Hindi naman namin inaasahan na
ng gabi, mga 2, naalimpungatan ako, tapos nag-online ako, tapos doon ko na nalaman, akala ko hindi totoo, tapos doon ko nalaman na na totoo nga yung chinat ko na yung mga kaibigan namin. Ano ba yun? Naiyak ako. Sana ano yan? Sana makamit niya yung hustisya kasi hindi makatarungan yung ginawa sa kanya. Kaya dapat magkaroon siya ng hustisya kasi may pangarap yung tao. Maging isang pulis. Ayun yung lagi niya sinasabi sa amin. Ayun yung lagi niyang kinukwento na gusto niya nga itong maging pulis.
Nanlumurin kami kasi sa pagkakalam ko kasi mabait siya, mabait na bata. Kasi naging estudyante ko siya for 1 year, grade 10 eh. Nakasama ko siya sa loob ng kwarto, sa room. Mabait. Mabait siya.
Kung nakikinig ka man, Kian, huwag kang mag-alala, lalaban kami. Yung mga nagbabash sa'yo na adik ka, huwag kang mag-alala, di kami naniniwala. Ilalaban ka namin hanggat makuha yung hustisya sa'yo kasi alam namin hindi totoo yun. Naniniwala kami sa'yo.
Ito ang mga buto ng mga pinatay sa giyera kontra droga ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Noong sila'y nabubuhay pa, sila'y mga tatay, kuya, kapatid, nanay at ate na kabilang sa pinakamahihirap na komunidad sa Pilipinas. Pinatay sila dahil daw sa droga. Sa kwarto na ito, 1 taon nang nagtatrabaho si Raquel Fortun, isa sa dadalawang forensic pathologist sa buong Pilipinas. Ang misyon niya, hukayin ang ibinaong katotohanan. Ang mga katawang sinusuri ni Fortun ay mga biktima ng giyera kontra droga na inilibing noong 2016 at 2017 sa mga sementeryo para sa mahihirap, tulad dito sa Tala Cemetery sa Caloocan City. Pagkalipas ng 5 taon, hinuhukay sila. Nag-expire na ang kanilang mga lease at wala nang pangbayad ang kanilang mga pamilya. Bago sila i-cremate, minabuti ni Fortun at ng kanyang kasamahan na si Flavie Villanueva, isang paring aktivistang tumutulong sa mga biktima ng giyera kontra droga, na i-autopsy ang mga katawan.
Pagkakataon ulit ito na magkaroon ng isang poste ng katotohanan ang pamilya sa pamamagitan ng pagpapahayag ng mga buto o labi sa tulong ng mga mapagmalasakit na profesional at dalubhasa. Sinusuri nila ang bawat buto, ang bawat anggulo, at doon tayo nakalikha ng mga sabihin nating kwento kung paano sila pinaslang.
Ito ang mga kalansay ng katotohanan. Aabot lamang sa 46 na mga katawan ang kanilang na-autopsy. Kapiranggot lamang ito sa total na bilang ng mga pinatay sa giyera ni Duterte. Sa bilang ng pulis, nasa mga 7,000 ang pinatay nila sa kanilang mga operasyon dahil daw nanlaban. Pero tansya ng mga human rights group, papalo sa lampas 30,000 ang namatay sa giyera na idineklara ni Duterte laban sa mga gumagamit at nagtutulak ng droga.
This drug war will continue until the drug lord is killed and the pusher taken out from the state.
Ano ang natuklasan ni Fortun at Villanueva? Pineke ang ilang mga death certificate.
Natuklasan namin na sa batay sa death certificate ng mga dala-dala ng mga pamilya na halimbawa ang nakasulat sa isa ay sepsis, pero kung titignan natin at pahintulutan na magsalita yung mga bangkay at buto, ang daming tama. So, paano natin bibigyan ng dahilan to na ito ay pinatay ng natural cause kung butas at sabog ang bungo?
7 sa mga kasong kanilang inotopsy idineklarang namatay dahil sa mga natural na dahilan, tulad ng sepsis at pneumonia. Pero ang totoo, sila'y pinagbabaril. Tingnan natin ang 3 sa mga kasong sinuri ni Dr. Fortun. Unahin natin itong case number 21. Ang nakalagay sa death certificate, namatay ang biktima dahil sa hypertension. Pero sa pagsusuri ni Fortun, pinagbabaril sa ulo. Pangalawa, tingnan natin itong case number 6. Nakalagay na cause of death sa certificate ay acute myocardial infarction o heart attack. Natural din na dahilan. Pero sa pagsusuri ni Fortun, lumabas na binaril siya sa katawan. Pangatlo, tingnan natin itong si case number 29. Ayon sa death certificate, namatay siya sa pneumonia.
Pneumonia. Pero yung fracture sa skull, consistent.
Pero ang totoo, binaril siya sa ulo. May iba pa sa 46 na ineksamin ni Dr. Fortun na ganito ang nangyari. Natural daw ang dahilan ng pagkamatay, pero ang totoo, sa bala nasawi. Nakausap namin ang mga pamilya ng mga taong tinaguri ang case number 6, 21 at 29. Kabilang sila sa isa sa pinakamahirap sa siyudad ng Caloocan City. Isang lugar kung saan marami ang pinatay sa ilalim ng giyera kontra droga.
May tumawag na sa cellphone namin, barkada niya. Ang sabi, pinagbabaril daw sila. So 3 po sila na pinagbabaril. Dalawa po silang namatay. Pero nadala pa po siya sa ospital dito sa Tala.
Nasa Pilcoa kasi ako nangyari yon. Ngayon pag-uwi ko, may humarang sa akin na, ikaw ba yung asawa ni Sabi ko, bakit? Kasi binaril yung asawa mo, nanonood lang ng TV sa labas. Pag-uwi ko ron, wala na. Wala na yung asawa ko. Tinakbo nila ng Tala Hospital. Kasi nga, dead on arrival pa.
Ang nawala po sa akin ay si pamangking ko. Pinasok siya sa loob ng bahay nila. Tapos binaril silang mag-asawa.
Ang pumatay kina case number 6, 21 at 29 ay mga vigilante. Mga taong hindi pa nahuhuli makalipas ang 5 taon. Ang tanong natin ngayon ay paano napeke ang mga death certificate? Simple lamang ang sagot ng mga pamilya. Inareglo ito ng mga punerarya. Sinabihan sila na mas mura o di kaya'y mas madali ang pagpapalibing kung imbis na bala ang pumatay sa kanilang mahal sa buhay, mga natural na sakit. Pinapirma pa sila ng waiver na wala silang intensyong magsampa ng kaso laban sa mga pumatay sa kanilang mga mahal sa buhay.
Sabi ko, wala akong pera. Hindi ko naman alam na kasama na yun. Pag mga binaril na ganyan, kailangan talaga i-autopsy. Ay nano kasi, wala naman kaming kapera-pera. Kaya hindi na ako pumayag. Eh, siyempre, lutang na ako eh.
Kung ilalagay daw ang donatokhang, baka hindi kami makapaghingi ng tulong. Kaya inilagay lang nila pulmonary. Eh, ako yung time na yun, kung ano na lang, sige na lang din ako. Ang gusto ko lang ano kami sa problema namin. Hindi ko inintindi yung anong magiging epekto nun. Kasi, ang isip ko nun, mairaos lang namin to, mailibing lang namin to, okay na. Hindi ko naman alam na makakasali ako sa mga organisasyon, na kailangan ng mga ganto-ganon, hindi ko naman alam.
Ang nakalagay sa death certificate niya, heart attack na. Pero ang nakalagay sa police report, hindi.
Bakit ginawang heart attack ang kanyang?
Kasi para daw po madali daw po.
Madaling ano?
Para daw po madali raw pong maibigay sa akin yung death certificate. Kasi kung yung nabaril daw pang matatagalan pa. Kaya pumayag na rin po ako.
Ang sabi naman ni Lisa, live-in partner ng biktima sa case number 6, ang nag-areglo ay ang unang asawa ng biktima. At sinabihan daw sila na mas madaling malilibing ang kanilang mahal sa buhay kung hindi ilalagay na binaril siya.
Kasi binaril naman po talaga siya eh. Hindi naman po heart attack ang kinamatay niya. Tsaka 3 po silang pinagbabaril. Hindi lang po siya. Kaya paano po magiging heart attack?
You have doctors staking their reputation, their name, their license, falsifying death certificates. There's a law against this.
Ang pagpepeke ng mga pampublikong dokumento sa Pilipinas, katulad ng death certificate, ay pwedeng maparusahan ng hanggang 6 na taon na pagkakabilanggo at multa na hindi lalampas sa 5,000 piso. Three Lights Funeral Homes ang humawak sa case number 6 at 21. Nang pinuntahan namin ito, sarado na. Bakanteng lote na at mga bagong negosyo ang nakatayo. Narito tayo ngayon sa dating lote ng Three Lights Funeral Homes dito sa Caloocan City. Alam nyo, nung bukas pa ang Three Lights Funeral Homes, napakalapit nito sa isang police station. Tatawid ka lamang mula rito, nasa police station ka na. May isa pang punerarya na humawak sa case number 6. Pagkatapos makita ng pamilya na masyadong mataas ang presyo ng pagpapaburol at pagpapalibing sa Three Lights, dinaan nila sa Jenny Funeral Homes na nasa Caloocan City rin. Kakagaling lang namin dito sa loob ng Jenny Funeral Homes dito sa Caloocan City para tanungin ang kanilang mga tauhan paano at bakit pineke ang death certificate ni case number 6. Hindi sila nagbigay ng kanilang panig. Ang humawak naman sa case number 29 ay ang Sir John Funeral Services na bukas pa rin. Pareho silang matatagpuan sa hilagang bahagi ng Caloocan City kung saan maraming mga punerarya. Malapit kasi ang lugar sa mga sementeryo, pati na rin sa Bulacan at Pampanga kung saan sila nagpapagawa ng mga kabaong sa mas mababang presyo. Tinanong namin ang Sir John Funeral Services kung paano inareglo ang pagpepeke ng death certificate ng case number 29 na ang inilagay ay pneumonia. Ang sabi sa amin, hindi raw nila ito gawain. Ang taong umano'y kausap ng pamilya, umalis na raw sa kanila.
Kung ako po ang tatanungin nyo, hindi po namin ginawa ko yun.
Sino ba itong katransaksyon ng pamilya na dati niyong empleyado?
Si Kuya Rafi po. Kung sino po yung nakapirma dyan sa kontrata po na yan, siya po yung katransaksyon niya.
Ang tinutukoy na Kuya Rafi ay si Rafi Faeldonia, ang pumirma para sa Sir John Funeral Services sa kontrata. Tinawagan namin siya. Nasa Mindoro siya noong araw na iyon. Sa panayam namin, itinanggi niya na siya ang nag-areglo.
Kung ako man ang tatanungin, wala akong alam dahil ako, number 1 policy ko, hindi ako pumapayag na hindi pa autopsy lalo yung mga gunshot. Dahil ako alam ko ang proseso sa mga ganyang Hindi mo pwede sabihin na yung pneumonia ang ilalagay mo, ibinaril nga yan. Paano masasabing mura? Mura, hindi naman nabibili ang sakit.
Ulitin ko yung tanong ha, paano natin may papaliwanag na ang nakalagay ay pangalan mo? Bali, ibang tao ang humarap. May papangalan ka bang iba na posibleng humarap?
Alamin, oo. Kasi ako, pipirma lang ako sa kontrata. Kaya lang hindi ko lang ma-recognize. Sa tagal na ng servisyo na yan. Kailan pa ba yan?
2016. October 2016. Klaro sa punerarya na mali ang pagrehistro ng pneumonia bilang cause of death. Ang problema, hindi nila mapangalanan kung sino ang nakiusap sa pamilya. Pati ang pamilya, di na rin maalala kung sino ang kanilang nakausap. Tanda mo kung sino kausap mo nun?
Hindi kasi dito na nga ako nun
Babae, lalaki?
Lalaki.
Bukod sa puneraryang nag-areglo, pwede ring managot ang doktor na pumirma sa death certificate ng mga biktima. Sa death certificate ng mga case number 6 at 29, isang doktora Amadea Cruz ang pumirma. Dating bahagi ng Caloocan City Health Department si Cruz. Pero klaro sa death certificate na idineklara niya ang pagkamatay ng mga biktima kahit di niya nakita ang bangkay. Sa kasong ito, galing sa punerarya at sa pamilya ang impormasyon at pinipirmahan na lamang niya ang death certificate. Sabi ng mga tauhan ng Caloocan City Health Department, yumao na si Cruz. Ang pumirma naman sa maling death certificate ng case number 21 ay isang Ramil Razon, na kontak ng sarado ng Three Lights Funeral Homes. Nahanap namin si Razon sa tulong ng mga sources ng Rappler. Dating private practitioner si Razon sa Caloocan. Pero nitong Abril, isa na siya sa mga doktor sa ilalim ng opisina ng Scene of the Crime Operations o SOCO Division ng PNP. Kasalukuyan siyang nakadestino sa Marinduque. Pinadalhan namin siya ng mga text at aming tinawagan.
The number you have dialed is now unattended. Please try your call later. The number you have dialed is now unattended. Please try your call later.
Bale, hindi siya sumagot pero patuloy naming susubukang kunin ang kanyang komento. Dahil napeke ang mga death certificate, ibig sabihin ba nito wala nang investigasyon?
Of course, it should emanate from the complainant's sa complainant's immediate relative. Kasi siyempre yung police magmamotoprobio investigate, but then the filing of the case manggagaling sa family of the victim. Mas nag-i-stand sa court kung may complainant.
Pero ayon sa human rights lawyer na si Theodore Te, hindi kailangan ng complainant sa kasong murder. Pwede raw magsampa ng kaso ang mga otoridad kahit walang reklamo galing sa pamilya ng mga pinatay, basta't merong ebidensya. Ang tanong, naimbestigahan ba ng pulis kahit na walang reklamo ang pamilya?
Sa 2016 nga, di ba nasunog yung Caloocan Police Station bago ako mag-assume? So, yan yung mga nire-reconstruct na mga files. Hinahanap lahat yung mga pwedeng ka-recover tayo ng mga necessary documents.
Patuloy na matarik ang daan sa pagkakamit ng hustisya para sa mga biktima ng giyera kontra droga. Para sa ilang mga pamilya, wala nang nananagot sa pagpatay sa kanilang mahal sa buhay, mukhang wala ring mananagot sa pamemeke ng kanilang certificate of death. Pero, mula sa mga buto, tila mayroong pag-asa. Sa tulong ng bagong autopsy ni Dr. Fortun, may katotohanan ng tatayuan ang mga pamilya. Napatunayan nilang hindi natural, kundi kriminal ang pagkamatay ng kanilang mahal sa buhay. May taong pumaslang sa kanila. Ang kulang na lang ang pagkibo ng gobyerno para tuldukan ang patayan.
I think there really is no intent to solve. What I'm saying is, it's really impunity. What's happening right now is really crazy.
Sigurado ako na makakatulong ito. Ang gusto ko lang ipaglantaran sa una ay ito ay isang humanitarian act para sa mga naiwan. Ngunit hindi natin iisantabi at patuloy natin gagamitin ang anumang maaring gamitin na makatulong ang autopsy, ang Project Arise sa paghangad ng katarungan sa panlokal o pandaigdigang investigasyon. Iniimbestigahan ng International Criminal Court ang giyera kontra droga ni Duterte. Ang administrasyon ni Duterte naman patuloy na hinaharang ang mga investigador ng ICC na pumasok sa Pilipinas. Para sa mga nasuri ng buto, pinapakremate na ang mga labi at binebendisyonan ni Villanueva bago ibalik sa kanilang mga pamilya. Limang taon na nakalipas. Kaya mo pang hintayin ang hustisya?
Kung mayroon pang hustisya, siguro po, ilalabang ko po.
Pero naniniwala ka magkakahustisya o hindi ka na naniniwala?
Naniniwala po ko na magkakaroon din po ng hustisya.
Gusto ko lang naman mabigyan sila ng katarungan. Makulong yung dapat makulong. Hindi ko naman inaan na mapatay din sila tulad ng ginawa nila sa asawa ko. Ang ano ko, mabigyan lang ng katarungan.
Ramdam mo ba na malapit na ang hustisya?
Kung mabigyan ng hustisya, salamat. Kung hindi, wala na ako magagawa.
Tinatantsyang 30,000 patay, kapalit ng mga tahimik na kalsada. Ngayong 2022, bababa na si Rodrigo Duterte mula sa palasyo. Mag-iiwan siya ng malagim na pamana. Isang kultura ng karahasan sa hanay ng pulisya at sa mga mamamayan. At sa pamamagitan ng forensic science, muling kumikibo ang mga labi ng mga nasawi sa madugong giyera. Humihingi ng katarungan, humihingi ng paggunita. Rambo Talabong, Rappler, Manila.
You're watching Rappler's special coverage of Duterte's pretrial hearing at the International Criminal Court. I am Jairo Bolledo, and we're still waiting for the live stream of the last hour of the hearing. So far, here's a quick recap. Today, Tuesday, 24 of February, ay nakatakda at nakadestino para po doon sa submissions at pagpapatuloy ng submissions ng merits o ng mga ebidensya ng prosecution. And then afterwards ay nagkaroon ng pagkakataon ang pamilya ng mga biktima sa pamamagitan po ng kanilang common legal representative na magbigay ng kanilang submissions. Before this 90-minute break, nagkaroon na po ng 30 minutes na presentation ang lawyer ng victim sa pangunguna po ni lawyer Paulina Masida. Now we're waiting for the rest of the hour from 9:30 Philippine time up to 10:30 ay pagpapatuloy na po ang presentation nitong lawyer ng victims para po dito sa kanilang mga submissions. We are expecting Filipino lawyer Gilbert Andres to speak on behalf of the victims this time. And now we're live.
Please be seated. Veuillez vous asseoir.
George Motta. Good afternoon to everyone. I'll give the floor to the legal representatives of the victims so that they can conclude their submissions on the merits. You have the floor.
Pattern or repeated operational methods, including late-night raids, forced entry without warrants, victims shot at close range, similar post-incident police reports with consistent narrative of armed resistance, non-laban, planting of drugs and weapons, and the absence of genuine investigation demonstrates a systematic attack. This pattern is not a coincidence, it is structure. The use of similar operational narrative and particular assertions of armed resistance demonstrate consistency incompatible with isolated acts. Regardless of whether the direct perpetrators were formally identified as police officers, the similar tactics used show planning and coordination involving law enforcement authorities and, at times, local officials. Killings were not carried out by rogue officials or by vigilantes operating separately from the authorities. The police involvement in the killings extended well beyond the cases officially acknowledged as death arising from buy-bust operations. Furthermore, the government failure to arrest, let alone prosecute, a single police officer for their role in any of the war on drug killings that Duterte has encouraged, sent a clear message that the one responsible need not fear accountability and can act with impunity. There is no evidence that Mr. Duterte took any steps to prevent or punish the responsible for the murders. On the contrary, as his numerous public statements made clear, he discounted the legality of police actions, showing no inclination or intent to investigate alleged crimes. Mr. Duterte encouraged the police to carry out his anti-drug campaign and repeatedly stated he would protect them from prosecution. On 19 July 2016, at a fellowship dinner with his former law school classmates, Mr. Duterte said the police officer could carry out their war on drugs without worrying about being prosecuted. He stated, and I quote, "The president can grant pardon, conditional or absolute, or grant amnesty with the concurrence of Congress. I will use it, believe me, end of quote. During a press conference on 21st August 2016, he also explained that his promises to protect the police was one of the reasons why the war on drugs had become so bloody, and I quote, "Remember, I went in warning everyone. I said it could be bloody because I knew that the police would now be equipped with a certain mindset, that they would be protected by law if they go in and have this, violent confrontation. Because before, they were afraid of these human rights, and a lot of them lost their jobs because they couldn't even have a lawyer to defend themselves," end of quote. Mr. Duterte also warned human rights organizations not to file cases against police and army officers for extrajudicial killings, saying, and I quote, "I would like to say now they will never go to prison, not under my watch," end of quote. This morning, Your Honor, Mr. Jeremy referred to the killing of the mayor of Albuera, Rolando Espinosa, who was killed inside the Leyte prison. At the time, the National Bureau of Investigation determined that the killings were a rub-out of 2 unarmed prisoners inside their cell and filed murder charges. Mr. Duterte responding, saying that the officers would not be prosecuted with these words, and I will quote, "I will not allow this," meaning officers, "go to prison. I don't care if the NBA says it is murder. Anyway, the NBA and the Department of Justice are both under my authority. I will be the one to answer for it and go to prison," end of quote. On his 3rd day in office as president, Mr. Duterte publicly told police officers that he would pardon them if they kill drug dealers and drug addicts, using these words, quote, "Do your duty, and if in the process you kill 1,000 persons because you are doing your duty, I will protect you," end of quote. Given the prevailing perception of police impunity and the absence of effective investigations or prosecutions, in many cases victims did not file a complaint nor try to initiate criminal proceedings. As one family member of a victim explained to us, and I quote, "We had no hope for an investigation of the police. One of us saw one of the police go inside with an aluminium briefcase. He took out a gun and some shabu sockets and placed them next to the body. I went back to where I was, and I was totally shocked. I couldn't even complain. If we go complain, what is our chance against the authorities?" End of quote. In other cases, victims tried to seek justice. They went to the police, to local officials, to government agencies. They filed reports, they asked for investigation, they begged for answers, but their pleas were ignored, their complaints were dismissed, their testimonies were doubted. In some cases, the very people they approached for help were the same ones involved in the violence. They were left with no path forward. No institution was willing to hear them. No authority was willing to protect them. No system was willing to acknowledge what was happening. The attack against the civilian population was carried out pursuant to a state policy to neutralize, through violent crimes, including murder, individuals perceived or alleged to be involved in drug-related and other crimes. The policy was originally developed by Mr. Duterte and his close associates in Davao City and implemented locally, and then expanding to the national level in 2016, once Mr. Duterte became President of the Republic of the Philippines. Victims support the primary prosecution pleading and submit that the evidence shows the existence of such a policy as reflected in the repeated patterns of conduct, the mobilization of state resources, Mr. Duterte's public endorsement, and institutional tolerance. Mr. Duterte first ran for mayor of Davao in 1988 on a campaign to restore law and order in the city, the largest of the main southern island of Mindanao. At that time, Davao was known as the murder capital of the Philippines. Communist insurgents and government security forces gunned each other down and many civilians day and night on Davao streets and barrios. Mr. Duterte was Davao mayor for most of the years between 1988 and 2016. Local NGOs indicate that squad killings of alleged drug dealers, petty criminals, and street children in Davao City started sometimes in the mid-90s, during Mr. Duterte's second term. The group that claimed to be responsible for the killings was called Suluguan Sakatuan, or Servants of the People, amongst other names. But soon the media, as you have also heard in these days, the media began referring to it as the Davao Death Squad. The Davao Death Squad killed hundreds. Mr. Duterte endorsed the killings as an effective way to combat crime, relishing his Duterte nickname and reputation. His active promotion of the killing of suspected drug offenders led to a sharp increase in such killings during his time as mayor. According to one estimate, amongst the other that you have been shown yesterday and today, at least 1,424 such killings took place in Davao between 1988 and 2015. As you heard yesterday during the presentation of Mr. Nichols, and today during the presentation of Ms. Croft, when confronted with the death toll during his presidential election campaign, Mr. Duterte responded, "They said I killed 700? They undercounted. It was 1,700. As you also heard, Your Honors, on numerous occasions as mayor, Mr. Duterte claimed personal responsibility for the policy of killing drug suspects. Even prior to announcing his candidacy for the May 2016 presidential election, Mr. Duterte was already very clear about his intention to eliminate crime by eliminating criminals, applying nationwide the abusive crime control tactics. As reported in the Sunstar Philippines on 24 May 2015, he declared, and I quote, "If by chance that God will place me there, watch out, because the 1,000, referring to the person killed in Davao, because the 1,000 will become 100,000. You will see the fish in Manila Bay getting fat. That is where I will dump you." End of quote. 3 months after that speech, he renewed his pledge, and I quote, "If I become president, you better hide. That 1,000 will reach 50,000. I would kill all of you who make the lives of Filipinos miserable." End of quote. Mr. Duterte's outspoken vote to embark on a nationwide killing campaign against drug dealers and drug users was the foundation of his presidential electoral platform. During a campaign rally on 15 March 2016, he stated, quote, "When I become president, I will order the police to find those people dealing or using drugs and kill them. The funeral parlors will be packed." Following his election as president, as also explained this morning by Mr. Jeremy, on 9 May 2016, Mr. Duterte continued to declare unequivocally that his anti-drug campaign was focused on killing drug dealers and users. Speaking in Davao on 4 June 2016, he stated, quote, "If you are still into drugs, I'm going to kill you. Don't take this as a joke. I'm not trying to make you laugh, son of bitches. I will really kill you." End of quote. The next month, Mr. Duterte referred to children killed in his drug war as, I quote, "collateral damage." Mr. Duterte and his associates disregarded the most basilar principle of law, human rights, and human dignity. In September 2016, after the then UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon denounced the drug war killings, Mr. Duterte called him a fool, adding, quote, "I will continue the campaign against the criminals. I do not have any pity for them. I don't give a shit. I am the President of the Philippines, not the Republic of the international community." End of quote. In a Human Rights Watch report issued in March 2017, Mr. Duterte's first 6 months in office were labeled as a human rights calamity for the Philippines. Mr. Duterte repeated public statements encouraging the killing of alleged drug offenders were not methodical flourishes. They were operational directives. The repeated calls to kill alleged drug dealers and users is indicative of a government policy to direct an attack against a specific civilian population. Public statements encourage lethal force. Law enforcement operations were organized and resourced. The rhetoric of eradication was translated into practice. The scale, coordination and continuity of operations, coupled with public encouragement of lethal enforcement, support the inference of policy. When violence is normalized, repeated, and institutionally defended, as in the present case, it reflects policy. Turning to the alleged liability of Mr. Duterte. The suspect is charged as indirect co-perpetrator under Article 25(3)(a) for committing the crimes jointly with others in furtherance of a common plan or agreement to neutralize through violent crimes including murder, individual perceived or alleged to be involved in drug-related and other crimes. In the alternative, he is also charged under Article 25(3)(b) for ordering or inducing the Davao Death Squad and later the national network to commit the crimes, and under Article 25(3)(c) for aiding, abetting, or otherwise assisting members of the Davao Death Squad and later the national network to commit the crimes. Victims submit that the evidence presented by the prosecution allows to conclude that there are substantial grounds to believe that Mr. Duterte is criminally responsible for the crimes charged. In particular, the evidence shows the existence of a common plan to kill individuals perceived by the authorities as implicated in drug-related crimes. The common plan originated in Davao in the late 80s when the suspect instructed members of the death squad, police officers and non-police hitmen to conduct operations against the targeted individuals, provided funds and other resources to achieve the aim of the agreement. As already recalled, Mr. Duterte made unequivocal public statements encouraging police and civilians to kill alleged drug offenders. Such statements indicate an intent to use the country's law enforcement agencies to engage in murders. Mr. Duterte was proud of his achievements at the point that he put his method at the center of his presidential campaign. When elected president, He adopted the same method as in Davao nationwide and continued to state publicly and unequivocally that his anti-drug campaign would focus on killing drug dealers and users. Mr. Duterte relied on the support of the police, which he exercised effective control over, to execute the common plan. Their loyalty was reinforced through financial incentives, promotions, and the maintenance of a system of impunity. Mr. Duterte had full knowledge of the crimes. As the Chamber has already heard, on 15 March 2016 in Lingayen, he announced that if elected, he would order police to locate and kill individuals involved in drugs, warning that funeral parlors would be crowded. On 7 May 2016, the final day of the campaigning for the presidential elections, Mr. Duterte made it clear that his threats were to be taken literally, and I quote, "All of you who are into drugs, you sons of bitches, I will really kill you. I have no patience, I have no middle ground," end of quote. Madam President, Your Honors, the loss victims carry is not measured only in the death of a loved one. It is measured in the empty chair at the dinner table, the birthdays that will never be celebrated, the dreams that ended abruptly, and the futures that were taken from them. As one of the victims put it, and I quote, "My loved one was not perfect. None of us are. But he was a human being. He was someone's child, someone's parent, someone's partner. He deserved dignity, due process, and the chance to defend himself. Instead, his life ended without warning, without explanation, and without accountability. For many of us, the moment we learned of our loved one's death was the moment our own lives changed forever. We were left with questions that no one in authority would answer. We were left with fear that speaking out would put us in danger. And we were left with a painful knowledge that the institutions meant to protect us had failed us." End of quote. The trauma of these events did not end with the loss of life. It continues every day. Families were left to navigate grief while facing stigma and suspicion. Many were told implicitly or explicitly that their loved ones had deserved what happened to them. They were made to feel ashamed for seeking answers. Some were threatened when they tried to file complaints. Others were told not to bother because nothing would come of it. Children who witness violence now struggle with fear. Parents who lost their children live with enduring guilt and despair. Entire communities still carry the memory of nights filled with sirens, shouting, and uncertainty. Your Honors, the victim's suffering is never abstract nor remote. It remains real, immediate, and ongoing. Your Honors, trauma is not always visible. It resides in the silence of the ones who are afraid to speak. It lives in the hesitation of a child who no longer feels safe walking outside, and in the constant fear of families who still look over their shoulders, wondering whether they will be targeted next. For the victims, the confirmation of charges is not merely a legal step. It is a recognition that their loved ones mattered. It is an acknowledgement that what happened to them was wrong. It is a message that they have not been forgotten. These proceedings offer something they had been denied in years: hope. Hope hope that the truth will be established, that the one responsible will be held to account, that future generations will not endure the same suffering. Justice cannot restore their loved ones, but it can restore dignity. Justice can affirm humanity. Justice can help them begin to heal. Madam President, Your Honors, for the purpose of a confirmation of a charges hearing, the prosecution must demonstrate substantial grounds to believe that Mr. Duterte committed each of the crimes charged. Victims submit that the evidence presented by the prosecution meets this evidentiary standard. The confirmation of all charges is not only legally warranted, it is essential to the integrity of international criminal justice. The evidence before this chamber establishes reasonable ground to believe that crimes against humanity of murder and attempted murder were committed in the context of a widespread and systematic attack against the civilian population, and that Mr. Duterte bears individual and criminal responsibility under Article 25 of the Rome Statute. Your Honors, the victims have waited years for this moment. They have been silenced, stigmatized, and denied justice in their own country. Today, they stand before you with the hope that justice, long denied, may finally be within reach. This court is their last refuge, and today, on their behalf, we ask this chamber to affirm that their suffering matters, that their rights matter, and that the rule of law extends even to the most powerful, by confirming all the charges against Mr. Duterte and committing him to trial. This concludes my part, Your Honors. With your leave, I will give the floor to my colleague, Mr. Andres, for concluding our presentation. Merci beaucoup.
Judge Mottoch, thank you very much. Maitre Andres, you have the floor.
Madam President, Your Honors, I am Gilbert Andres. My colleague, Ms. Masida, earlier submitted that Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign disproportionately affected the poor and marginalized. What were the conditions of the victims targeted by Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign? How poor and marginalized were his victims? The victims targeted by Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign were from low-income, high-density communities. In an urban setting, this meant that some victims live in an area of about 69,000 persons per square kilometer during the relevant period. A typical floor area of the house of a victim in these high-density communities was about 6 square meters. For some victims, their house was as small as the area of 2 tables in this courtroom. The victims' houses were typically made up of wood, used tarpaulin, plastic, light materials, and some broken hollow blocks. Any material that they could scavenge and utilize. As the victims lived in high-density communities, their neighbors knew them very well. The victims lived in close-knit communities. The victims' close-knit communities meant that they immediately knew if a person was an outsider to their community. And any traumatic event that happened to these victims in their close-knit communities was known and whispered throughout their community. As the victims were from low-income communities, to survive poverty, their houses were homes to multiple generations of their families to conserve their meager resources. For Filipinos, especially from low-income communities, their family is not just the nuclear family. It is not just the husband, the wife, the children. Their family extends to the grandparents, the lolo and lola, and the siblings of a spouse, the brothers and sisters. The breadwinner of the victim's family was usually the husband, the father of the children. The victims either worked as daily minimum wage earners or as wage earners below the prescribed daily minimum wage, or as part of the informal economy, such as a vendor. The victims worked if there was work available to earn for their family's survival. But most of the victims would not have completed their education, nor have the proper training to secure stable jobs as part of the formal economy. If they were fortunate to be employed as minimum daily wage earners, in the urban setting, this amounted to about 500 Philippine pesos per day, or approximately about 8 euros per day during the relevant period. But for most victims, the minimum wage was really the maximum that they can hope for. The victims only hope to earn at most about 8 euros per day. And for a family composed of the husband, the wife, and about 2 until 4 children, 8 euros per day is meager. There was also a cultural expectation for the breadwinners to help their elderly parents. The other spouse sometimes augmented this meager income by being a vendor or by taking temporary jobs. And if both parents were outside of their home, it was the extended family that took care of the children. Your Honors, the specific data may vary from victim to victim, but the victims hope that this data give the chamber a picture of their conditions under Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign. The already marginalized and vulnerable conditions of the victims exponentially multiplied the harm that they suffered, and they continue to suffer, which leads to our next submission. What were the grave effects and suffered harm of the victims, their families, and their communities resulting from the crimes charged against Mr. Duterte? Mr. Duterte's drug war campaign targeted the very humanity of the victims, of their families, and of their communities. In Filipino, the indirect victims expressed this in one sentence: "Inalisan kami ng dangal. We were stripped of our dignity." How so? First, Mr. Duterte publicly dehumanized the victims of his anti-drug campaign. This dehumanization of the victims was used to justify their eventual murders. On July 25, 2016, during his first State of the Nation address before the Philippine Congress, Mr. Duterte declared that, and I quote, "But human rights cannot be used as a shield or an excuse to destroy the country, your country, and my country." End of quote. What was chilling was that this portion of Mr. Duterte's speech garnered the most applause from members of the Philippine Congress and the public gallery. On August 17, 2016, during the 115th Police Service Anniversary at the Philippine National Police Headquarters, Mr. Duterte declared to the Philippine National Police that for those allegedly affected by drugs, and I quote, "And it has not only affected millions, but a lot of them are no longer viable as human beings in this planet. End of quote. On August 26, 2016, Mr. Duterte declared to a group of Filipino soldiers he visited in an army camp that, and I quote, "Crimes against humanity? In the first place, I'd like to be frank with you. Are they humans? What is your definition of a human being?" End of quote. These public speeches of Mr. Duterte serve to condition the Filipino people on the excuse for the murder of the victims of his anti-drug campaign and how the murders were taken out, brazen, execution style. These public speeches of Mr. Duterte were emblematic of findings that atrocity crimes were often preceded by the process of dehumanizing the identities of others to justify the crimes. Second, the murdered victims were dehumanized by how they were murdered. During their actual murders, the targeted victims were summarily accused as drug users or pushers without the benefit of a judicial process, just like the one before this chamber. The victims were then murdered inside their homes or within their own close-knit community. The victims who were murdered inside their homes were murdered in front of their family, their spouse, their children, or their parent, especially in front of their mothers. Some of the victims were forcefully separated from the physical clutches of their family members, protecting them from the direct perpetrators of Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign. This was what happened to the son of a victim in the early hours of a Thursday. At that time, this victim, her son, and her son's wife, who was pregnant and nearing delivery, were preparing to go to the hospital when 6 or 7 people dressed in black and who had guns suddenly entered their house. As recounted by this victim, and I quote, "My son kept repeating, 'Mama, don't leave me.' So I blocked the way. He pleaded again, saying, 'I will come with you, just don't kill me. Mama, don't leave me.' 4 officers were inside. One shouted at me, 'Get out of the way!' They pulled me down the stairs and yanked my hair. They had guns. My son pleaded again, 'Mama, don't leave me.' He was hugging, referring to his wife. They dragged me out into the street and put me on a motorcycle. Some victims begged the direct perpetrators for their lives, as witnessed by their family members. Some victims spontaneously took off their clothes to show to the direct perpetrators that they were clean. The home, which was supposed to be a shelter of security for the direct victims, became the crime scenes of their brazen murder. The targeting of the victims in their own homes is explained by the Philippine National Police Command Memorandum Circular number 16-2016, which was earlier referred to also by the prosecution. It was issued on July 1, 2016, by the then Chief of the Philippine National Police, Ronald Bato de la Rosa, appointed by Mr. Duterte. The relevant portion of CMC 16-2016 states that, and I quote, "The actual house-to-house visitations of suspected drug personalities shall be the highlight of Project Tonghang." End of quote. Project Tonghang refers to Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign on barangay clearance operations. Ultimately, the murdered victims were now known in their close-knit communities with the stigmatized label of natokhang and as drug users, despite the lack of any judicial declaration. Third, the murdered victims of Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign were further dehumanized even after their death by the false narrative of nanlaban. After the actual murder, the murdered victims were falsely portrayed as nanlaban, that they allegedly fought back against the police despite being the helpless victims. After the murder, evidence of illegal drugs and/or paltik guns were even planted on the murdered victims as part of the modus operandi of the anti-drug campaign to allegedly show that the victims purportedly fought back. Thus, the murdered victims were not only known as natokhang and as drug users, they were also now known in their close-knit communities with the false label of nanlaban, or someone who fought back. But for the surviving family members of the murdered victims, the suffered harms do not end there. The extreme trauma brought by the sudden murder of the Tokhang victims was further carried over to their surviving family members. Some of the surviving family members were even imprisoned and charged with fabricated criminal complaints while they were still grappling with the trauma of the sudden attack and the murder of their loved ones. For the victim I earlier referred to, after her son was forcefully separated from them, she and her son's pregnant wife were both arrested and detained in a police precinct. While under detention, she was told to get her son from the morgue. But they were not actually released from detention. They were actually photographed with the foils and rocks handed to them, and afterwards they were charged with fabricated complaints relating to illegal drugs, as that victim narrates. And I quote, "While in detention, I learned that the same thing had happened to all the other detainees. Their stories were the same. It took more than a year before this victim was released from imprisonment. The illegal imprisonment of surviving family members was part of the modus operandi to prevent the indirect victims from filing criminal complaints against the direct perpetrators of Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign. Thus, the document containing the charges in paragraph 19 refers to, and I quote, other violent crimes under Article 7.1, end of quote. Further, as the homes of the murdered Tokhang victims were the homes of multiple generations, how the murdered victims were brutally shot at have been traumatically witnessed by their family members, by their spouse, their children, or by their parents. This extreme trauma is a daily struggle for the surviving family members as they still live every day in the scene of the crime, their homes. This extreme trauma of the surviving family members also occurs when they see or about to encounter a police officer, or worse, the direct perpetrator in their community. But the extreme trauma of the surviving victims does not end there. The surviving victims were socially stigmatized in their close-knit communities with the label, "Natukhang sila," or "May natukhang sa kanila," which loosely translated means they have a family member killed in a tokhang operation. The surviving family members of the murdered victims were avoided and shunned in their close-knit community. The neighbors avoid the surviving family members, fearing for their own lives by reason of association with the murdered tokhang victim. And the surviving family members usually mourn alone during the wake of their murdered loved ones. For some surviving family members who cannot endure this social isolation and continuing stigma, they eventually leave their close-knit community. The trauma and stigma are especially worse for the children of the murdered tokhang victims. Aside from losing a parent, usually their father, who is the breadwinner, the children, as direct descendants of the murdered victims, were avoided at school or even bullied as the children of Natokhang. The children of the murdered Tokhang victims have to endure bullying, stigma, trauma, depression, and some even develop symptoms such as epilepsy. And because the murdered Tokhang victims were usually the breadwinners of their families, their death meant that their surviving family members were pushed toward further poverty. The surviving family members experienced extreme socio-economic dislocation with the murder of their breadwinner. Thus, Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign, aside from murdering victims from low-income communities, also brought about the breakdown of the families of the murdered victims. Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign destroyed the trust in the close-knit communities of the murdered Tokhang victims and ultimately destroyed the social fabric of these communities. Ultimately, Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign not only murdered people, but perpetrated state terror against low-income, marginalized communities across the Philippines. As a result, Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign shattered and terrorized these close-knit communities as a means of control. And ultimately, as the targeted victims of Mr. Duterte's drug war campaign were from marginalized, vulnerable communities, his drug war campaign was not really a war on drugs. It was a war against the poor. And the continued stigmatization of the indirect victims, the surviving family members, still persists until now. The children of the murdered victims are still suffering psychologically, mentally, and socio-economically. Their widowed mothers and their extended families, the grandparents, usually the grandmother, or aunts or uncles, also bear the burden of providing for the children of the murdered victims. And some surviving family members are still being visited or watched by the direct perpetrators to check on them. Last, what do these proceedings mean to the victims? The proceedings before this chamber are being watched intently by the victims because they see it as their first step towards the truth and towards justice. There is still a culture of denial that subsists even in the close-knit communities where the victims reside. The family members of the murdered victims still cannot openly discuss the murder of their loved ones in their close-knit communities. And some quarters supportive of Mr. Duterte even publicly claim that these murders under the drug war campaign allegedly never happened or were merely fake news or were justified as necessary. These hearings on the confirmation of charges are vital to the victims of Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign because it will be the first step for them in actualizing their right to the truth and to justice under international law. Madam President, Your Honors, the victims know that their murdered loved ones suffered under the charge of crimes against humanity for murder being charged against Mr. Duterte. Your Honors, the victims know, they have seen with their eyes, they have heard with their ears, and they have witnessed the barbarity of the murder wherein their loved ones' human dignity was never respected. Thus, the victims pray that this chamber confirm the charges for crimes against humanity for murder against Mr. Duterte for the sake of the truth and for the sake of justice for the victims. And so that the murderous legacy of Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign will not find new victims in the future. Madam President, Your Honors, thank you for your time and kind attention. This ends the submission of the Common Legal Representative for Victims. May it please the Chamber.
Judge Motok.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Mr. Andres, I gather that you have finished. So this second day of our hearings has come to an end. In accordance with our schedule, the hearing is suspended until Thursday, 26 February at 10 in the morning. Thank you, parties, participants, our interpreters, the registry, technical staff, and all those who have worked on this hearing and allowed it to be held. I wish you a pleasant day, and we will see you on Thursday. The hearing is adjourned.
You have witnessed the speech of Filipino lawyer Gilbert Andres of Center Law, who represents the victims of Duterte's war on drugs. He closed the part of the victim's submission to the pre-trial chamber. As stated, the victims had 1.5 hours to send their submissions orally to the pre-trial chamber to please the court or to convince the court why Duterte's charges should be confirmed. Dun sa kanyang speech, si Attorney Andres, who helped the victims of war on drugs in the Philippines, narrated na itong mga biktima ng war on drugs ni Duterte ay majority or all of them nearly ay galing po sa mga mahihirap na pamilya. Sabi ni Attorney Andres, sila po ay nakatira sa mga simpleng mga bahay, sa mga barong-barong, mga bahay made out of cheap materials. The victims came from low-income families. ninarrate din ni Attorney Andres how the victims or majority of the victims actually came from, or sila mismo actually ang mga breadwinner ng kanilang pamilya. Alam niyo po, ang dami pong mga research, mga investigation, documentation na nailabas dyan in 2020 after the term of President Rodrigo Duterte and even at the height of Duterte's term, a documentation conducted by human rights group Phil Rights na tumutulong po sa mga drug war victims sa pag-alaman po nila doon sa mga dokumento nilang case, over 50. Ang common pattern ay majority nung mga napatay sa drug war ni Pangulong Duterte ay mga breadwinner, mga padre de pamilya po ng kanilang mga pamilya. This caused po yung further po na paghihirap ng mga pamilya dahil nawala na po sila ng bubuhay sa kanila, mas lalo po silang naghirap. Isa po yan sa mga effect na sinasabi noon ng mga human rights group. At ito pong si Attorney Andres dito po sa kanilang submission sa International Criminal Court, inulit po nila yon, nireiterate po nila yung mga arguments na yon. Bakit po importante? Or bakit po napili ng victims po na i-highlight yung kanilang socio-economic status dito sa International Criminal Court? Ano po bang may bearing po ba yung mga ganon? It's not necessarily about the socio-economic status of the victims, but that was, we can see that as the victims' attempt to connect their arguments, to connect their submissions with the earlier arguments raised by the prosecution. Kanina sinabi po kasi ng prosecution na talagang itong war on drugs ni Duterte ay systemic, organized, at sila po ay tumutok doon sa mga may hirap na pamilya. There's a reason behind that, and Duterte wanted, or Duterte specifically targeted the victims or poor victims because these are the ones, according to the witness provided by the prosecution, because these people have no means, they have no money to hire lawyers. They are not educated enough to understand their rights. Hindi na alam kung saan pupunta kapag namatay ang mga kaanak nila. Hindi sila familiar on how the justice system works, and that explains kung bakit sila yung ginawang target nitong war on drugs ni Pangulong Duterte. At yun yung sinubukang i-highlight ni Attorney Gilbert Andres dito. They're trying to connect their arguments with the arguments raised by the prosecution. Aside from that, aside from highlighting the socio-economic status of the victims of Duterte's war on drugs, pinakita rin nila, nag-cite din sila ng mga specific cases, mga narratives ng mga biktima nitong war on drugs ni Pangulong Duterte. Kung napapansin niyo po kanina yung prosecution, hindi nila binanggit yung mga pangalan ng kanilang mga witnesses. Dito rin po sa submissions nitong victims lawyers, napapansin din po natin na hindi nila pinapangalanan yung mga specific cases na ginagamit nila to narrate kung paano naka-apekto or kung paano dinurog ni Duterte itong mga pamilya na to at kung paano pinatay itong mga biktima. Dito sa isa sa mga sinite na pattern ni Attorney Andres ay yung pagmamakaawa ng mga victims. Yung ibang mga victims daw ay pinakita pa sa mga polis na sila ay malinis, na sila ay walang dalang mga illegal drugs, contrary doon sa kiniklaim sa kanila. So yung specific narrations na yon, yung mga specific documentations na yon na ni-raise ni Attorney Andres, very important yon to give the complete picture doon sa korte or doon sa pre-trial chamber para makita talaga na magkaroon ng sapat na ebidensya or para mapakita talaga sa pre-trial chamber na totoong mga tao itong mga biktima na to at itong mga tao na to ay may mga pamilya at sila ay naapektuhan. Kung yung prosecution ay talagang inaasahan natin yon that they will focus on the legality, they will focus on legal arguments, of course, because they, after all, they have to present substantial grounds or they have to reach the substantial grounds threshold. We really expected from the part of the victims to really highlight the stories, to put a face on the statistics and to put a face on the evidence provided by the prosecution. And that's what Attorney Gilbert Andres did, as well as Paulina Masida. Now, aside from highlighting the specific cases, yung mga narratives ng mga family, ninarrate din kanina ni Attorney Gilbert Andres kung paano nakaapekto itong war on drugs ni Duterte. Because the reality here is, sabi nga kanina ni Attorney ni Paulina Masida, hindi naman natatapos sa pagpatay yung pagdurusa ng mga pamilya. Nakikita raw yun doon sa mga kulang na upuan sa table or mga walang nakaupo doon sa mga mesa, sa mga hapagkainan, doon sa mga holidays, mga birthdays, mga importanteng araw sa mga pamilya na hindi na mapupuntahan nito mga biktima na yon. At inulit yon ni Attorney Andres, hinighlight niya kung paano nakaka-apekto dito. Sinabi ni Attorney Andres na aside from enduring yung pagpatay doon sa kanilang mga loved ones, yung ibang mga victims, ang nangyari pa, inaresto sila. Yung iba sa kanila ay talagang pinahirapan. Some of them, yung mga kapitbahay nila ay iniiwasan na sila because natatakot silang ma-associate sa mga pamilyang na biktima ng war on drugs with the fear of being, watched by the police, because we all know na itong mga victims ng mga drug war ni Duterte ay talagang parang naging target na talaga sila ng local police operations. Kaya mga kapitbahay nila, that explained yung fear ng kanilang mga kalapit-bahay. Apart from that, hinighlight din ni Attorney Gilbert Andres yung pag-iwas o yung pagbubuli doon sa mga anak ng war on drugs victims. Marami doon sa kanila, hinighlight ni Attorney Andres na may mga specific instances kung saan yung mga anak, matapos silang magluksa sa pagkamatay ng kanilang mga magulang or ng tatay, ng nanay, they had to endure yung pangbubuli ng mga kaklase nila because they were branded as a child of natukhang or as a child of a drug war victim. And apart from that, inend ni Attorney Gilbert Andres yung kanyang statement sa pamamagitan or sa pag-highlight na importante itong confirmation of charges hearing para doon sa mga family ng victims dahil ito ang kanilang first step in actualizing or in reaching daw yung katotohanan at yung justice na nakuha nila. Hindi rin kinalimutan ni Attorney Andres to highlight yung struggles ng mga local families to get local remedies from our local courts sa pagkalap ng ebidensya, sa paghingi ng mga blotter, ng police report. The lawyers of the victims did not fail to mention those things kasi it just connects to the argument of the prosecution and the victim's lawyer yesterday na highlighting and justifying why the ICC, the International Criminal Court, should continue its trial or should continue and go to a full trial to hear Duterte's crimes against humanity cases, itong 3 counts ng crimes against humanity cases ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. So iyon yung naging summary ng speech, ng submissions ng victims' lawyers. 3 yung narinig natin so far na nagsalita from the part of the victims. Kahapon nagsalita sa Attorney Joel Butuyan for the opening statement, and then majority of the submissions, an hour at least, was dedicated to Paulina Masida, and then the rest of the submissions were made by Attorney Gilbert Andres. That actually ended the part of the submissions of these victims because on Thursday, February 26, during the continuation of the pre-trial hearing, the entire day, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., the Hague time, 3 hours would be given or will be given to the defense team to rebut, to explain, and to counter the arguments raised by the prosecution and the arguments raised by the victims' families. And the structure, kung napapansin niyo po yung structure, less than an hour lang yung minigay doon sa victims' families, and then the prosecution had less than 3 hours to raise their arguments at mas malaking porsyento ng submissions ay dedicated doon sa defense. And in this case, Kaufman at yung kanyang mga co-counsels dito sa case ni Duterte, kasama dyan si Dov Jacobs, ang inaasahan natin na magsasalita sa Huwebes. Tomorrow, February 25, Wednesday, ay wala pong hearing tomorrow ang ICC. Magre-resume po ito sa Thursday at magtatapos po sa Friday. Again, for those who just tuned in, this is Rappler's special coverage of the pre-trial hearings of former President Rodrigo Duterte's crimes against humanity cases that are currently pending at the International Criminal Court. This stems from Duterte's alleged kill orders and during his time as mayor of Davao City. This refers to the killings allegedly perpetrated or carried out rather by the Davao Death Squad, and afterwards the ICC prosecution alleges that Duterte, when he became the mayor, implemented the so-called Davao model to the nationwide scale, and that became the Oplan Tokhang and Oplan High Value Targets. In other words, the Oplan Double Barrel. So yun po ang konteksto dito. At the end of these hearings, pag matatapos po ang hearings sa Friday, wala pa pong resulta ito, maghihintay po tayo more or less 60 days para hintayin kung ano po ang magiging desisyon ng ICC Pre-Trial Chamber 1 sa pangunguna po ni Judge Julia Motok. And ang inaasahan po dito, mayroon pong maaaring 3 scenarios after these hearings at after ma-appreciate ng korte yung mga submissions so far ng prosecution, ng victims, nito pong defense. After po nito, ang inaasahan po natin ay either i-confirm po ng korte or ng pre-trial chamber 1 yung mga charges, kahit pag may na-confirm po doon sa tatlo kasi yung counts na yon, di ba? May isa lang po ma-confirm doon, magtutuloy po sa trial itong kaso laban kay Duterte. The other scenario naman ay pwede pong walang i-confirm doon sa mga charges laban kay Duterte. So, yun po yung no. Yung limbo, yung nasa gitna, pwedeng hindi muna i-confirm ng pre-trial chamber 1 for 2 reasons. Number 1, pwedeng ipaayos ng pre-trial chamber 1 yung mismong information o yung kaso doon sa prosecution kasi baka may mismatch daw. Ito yung mga ebidensya na meron ka, pero ito naman yung dapat kaso na isinampa mo dito sa suspect. And the other reason naman kung bakit mapupunta doon sa limbo ay baka kulang pa or hindi pa sapat yung mga meron ka, kaya baka kailangan mo mag-reinvestigate. Pero either way, those are the 3 possibilities that we're looking at in this case, in these cases of our former president. But as just to highlight and reiterate Lian's point earlier, possibly according to many observers, according to many international law experts, that the threshold, all the requirement that should be met in this case is only substantial grounds to believe. Sa criminal proceedings po kasi or sa pag-iimbestiga sa mga kaso pong ganito, meron pong threshold na tinatawag. Kung isipin niyo po yun na para siyang will. And kailangan mo lang ma-fulfill yung certain part of the will para mag-proceed sa next step. And in this case, na-fulfill na yung reasonable grounds. Kaya nga po nagkaroon na tayo ng pre-trial. Ang susunod para umakyat tayo sa trial proper ay substantial ground. Additional evidence lang or merong sapat na ebidensya para maniwala itong pre-trial chamber na tatayo po ang kaso laban kay Duterte. And if that's the case, if the pre-trial chamber 1, the 3 judges, the all-women judges decided na yes, may substantial grounds, then aakyat po tayo sa full-blown trial dito po sa 3 kaso, sa 3 counts of crimes against humanity, cases of former President Rodrigo Duterte na murder and attempted murder. Now, a press conference with the victim's family is currently ongoing. In The Hague, Netherlands, we have now our senior investigative reporter, Lian Buan. Michelle Abad, our correspondent, is covering the press conference. For the meantime, we will have our senior investigative reporter, Lian Buan, to give us her impressions, the summary of the submissions made by Attorney Gilbert Andres. Lian?
Yes, Jairo.
once again, kapag nagsasalita talaga yung mga victims' lawyers, the victims tend to really get emotional. And we saw, once again, nakasalubong ko kanina paglabas ng courtroom si Mrs. Lore Pasco and si Sher Escudero. We know them, of course, as the victims representing Rise Up, at teary-eyed silang dalawa nung nakasalubong ko sila. Kaya napakita lang nun talaga that every time that the victims have to listen to their experiences, it may not be their own experiences, it may just be similar to their experiences, pero something about it just really triggers a lot of emotions for them. As you said, Michelle is speaking with them right now. I actually had the chance to speak with Salvador Panelo, the former presidential legal counsel of former President Duterte. And one of the things that I asked him is it the first time that he has heard in full yung kung ano yung sinasabi ng victims? And he said, hindi daw kasi paulit-ulit lang naman daw. So I asked him his reaction to specific things that were said during those times. But unfortunately, sabi niya nakatulog daw siya on some parts. So hindi niya ako masasagot dun sa mga ibang tinatanong ko. But basically, Attorney Panelo was saying that the Philippine justice system could have prosecuted them all, to which I told him that there have been local cases filed, but not many of them really proceeded into the way that they should have proceeded under normal circumstances. But he was saying that from 2022 to 2025, the Marcos government could have prosecuted former President Duterte. And we know for a fact that the DOJ had wanted to start an investigation of that sort, coming from the findings of the Quadcom and the Senate. But as we heard, then Justice Secretary Remulla, sabi niya, there were many missing police reports and many other prosecutorial shortcomings that make it almost impossible to come up with a case like that. So sabi niya, kung wala daw report sa local, then anong meron dito sa ICC? But as we heard yung prosecution kanina, they have people that maybe other prosecutors cannot get to, and those are insider witnesses who were privy to how Oplan Tokhang was commanded by then Police Chief Bato de la Rosa, and then eventually and ultimately by President Duterte, Jairo.
Lian, isa sa mga missed opportunities dito sa pre-trial hearing sana is Duterte, the sight of Duterte being read the allegations against him. But on top of that, it's really, the prosecution and the victim's lawyer narrating the specific narratives, narrating the specific cases, their allegations against Duterte, and hindi natin nakita, unfortunately. But ang daming bagong information na nakuha natin dito. Some of them are not necessarily new, but very detailed, diba? Yun yung nakita observation natin in this second day of hearing. In any way, natanong mo ba, or not necessarily today, but in previous days, kung yung itong counsels ba ni Duterte, ready ba sila to, really respond to, on the merits provided and highlighted by the prosecution and the victim's lawyer?
Well, yes, Nick Kaufman is very confident. He has been confident from day one. I remember my very first interview with him after the initial appearance. He's saying he aims to erase this case off the records of the earth even before the confirmation of charges hearing come by. But obviously, nandito na tayo. Nag-undergo na tayo ng confirmation of charges hearing. So that confidence has not really produced results for him so far. But he still remains confident. He's very confident on the issues of jurisdiction. That's what I can tell you. They've been really repeating that there's really no jurisdiction on this case. That's what Attorney Salvador Panelo was telling me earlier, that he really wants Kaufman to really drive down jurisdiction when they have their turn on Thursday. And honestly, jurisdiction is really a tricky part. It could really go either way talaga. As I said kanina, sobrang bata ng jurisprudence, sobrang bata ng case law ng ICC, and with Nick Kaufman is really an expert on jurisdiction. Si Dov Jacobs, what's going for the victims is that nanalo na yung jurisdiction once. But there's an appeal chamber, and if we remember before, sa appeals chamber, muntik natalo ang jurisdiction dati. It was a split decision, 3-2. Muntik ng 3-2 on the side of Duterte. 3-2 ang nangyari 3-2 on the side of the victims and of the case. So jurisdiction is a really tricky part, and we really expect all of them to the defense team to really pound down on jurisdiction. But as Attorney Panelo was asked earlier, aside from jurisdiction, is the defense ready to rebut the substantial, like the facts, the merits? And they say they are. We have yet to see how they are gonna defend that. Based on the opening statement alone, it seems like they really would say that all those speeches were rhetorical and there's really no evidence, and that they will stick with their narrative that everyone who has been killed ay nanlaban at napatay ng pulis dahil sa self-defense.
Lian, you're familiar with other situations and other cases being handled by the International Criminal Court, and this is not the first time that Kaufman is handling a case before the court. You mentioned that he and Dov Jacobs are actually expert in terms of jurisdiction. Meron bang instances kung saan, in other situations, kung saan, technicality yung tawag natin dito, na technical yung mga cases at na-dismiss to because of jurisdiction? Kasi if we're gonna look at it, kahapon sinabi din ni Attorney Tete, with the extent of the evidence na hawak ng prosecution at ng victims, talagang yung greatest argument at the biggest ball talaga na hawak na lang ngayon ng Duterte camp ay yung jurisdiction. Meron bang mga previous cases kung saan nanalo itong si Kaufman on jurisdiction issue?
On jurisdiction, none that come to mind that Kaufman has won, but something else comes to mind that is similar. Yung Burundi kasi was the first ever to leave the court before sila in-start ng preliminary examination. Basically, kinopia yung blueprint nila ng ginawa ng Pilipinas. Sa Burundi, medyo clear-cut yung kanilang jurisdiction because the ICC upheld jurisdiction because nakapagsimula sila. Just to review to the viewers, step 1 is preliminary examination. That's just the call of the prosecution alone. Step 2 pa yung investigation, at yung step 2 para mabuksan yung investigation, it has to be authorized by judges. So yun yung meron ng sanction talaga ng pretrial chamber. In Burundi's case, na-confirm yung jurisdiction dahil nakapagsimula na ng step 2 bago pa man nag-withdraw yung government ng Burundi. In our case, madaling nakapag-withdraw si Duterte in 2018, effective 2019, 2021 pa tayo nagbukas ng investigation, and that's really one of the biggest case of the defense. Inulit yan kanina ni Attorney Salvador Panelo. Sabi niya, kung lahat ng case ay may jurisdiction dahil lang nakapagsimula ka na dati, then the prosecution could just simply search things on Google at may jurisdiction na yun. Yun yung kanilang reasoning. Ang reasoning naman ng human rights lawyers, if you're gonna give up jurisdiction on a country that has withdrawn just because inimbestigahan sila, then you're basically giving the blueprint to fascists and dictators and strongmen and potential war criminals na kapag titignan ka na ng ICC, kumalas ka na agad-agad para hindi matuloy yung kaso sa'yo. So those are the two clashing arguments for both the prosecution and the defense.
That's why this case, the Duterte case, is very important, in the international law jurisprudence, kasi kung paano magro-rule yung International Criminal Court on the jurisdiction issue would also affect other situations, concurrent investigation, future investigations and all that. Lian, sorry, I have to go back lang doon sa closing statement ni Attorney Gilbert. Isa rin sa mga pinaka-important na highlight niya doon, nilay down niya kung paano naapektuhan, kung sino yung mga victims, pre-profile niya, pinakita niya that these are, from low-income families, these are, victims who live in houses made out of cheap materials and all that. In your assessment, bakit importante na ni-humanize on the socio-economic angle itong mga victims na to? Bakit kaya siya ginawa ni Attorney Gilbert Andres? Is this a way to, connect this to the argument made by the prosecution on, victims being, having no means to defend themselves? Lian?
Well, number one, Jairo, it's the truth. And really, that's the obligation of the common legal representative for victims, is to express the views of the victims. Magkaiba kasi yung role talaga ng prosecution end ng victims. Prosecution is really what we know about prosecution. Sila yung maglalatag ng witness, sila yung maglalatag ng evidence. If it comes to it, they have the sole responsibility to make sure that there's guilt beyond reasonable doubt later on if we ever come to that. Yung talagang role ng victims representatives ay sabihin sa pre-trial chamber, sabihin sa mundo kung ano yung dinadanas ng mga biktima. They may not necessarily have legal connection to the elements of crimes against humanity. That's not their job. Their job is really to express the views and concerns of the victims. And as we know, yun yung pinagdaanan talaga. And there's really a lot of academic research that goes into to prove that the victims of the war on drugs, some nga ay beneficiaries of 4Ps. But I understand your question because narinig din naman natin kanina kay Edwards Jeremy na meron silang insider witness na nagsasabi na tinarget talaga nila yung mga mahihirap dahil sila yung walang kapasidad na magsampa ng kaso. So, by design, magkakampi ang prosecution at victims. That may be a legal strategy on the part of the victims. But first and foremost, it's their obligation to say what's happening, and that's essentially what is happening.
And just basing from the opening statement yesterday of Attorney Joel Butuyan, the 1-hour presentation of Paulina Masida, and the closing statement of Attorney Gilbert Andres, they were able naman to show talaga yung situation ng victims. They were able to complement, nagbigay ng face doon sa mga sinasabing allegations ng prosecution. Just last question for me, Lian, what are we expecting in the next days? I understand the defense is now, sila na ang susunod dito sa presentation, Lian.
Yes, fasten your seatbelt because it's gonna be a one-day Nick Kaufman show on Thursday. So kung nung Monday, 1/3 lang yung oras niya out of the opening statements, Thursday is gonna be his day, and a little bit of the morning session on Friday. So if you have a lot of reactions and emotional reactions to what he had said in the opening statement on Monday, then buckle up kasi we're gonna see more of that on Thursday. But even the side of the victims are hoping that makita talaga nila kung paano yung defense. Kung bukod sa sabihing nagsinungaling ang media, nagsinungaling ang human rights advocates, pinadala at neutralize ni President Marcos si President Duterte, even the victim side are really looking forward to see, but what is the defense? How are you going to prove that the elements of crimes against humanity do not exist here? How are you going to prove na hindi plinano ni President Duterte na bumuo ng death squad, na bumuo ng Oplan Tokham, at yung dalawang yon ay papatay ng maraming tao.
Thank you so much, Lian. That's our senior investigative reporter, Lian Buan, reporting live from The Hague. Thank you so much, Lian. Okay, the press conference with the victims' families had just ended. So our Rappler correspondent, Michelle Abad, covered that on behalf of Rappler. Michelle, how was it?
Hi, Jairo. Yes, kakatapos lang kaya naabutan ko lang yung conversation ni Lian sa bandang dulo. Dapat i-recap ako ng konti dun sa sinabi ng victims representation pero mukhang na-capture na rin ni Lian. Kaya babalita ko na lang muna sa inyo yung nakuha naming first impressions ng victims na kahit na today was the day of the prosecutors, the prosecution and the victims, ay by design magkakampi nga sila at today talagang napakinggan nila ang lahat ng allegations na sa kanilang side na patungkol sa defendant na si Duterte So first impressions, we have some of our victims here from the Rise Up for Rights and for Life coalition and they were visibly emotional, especially during the hearing in the public gallery. There were certain moments where they could not help but shed a tear, especially in certain quotes from their common legal representatives of victims. Like, for example, from the line of Paulina Masida when they talked about how the killings for the victims, the suffering did not end for them at the killings, but it goes on until present, that it manifests in the empty seat at the table. It manifests in how they continue to face these trauma. And those were the moments na talagang napaiyak sila, no? And nakarelate talaga sila. Kahit na dito na kausap na namin sila, ay napapaiyak pa rin sila habang inaalala nila yung mga detalye nung kung paano namatay ang kanilang mga mahal sa buhay. Si Shira Escudero, for example, na namatayan ng kapatid na binalutan ng packing tape at natagpuan na lang napatay. Sinabi niya kanina sa mini press con na malinaw na ang dahilan kung bakit sila nawalan ng mahal sa buhay ay dahil kay Duterte. Na it all goes back to this policy of killing na inutusan niya from the very top of the government until sa mga mag-enforce ng kanyang war on drugs. And also that some of our lawyers that came, or some of the lawyers of the victims that came to support, such as Attorney Nery Colmenares and Attorney Chrissy Conti, they also talked about how it will be very difficult now for the defense to try and lose connection with what happened to these victims today and back then in their families. For example, and there was a highlight dun sa epekto sa mga biktima, na kung tayo sa Pilipinas, sanay tayo sa prosecution and defense lang, talagang yung disenyo ng ICC ay meron talagang nakadedicate sa mga victims. At mahalaga na i-emphasize yung note na talagang mga mahihirap yung itinarget kasi that emphasizes the point that they have very limited to no capacity to fight back. And this will contribute to the impunity that happened during the war on drugs of Duterte.
Mm-hmm. Michelle, yung strategy kanina ni Attorney Gilbert Andres, of course, maganda yung presentation na pinakita ni Paulina Masida, pero yung kay Attorney Gilbert Andres talagang nagnanarrate talaga siya, no? Parang we can really describe it, parang bedtime story ang approach. Talagang
yes.
Full of empathy, full of, feelings. Paano nag-react yung mga audience, yung mga kasama nyo dyan when, he narrated the specifics of those cases, yung mga narratives ng family, especially nung sinabi niya na etong confirmation of charges dito kay Duterte ay yung first step ng families to pag-actualize nila ng truth and justice under the rule of law.
Tingin ko, Jairo, iba yung dating kapag Pilipino yung nagsasalita tungkol sa nangyari sa mga biktima. Of course, it's nice to have the international community, members of the international community who are with us. For example, nga yung lead counsel na si Paulina Masida. Pero kapag nakarinig ka na ng Pilipino, ng kapwa Pilipino na nagsasalita sa ICC na parang may pagka-solidarity na nakuha. I think mas naging emotional based on just the instances that I observed na nagiging emotional yung mga na-observe kong victims, ay mas naging emotional sila kapag yung Pinoy na yung nagsasabi. At si Attorney Andres din, ginagamit niya yung mga Pinoy na terms na halimbawa na tokhang, yung pagkakastigma, yung pagkakaroon ng stigma sa mga pamilyang naiwan dun sa war on drugs, ay talagang mas feel mo itong epekto ng drug war ay tumatagos hanggang sa mga salitang pamilyar sa kanila. Habang mas kinikwento ni Attorney Gilbert Andres yung narratives talaga ng mga nabiktima ng drug war, ramdam mo talaga na ang bigat ng atmosphere sa room. I was also looking at not just the victims na Pinoy, I was also looking at the international community, some of the foreign guests na nakarating at nakakarinig ng stories na ito for the first time. For some of them, I assume, na talaga mabigat siyang pakinggan.
Michelle, what are we expecting from The Hague in the next coming days? Meron bang pinaplano yung mga pro-Duterte o yung mga victims' families dyan na mga gatherings? Ano ba yung mga pinaghahandaan nila dyan? Tomorrow ba may event sila? Kasi tomorrow walang hearing itong ICC. Ano mga nilolook forward natin on the part of the victims' families and even on the part of supporters of the former president?
For the supporters of the former president, palaging steady ang presence nila dito sa ICC. If I'm not mistaken, nakakuha pa rin sila ng permit to still be around. Actually, throughout the day, nandito lang yung isang group ng mga pro-Duterte supporters. Nandyan lang sila at nagsasalo-salo. Nung nasa gitna ng hearing din, during one of the breaks, lumabas ako at kinamusta ko sila. Meron silang mga handa na pagkain. Tinanong ko sila kung naka-follow ba sila sa hearing. At sinabi nila na hindi pa kasi dito sila. They weren't able to give a clear answer kung susubaybayan nila. But I did hear from an interview from yesterday that they do have plans to watch, especially on Thursday. Kasi nga, di ba, it's Attorney Kaufman's day. It's a one-man show for the day. At talagang, since yun ang kinakampihan nila, ay manonood sila. But they've always said na hearing or no hearing, palagi pa rin sila magtitipon. Kung hindi man dito sa ICC, nandun sa so-called Duterte Street, na for our viewers ay isang fenced area sa labas ng ICC Detention Center, around a 20-minute walk from here, kung saan nakadetain ang former president. So we can expect them to still be gathering around. For the victims naman, nung kakasabi lang sa press con, there wasn't any plans for the next day, for example. But then, for at least for the 60 days following the conclusion of the confirmation of charges hearing, optimistic talaga sila na matutuloy yung trial.
Thank you so much, Michelle. That's Michelle Abad, our Rappler correspondent, reporting live from The Hague, Netherlands. Michelle covered the ICC hearing, has been covering the ICC pre-trial hearing since yesterday, February 22, and she still covered today's hearings, February 23. Thank you so much, Michelle.
Thank you, Jairo.
All right, just to quick recap before we end our program. Today is the second day of the hearings. Dedicated ito para po sa prosecution at sa victim's family. Yung prosecution, nilay down nila and explain nila isa-isa in detail or pinapayawan nila yung mga ebidensyang hawak nila, yung mga testimonya, yung mga witnesses na meron sila para patunayan yung 3 counts of murder and attempted murder na allegedly kinumit ni former President Rodrigo Duterte. Very important to them to establish crime against humanity. They had to highlight or they have to really show how Duterte allegedly constituted or committed itong crimes against humanity cases. Kaya itong prosecution, dinedicate nila itong araw na to establish yung specific acts, yung mga witnesses na meron sila, mga speech ni Duterte, to highlight how the elements of crimes against humanity ay na-fulfill ni Duterte or na-constitute na mga acts ni Duterte. Very important yan in criminal proceedings kasi para ma-establish mo na kinumit talaga isang krimen, dapat yung mga elements nun ay ma-checkan or ma-tick yung mga boxes na yon. From the part naman ng mga victims, as Lian said it, it's yung victims' participation dito, although walang direct legal pagdadagdag or contribution, direct legal contribution rather, ay sila ang part naman nila ay to show that they are real, to show that these allegations really affected real people. And ginawa yun at nagawa naman yun dito sa part ni Paulina Masida, ang lead counsel, at ng Filipino lawyer na si Attorney Gilbert Andres as they stood on behalf of the victims. Tomorrow, February 25, ay wala pong hearing. Thursday na po magkakaroon ng hearing. There is no hearing scheduled tomorrow, February 25, and the closing statements will take place on Friday. On Thursday, the pre-trial hearing will continue, and that will be the day that Kaufman will spend the whole day defending his clients, and we're looking forward to how Kaufman will defend Duterte dito sa mga ebidensya at sa mga facts na inilahad ng prosecution at ng families ng victims. Continue to follow Rappler's coverage of these pre-trial hearings. Visit the Justice and Crime chat room of the Rappler app for context. We have related pieces there which you can find really helpful. We thank our senior investigative reporter, Lian Buan, and our correspondent, Michelle Abad, who reported with us from the Netherlands. This is Rappler's special coverage of Duterte's ICC pre-trial hearing. I am Jairo Bolledo. Thank you and good night.